Chapter 301 _ Who can become the eighth responsible? Give some advice. 20,210,302. Chapter 301 _ Who can become the eighth responsible? Give some advice. At this moment, the loud sound of high-heeled shoes approached, and Chaos sighed. Looks like something happened. Betty shrank her neck because she had been absent from work for 5 days. Really? At the corner of the boulevard, Stussy walked the catwalk with a cold face, and the whole body was full of queenly style. And in the big eyes were written the words that the old lady was in a bad mood. Snapped. A stack of documents lay heavily on the mahjong table, and Stussy's eyes were like knives. She was so cold that she wanted to slash Betty thousands of times, as if she was in a world of ice and snow. Bellow Betty, I've put up with you for a long time. 5 days. Do you know how I lived these 5 days? I slept later than the dog and woke up earlier than the chicken. What do you mean? Give me all the business of the pharmaceutical production chain that you are responsible for. Have you asked my opinion? Stussy had reached the point of being intolerable. Since Betty was absent from work 5 days ago, the red light district needs her to be responsible for follow-up, and the casino business needs her to be responsible for follow-up. Now it is better, even the pharmaceutical production chain in charge of Betty needs her to look over. The papers on the table every day have not been reduced. I thought Betty had a lot in her heart, and it didn't matter at first 1 or 2 days, and she would work overtime as a care, but 3, 4, and 5 days passed, and the more Stussy thought about it, the more angry she became. The key is that Betty has been avoiding her for 5 days. She is also human, and she also wants to take a break and relax instead of being buried in work all day. Murderous look. Creepy murderousness. Chaos, Ivankov, and Zin tried their best to reduce their sense of existence, keeping their heads down and silent. What, don't you handle these businesses very well? Betty pouted, a little guilty. So that his speech was a little weak, and if it was changed to other times, he would be arrogant and scolded. You were the one who swore and chose to be frank. At the beginning, I've done my best to help you for a few months. Stussy laughed in anger. Black clouds, lightning, and thunder began to float on her long hair, flying. This is to prepare for action. Has endured to the limit. Now Stussy's aura is so great that Ivankov couldn't help swallowing 3 saliva. Standing on the moral high ground, Betty has lost a point before she even started. Betty, I've been wanting to talk about you for a long time. At first, I thought you had already dealt with the government affairs, but I didn't expect you to be absent from work and put everything on our face. It's too much. Chaos was very ruthless, and he was not afraid to flash his tongue when he said sarcastic words. The key is that Ivankov also nodded in agreement. Boss, shut up. You are the boss, and these government affairs were originally yours. Look at the other forces, which one is not the boss to handle government affairs, and you are shameless and leave everything to me and this stupid woman, Stussy, and throw your hands and be chic. I have endured you for a long time. Betty's lungs exploded. Even if you don't help me, you're still in trouble. That tantrum exploded on the spot. Betty's real purpose is to lead the way, trying to pull Kos out of the back. She is sexy and smart. Sure enough, Betty didn't say it was okay. After saying that, Stussy squinted at Chaos, and the knife's eyes became sharper and sharper. Rough words are not rude. Stussy thought. What the stinky bitch said, Betty, really made sense. What is the purpose culture of our richest man group? Chaos put his hands on his shoulders. His eyes were full of disdain, as if he had seen through Betty's trick long ago. It's the people who are capable who work hard, and it's never been a word. You say that I'm the boss. That must be responsible for the general direction and to deal with the most powerful enemy. If I have to solve everything, what do you have to do? Use. Tilt his head slightly, Chaos said confidently. The voice is more sonorous and powerful. As the eldest, he was invincible from the start. You were also the one who said that you were in charge of the pharmaceutical production chain business, and you wanted to take the burden halfway through? Don't say I'm not human. Now I'll give you a chance to challenge me. If you can beat me, you will not only not have to work, but also be the owner boss. Will you come? Looking at Chaos's shameless behavior, Betty's delicate face became ashen. Damn. Betty has regretted her decision more than once, but this is always the path she chose, even if she has to climb it. As for challenging this man, Betty gave up immediately. Can't he do it? But who is she below Betty? That's genius. In the eyes of several people, Betty's fiery blue complexion began to recover gradually. Boss, I strongly recommend that Lao 1, Lao Xi, Zhao Jiang, Lao Dun, and Lao Sh also work. Why should I and Stussy be responsible? It's not fair. If the old lady is not happy, then everyone should not be happy. Drag into the water together. Ivankov's face froze for the first time, and even the bear trembled slightly. What a joke. The first thought of the two was that it was impossible. Boss, you know that my combat power is the weakest. I have been cultivating recently. If I want to improve my strength as soon as possible, there is no extra time at all. Ivankov would never admit that he was the weakest in the past, but now he does. There was no hesitation. I can also handle government affairs, but don't blame me for mistakes. The bear is more straightforward. Let me do things, but if I don't do it well, I can't blame him. How many of them do you think can handle government affairs? Chaos never thought that Crocodile, Aquino, and Anilu could handle these messy government affairs and leave it to them. I am afraid that the Richest Group will go bankrupt within a few months, or it will be a mess. In that case there is only one last resort. Betty also knew the result, so she pretended to be contemplative and continued to speak. It's time for a new addition to our group, preferably someone like Stussy. Boss, this is a way. Makes sense. Ivankov and Xi thought about it and thought it was feasible. Chaos also pinched his chin in thought. Only in this way. The eighth is best to be a woman. It's not easy to find. First of all, they must be beautiful, their combat effectiveness must be decent, and they must be competent in handling government affairs. Wait for the others to come back and discuss it together. Stussy coughed, seeing that the topic went off the rails. Picking up the document on the table and handing it to Chaos, he said, I just got the news that Whitebeard and Admiral Sengoku clashed in the New World, and Lonely Red also clashed with Garp in the Terra's Sea area. At war. In addition, the Roger pirates have disappeared for a while, and now they are probably on their way to the final island, or have already arrived. In addition, the great pirate with a bounty of 683 million, the thief Costellaris, stole our casino branches 401, 402, 403, 404, and 405 on the Great Route, worth nearly 10 billion Belsley. Need to send someone to solve it. The other party is a devil fruit-capable person, who is elusive. Exactly what it is, I don't know. The Flying Sky Pirates have also begun to attack us. Some sites have been hit by several captains of the opposing fleet, and they are specifically looking for trouble. There are also some pirate groups emerging from the Great Route. Stussy was in bits and pieces, reporting a whole lot. In general, there are still many people in the Richest Group who are looking for faults, and there are many problems that need to be solved. Do you have any opinions? Who can be the eighth responsible? Preferably women. The original has appeared, and is in line with this period. In addition, the 600 monthly pass last month, owed 2 chapters. In addition to the 3 chapters last month, I owe a total of 5 chapters. Fight for this month. Starting point, deep buckle, spicy meat, 1000 starting coins, there is no fish in the shoulder bag, 9-tailed cat, bone of God, 2021022509380349 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 302 This is the thought of living my whole life. 20,210,302. Chapter 302 This is the thought of living my whole life. It's night, the sky is adorned with stars. The entire Poppy Island is brightly lit, and the liveliness is one of the best in the world. People come and go in various streets, not to mention pubs, casinos, red light districts, shopping malls, pharmacies and other places. There is a lot of people. The hillside manor is also brightly lit. In the luxurious and splendid hall, all the members of the richest group are having dinner. There are hundreds of millions of Baileys in this dinner, and all kinds of precious ingredients are dazzling. On the wine rack on the side, there are countless kinds of wine. Chaos sat in the first place, digging the curry rice with a spoon, while looking at the document in his hand. In the next episode, Admiral and the others were eating, but only Stussy, Bear, and Betty remained slow or graceful. Is this the thief Costellaris you were talking about during the day? Chaos looked at the document in his hand. There was a photo on it. It was a figure in night clothes, a headscarf and a mask, as thin as a bamboo pole. The first sight is overindulgence or malnutrition, or the body is hollowed out. Those eyes are very characteristic, like the eyes of cats, and there is a faint illusion of green light. It's confirmed, it's a second man. Yes, this fellow is also famous in the sea. Has stolen our 401, 402, 403, 404, 405 casino divisions on the Great Route and lost nearly 10 billion Baileys. It's a devil fruit person, but it's not clear what it is. It's mysterious. Other forces and kingdoms on the sea have also suffered poisonous hands. We have to get rid of it. Stussy cuts the steak gracefully, has a huge brain, and is an intellectual. He even memorized all the information from the investigation. Rogue Costellaris. I think you've heard of it. Crocodile poured the udon from the plate into his mouth, thinking it was a memory. Leave this kind of thing to this god, just need time and place. Admiral snorted softly and offered himself. Inside and out, the thief Costellaris was not taken seriously. It happened that he was going to go out and wave during this time, so let's solve it by the way. Interesting. Ignoring Admiral's self-bragging, Chaos lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, I just happened to go out to look for the 8th person in the future, then I'll hunt down this guy and take a look. Just a moment. The 8th person is in charge? This time, Admiral and Crocodile, who didn't know the situation, raised their heads and looked at Chaos. They are not there during the day. Stussy and Betty are under a lot of pressure, so find someone to share it with. If you are willing to share government affairs, I don't plan to recruit anymore. Chaos put down the document, and he spit out the love smoke ring and soot. Then you should still recruit people. Crocodile and Aquino lost interest in the blink of an eye. Let them sit and deal with government affairs, it is better to kill them. Go out and wave, isn't it fragrant? So there's been no collective action lately? Aquino muttered, looking at Chaos with burning eyes. If you want to go out and wave, go out. Chaos waved his hand and knew what he was paying attention to without even looking at these guys. He has never been a player who is willing to be quiet, and he will feel uncomfortable if he does not kill himself or cause trouble for a day. No. However, Stussy spoke coldly, and a basin of cold water quenched the restless hearts of several people at once. Ignoring the doubts of several people and their increasingly angry eyes, Stussy continued, You need to go to other places to guard for a while and eliminate some pirate groups and forces that don't have long eyes. Who else dares to provoke us? Otherwise? Stussy rolled his eyes. These guys are really heartless. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. After all, it doesn't matter, the power is in her hands. But why do you feel so uncomfortable? Tired? Then obey the order of our appearance, and you should all go out to the town to relax. Chaos supported Stussy, and he could feel that Stussy was in a bad mood these 2 days. Betty's absence from work was just a fuse. All the things of the entire Richest Group are on her, and she still complains more or less. As for Betty, didn't you see that she had been absent from work for 5 days? As a qualified boss who is wise and considerate of his subordinates, Chaos has been spurring himself. But during the day, I heard Betty say that it seems that Stussy has come these days, so his temper will be a little grumpy. Understand? Understand. The contribution made by Stussy is still in the eyes of Chaos. So are others. Otherwise, sometimes they won't obey Stussy's orders. After all, everyone is arrogant and arrogant. It's already a lot of face to obey a woman's orders. If you try someone else, if you don't kill yourself, you will write the name upside down. Time, place. Crocodile smoked a cigar, cherishing words like gold. The specific tasks are arranged, he only needs to execute them, and other things are not considered. Brainstorm. For the sake of your being a woman, this god will give you face. Inilu is very arrogant, even if he accepts it, he will have a good mouth, at least he has to face it. Very difficult. I am whatever. Achino continued to tackle his own food. Hey hop, I won't go out. Ivankov's eyes were rolling, and he was going to stay on Poppy Island for a while. The reason is, of course, that he will be hunted down as soon as he goes out. You don't need to count, you will definitely be hunted down. As for who will be chasing him, everyone knows nothing. Not one or two. Old Bear, you and Lao Wan are together. Stussy frowned, and did not let Ivankov go. But let the bear follow, then it will be easier to escape. I will hand over the specific tasks to you after the meal. The next day, the sky is clear. It's a very nice weather. In various ports of Poppy Island, a large number of ships docked, and many staff were carrying supplies. Or there are pirates on the island to enter various entertainment venues. Halfway up the mountain, a gold Lamborghini turned into a golden streamer and disappeared on the sea level in the blink of an eye, attracting the attention of many people. During the day, the rest of the staff also left alone. The entire Poppy Island was left with only 2 white riches, Stussy and Betty. Wootilda. The roar of the Lamborghini, the sound of the waves of the sea, the sound of the seagulls on his head. Chaos put one hand on the steering wheel, leaned against the door with one hand, smoked a cigarette, and picked up the chart on the seat next to him. With a compass on his wrist, he hurried to the great route. Because of the sunny weather, Chaos was in a good mood. This time, the destination is to go to the casino No. 406 on the island of Celia, and Stussy receives news that the thief Costellaris is suspected of appearing on the island. Possibly targeting the Division 406 casino. Of course. Celia Island is just an island under the rule of the Kingdom of Celia. It is a kind of third-tier city. The bustling is the only way for other sailing routes. At the same time, a certain sea area. A warship is parked on the sea, and in front a pirate ship burning with fire is sinking. Sarkasji was wearing a burgundy suit and a justice coat. Even so, she couldn't hide her bumpy and upturned figure. Instead, she was full of heroism because of the suit. Blue. Taking out the phone bug in the plump career line, after Sarkasji was connected, the serious face began to become ruthless. Turn around. Just got the news that the Golden Emperor left Poppy Island. Finally, this man is not like a shrinking turtle hiding in Poppy Island. If this man is not hunted to death, he will not be called Sarkaski. Whether it is the Golden Emperor or the Shemailing, including all the responsibilities of the entire Richest Group, they were all recorded in the small book by Sarkasji. This is how I have lived my whole life. X. Chapter 303 _sometimes B, you don't need to install it as soon as you come up. 20,210,302. Chapter 303 _sometimes B, you don't need to install it as soon as you come up. After one day. The first half of the Great Route, Celia Island. It should be here. In a prosperous port, Chaos opened the door and got out of the car, put away the chart in his hand, and glanced at the compass on his wrist. Naturally, Chaos attracted most of the sights from the port as soon as he landed on the island. Under the sunlight, the golden Lamborghini was like a golden light, but it turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Despite this, Chaos was also being targeted. As for why no one recognized it, it was because of the change in appearance. He's still handsome, but his face has been slightly modified. Dressing is also ordinary, just a plaid shirt and a pair of colorful beach pants, walking on flip-flops. The simple dress is still in line with the fashion sense of bells and whistles. As for why he was so low-key, he was naturally afraid that the target would escape as soon as he was recognized on the island. This is not what he wants. Sometimes B, you don't need to install it as soon as you come up. Perhaps take your time, and inadvertently achieve greater results. Occasionally changing the taste is also a kind of freshness. Suck. He took out a cigarette and set it on fire, and Chaos walked towards the town. There were many shops and taverns along the way. There were even drunks vomiting on the street. There are also corpses. That should be Division 406 Casino. Chaos can see the huge building in the ring of the town from a distance, which is almost the landmark of the town. The flying flag is simply the word, Emperor. This is the logo of the Richest Man Group, which is equivalent to the pirate flag of the pirate group. Strictly speaking, the Richest Man Group does not seem to be a pirate gang, but the whole world subconsciously ignores it. Chaos walked slowly towards the casino No. 406, and saw some snacks, such as candied horse, ramen, and takoyaki, and swept away. Stop. In broad daylight, Chaos held the takoyaki and looked at the 5 gangsters approaching him. His vicious appearance was almost written as robbery. What are some people around to do? No one is going to do justice. Apparently, pirate thugs are used to looting, fighting or fighting on the street at will. The island is a must for sailing, and naturally it is a mixed bag. No one on the island knows what vicious or heinous pirate thugs are lurking. Chaos didn't have any eggs, just chewed takoyaki and walked towards the gangsters. One step further and the shot was fired. Hand over your money. Plop plop. A substantial black and gold storm centered on Chaos, forming an unstoppable tsunami without any dead ends, radiating out. The 5 gangsters extorting, the pedestrians walking around, the pirates drinking in the shops, and the business owner, all had their eyes indiscriminately falling to the ground. The first street, the second street, the third street, everything was quiet. The white clouds in the sky are slowly dissipating, and at a glance, the ground is full of comatose corpses. Chaos picked up the skewer next to him, and continued to walk towards the casino branch while eating, and then the sound of jingle bells rang behind him, and several gold coins engraved with the head of the Golden Emperor fell from the sky, which were the money to buy skewers. Who is that? In some dark alleys, there are pirates who collapsed on the ground and shivered without fainting. These were all followed from the port. The purpose is self-evident. Naturally, He took a fancy to the Lamborghini that Chaos was driving. But I didn't expect it. Fear, horror, is the portrayal of these people now. One by one, their faces were pale and sweaty, and their eyes were full of horror. Go quickly, that's someone we can't afford to offend. The pirate captain with a reward of 200 million Baileys was trembling and couldn't even hold the long knife in his hand. His hands and feet were stiff and he was rolling and running towards the port. He was terrified. Now just want to escape the island. The feeling of the heart being pinched, the soul being submerged, and the body losing consciousness just now was too terrifying. 3 minutes later, several figures appeared in succession in the first street, looking at the corpses lying on the entire street, all with heavy eyes. They knew that a terrifying figure had come to the island. It didn't take long for the whole island to know about the first street, second street, and third street. Some people were panicking. The ignorant inhabitants thought that they had hit the evil. In short, everything was a secret. Chaos originally planned to keep a low profile, but it has become a habit to show bullying indiscriminately, and if he is not careful, he almost reveals his stuff. Fortunately, he recovered and restrained himself, and quickly evacuated the scene. Otherwise, this area will not be limited to just 3 streets, and I am afraid that half of the town will be paralyzed. Leaving the third street, slowly the whole street began to smell the aroma of rouge and guaiac, and an ambiguity and hormones filled the air. There are also all kinds of charming yin-yin-yin-yin, as well as tunes. Since there is a casino branch on this island, there must be a red light branch, as well as pharmacies, etc. The plaques or roofs of these stores have flags or symbols inscribed with the word, Emperor. Anyone who understands knows that this is a business owned by the Richest Group. Chaos has plenty of time, and Alweather sights and sounds have enveloped the entire island, so don't panic. Lightly traveled into a brothel. Seeing that action, that look in his eyes, he knew that it was an old oily boy. As the richest man group, he must take care of his own business. Speaking of the business of the red light district, we have to say that since the establishment of the richest man group, the reforms that Cos asked Stussy to implement, for this reason, the original 70% market share in the world was suddenly reduced to 5%. 10. With that 20% share, I don't know how much money was lost. Strictly speaking, Chaos is not a good person. He is even moody and does things completely according to his mood. At that time, I didn't know why I was pumping crazy. I asked Stussy to clear the red light district, and it was not allowed to force my mother to be a prostitute. Most likely, the girls would be voluntary, and the interests were also 5 or 5 points. The red light district also has to protect the safety of the girls. If customers want to have a relationship beyond friendship, the girls have to be willing to do so, otherwise they will only be performing arts and not selling themselves. Because of these conditions, business in the red light district has plummeted, and I don't know how many bloodshed incidents have occurred. In fact, Chaos is very aware of the cruelty of this morbid world. The red light district business is also a slave business, and there are all kinds of forced mothers to be prostitutes. Dark methods can be described as bottomless. Chaos still has such a bit of conscience in his bones, and occasionally committing a wave of stupid conscience can be regarded as not burying the 9-year obligation in his previous life. Because of this incident, Stussy looked at Chaos as if he were looking at a rare animal. Kindness or not, but Stussy was sure it was the man's whim, a completely inexplicable idea, and then let her take on everything. She did not refute, but just followed Chaos's wishes to reform the red light district. Sure enough, as she expected, the business in the red light district had plummeted at the beginning, and it was up to her to turn the tide until it recovered to 50% of the market share. Not to mention losing a lot of energy and money, the only thing you gain is cohesion. It seems that the business in the red light district has few internal incidents, and is even very united. The only problem that occurs is that some guests are drunk and make trouble. At the same time, Stussy could also feel admiration and loyalty that he had never felt before. Before she became a face value, some of the red light districts she was in charge of were just afraid of her, but now it's different. This feeling is not bad. By contrast, the man forgot about reforming the business in the red light district the next day, or didn't care at all. Really want to come out is one out. The pharmaceutical production chain business has also undergone reforms, such as banning the sale of addictive drugs in the opium poppy. Stussy felt that he knew the man, but often the man would do some inexplicable things and play cards against common sense. Thanks to his right-hand man, otherwise, the richest man group would be a mess. From the side, Stussy has such a position in the richest group, which is also won by himself. Occasionally, chaos would condescend to be under the obscenity of Stussy. This is respect, which shows that chaos sees everything in his eyes. And Stussy also understood what chaos meant. She knew that the man was already trusting her. Even chaos gave Stussy so much face, not to mention the arrogant people like Crocodile. Fortunately, no one in the richest group is willing to fight for power and profit. Other forces are intrigued by these rights and do everything they can, but they can be avoided in the richest group. So much so that now we have to find the 8th person to take charge. Somewhat sad. Starting point, deep buckle, 8 swords words, I really want to be a bastard, 9-tailed lewd cat, bone of God, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 304 At least hundreds of hands are received a day. 20,210,304. Chapter 304 At least hundreds of hands are received a day. Welcome this lord. As soon as you walk into the brothel, you can smell all kinds of perfumes. Just the decoration and the style make people feel happy at first glance. Many girls dress very frugally, and the good quality can be seen at a glance. Many male tourists also enjoy drinking wine, and there are singers performing arts on the central high platform. There is no fireworks like ordinary brothels, but they have an elegant color, which can be described as fresh and refined. A charming mother came over, and her slender hands covered in manicures greeted chaos cordially. Judging from her more than 20 years of experience, the man in front of him can't see through the simplicity, but intuition tells him that he is a rich man. Even if not, with this handsome face and figure, I believe that many girls are willing to post it. They have had a high degree of freedom since the reforms. Speaking of which, I would like to thank the Queen of Joy and the Great Emperor. Too bad we didn't get to meet. Sir, what service do you need? Mom was almost against Chaos's body and spoke softly, still blowing in the ears. Provocation can be said to be familiar. What service do you have here? Chaos is calm, but he is a man who can sit still. Just wanting to seduce him with little tricks, wishful thinking. Chaos was disdainful. Oh, my lord's hands are so naughty. Mom was smiling, and there was a big hand floating back and forth on the hip-packed skirt. Is this guest's hand magical? Do you want to come off to entertain in person? It's just that these 2 days are a bit empty. Call all your signs, money is not a problem. Chaos reached out and raised the chin of the prostitute, not old. On the contrary, he is still very young, at most 30 years old. He is well maintained and his appearance is of middle and upper class, and his figure is also very strong. My lord is joking. Our brand is well known far and wide. We are proficient in playing, pulling, playing, and singing. If we want to go deeper and richer, we need our girl's willingness. The old bastard inadvertently pushed aside Chaos's hand. It was the hand on his buttocks. Her legs were a little soft. This man is definitely an old hand, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle her. Oh? Looks like Stussy managed well. Chaos was very satisfied, and walked towards the steps of the second floor as he passed the old bastard. Stop. The old bastardess' original smile disappeared. She definitely heard it right. This man dared to call them the Queen of Joy directly, and his tone was very disrespectful. You must know that after the reform, the girls in the red light district respect the Queen of Joy, the Golden Emperor and the Richest Man Group, and the extreme girls are even fanatics. These fanatics have all heard and read Crocodile's philosophy of transmission. That's right. Not only the red light district, but also the staff and subordinates of the pharmaceutical production chain and casinos, Crocodile will brainwash from time to spread the so-called truth and dreams. It's just that the richest man's business is too big, so there are only a few places where you can hear the teachings of Crocodile. And this island, Crocodile once came. Chaos stopped, a little surprised how quickly the old bastard changed his face. Did you not give the money yourself? Is it so realistic? But when you think about these people making money by craftsmanship, it is indeed not easy. What did you just say? The old bastard questioned Chaos with a cold face. She would not allow anyone to disrespect her Lady Queen of Joy. Chaos frowned and asked a little questioningly, it seems that Stuthy's management is not bad. Bold, dare to call her Lady Joy's name, come here. Catch him for me. The prostitute is like a fanatic, and his voice is broken when he is so angry. As soon as the gate was closed, more than 20 big men in suits poured out after a burst of chickens and dogs. One was strong and muscular, either holding a cereal knife or a mace, and a gun. And some tourists or girls in the hall gave space calmly. The second, third, and fifth floors were also carrying benches, nibbling melon seeds, drinking flower wine and looking down on this scene, obviously not once or twice. As a regular customer here, of course you know the rules. A lot of people laughed, and they were stunned. If they didn't resist, they would be beaten at most. If they resisted, their lives would be in danger. Chaos frowned, a little confused. What's the situation? This prostitute is in menopause? Inexplicably attacking his guest. What happened to the other young ladies who dress sparingly? Why are you glaring at him? Catch him. More than 20 big men in suits came forward, and they were about to make a rough shot at Chaos. This made Chaos' face sank, and the previous good mood was suddenly gone. His eyes narrowed slightly, but Chaos didn't move. More than 20 big men in suits fell to the ground silently. This scene made the audience dumbfounded. Dare to come to us to make trouble, see if you don't want to live anymore. Although the old man was frightened, he quickly recovered. And very arrogantly holding the big weapon, glaring angrily, he was not afraid of Chaos at all. She has a backer. Interesting. Chaos's original unhappy mood was inexplicably relieved when he saw the arrogant and domineering appearance of the old bastard. This is in line with the purpose of the Richest Man Group. Arrogant death is not afraid of things. Perfect. Very good, arrogant enough. Bendy is very satisfied. Chaos's words fell, and invisible fluctuations instantly swept the audience. Everyone's eyes turned white and they were stunned. Only the old bastard and 5 good-looking young ladies were still awake. This time, the prostitute and the 5 young ladies were completely stunned. If you still can't react and meet the stubborn, then these years have been in vain in the Fenayou place. When Chaos returned to his original appearance, the eyes of the prostitutes stared like light bulbs, and they slowly flashed disbelief, fantasy, awe, worship, and fanaticism. Great. The great. Incoherent. This face is all too familiar. Because their great emperor has always been the darling of hot searches, news will be published from time to time. To them, the great emperor is an inviolable sanctity. Usually, They can only watch it in the news, so how can they touch it so close? Take care of things here. This emperor doesn't want other people to know that this emperor is on this island. Chaos was very satisfied with the expressions of the prostitutes, even though they were ordinary people. But that expression filled his vanity. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and serve the emperor. The old bastard restrained his trembling heart, and when he saw Chaos walking towards the second floor, he hurriedly called out to the 5 young ladies who were stunned. Artilda. Yes, yes. The 5 little sisters are also uneasy. This is the emperor. The legendary man. Their idol. It is their boss of the Queen of Joy. It is the emperor who dominates the entire richest group. The richest man in the world. Handsome, rich, and strong, she is simply the dream lover in Prince Charming. Slowly, the eyes of the 5 young ladies became hot. Words can no longer express that impulse. The 5 took a deep breath, and they all saw anger and determination in each other's eyes. As long as this man is happy, they will soar to the sky side by side with the sun, and they will reach the pinnacle of life. What's more, the emperor is so handsome, even if it is upside down, he is willing. Women are also greedy for other people's bodies. The hearts of the 5 people are already rippling, and they can't wait. X. Chapter 306 God sees you. 20,210,305. Chapter 306 God sees you. Anyway. Chaos shrugged, spitting out a smoke ring of love, full of gentlemanly feeling. The prey took the initiative to come to the door, and he was not easy to refuse. I didn't do it as soon as I came up, but I wanted to continue to test the ability of the woman in front of me, whether it was as mysterious as the original book. In Chaos' view, the devil fruit ability possessed by Baccarat was even more terrifying than that of the nature department. As for the thief Costellaris, he wasn't very interested. It will be solved in no time. And Baccarat frowned. Not speaking is a default. And the cat eyes of the thief Costellaris shot back and forth on Chaos and Baccarat, and even if he wore a mask, he could see the abuse in his eyes. Some time ago, he robbed the richest man group Moxia Casino a lot of money. He didn't believe he was not noticed by the richest man group. But now that he shows up generously, the staff in the casino turns a blind eye, which is not in line with the laws of the market. It stands to reason that a large number of thugs should come up on the first floor to surround him, let him be captured, and confess to be lenient and resist strictness. But now it is interesting. Intuition told him that the man who was sitting with them might not have a simple identity. It is definitely not a small role to be able to easily take out 5 billion Baileys here. Is it someone in charge? But he has learned about all the responsibilities of the richest group from the news, and no one is in line. Then let's get started. As the poker cards began to be dealt, the 3 of them all began to bet and called, and the guests at other tables were almost all looking around. The first one, Chaos lost. In the second hand, Baccarat won. In the third hand, Rogue Cost has won. At the 7th hand, Baccarat began to show his power, as if being taken care of by the goddess of luck, sweeping the entire card table. Whether it was Chaos or the thief Costellaris, they would be crushed to death. The luck of this woman is really too strong. Every time it is 21 points. In the end, there were only 3 billion left in Chaos' hands, and 2 billion were gone in just half an hour. The thief Costellaris is also a rich man, and his output of 2 billion won't even blink an eye. The 3 of them are very calm, and the people watching are different. Every time they check cards or raise, they subconsciously hold their breath or hold their hearts. That's not 120,000, but a raise of tens of millions, and a loss is hundreds of millions. Your ability is very strong. Are you interested in becoming the 8th person in the richest group? Chaos slowly threw away his chips, shook the refilled red wine, and looked at Baccarat more and more satisfied. He's pretty sure he's bad now. The reason is naturally that the previous contact with the other party shook hands, and his luck should have been taken away. Superhuman type, lucky fruit, can deprive the opponent's fortune. This is a very unbelievable ability. Luck is a thing that I can't tell clearly. If you are lucky, you will pick up money when you go out. If you are unlucky, you may fall to the sky, but Baccarat can use the fruit of luck to make the enemy lucky or unlucky. He is one of the subordinates of the original Golden Emperor. At first, Chaos really didn't think of this woman, and when he saw it for the first time, he knew that this was the 8th person he was looking for. The first is a woman. She is also an exotic beauty, very sexy and charming. The figure is also graceful, protruding forward and backward. Still very young. In the original work, he also handles government affairs for the Golden Emperor. Not to mention devil fruits, a powerful batch. All the conditions are too much in line with his wishes. Who the hell are you? Baccarat forced herself to remain calm, but her heart throbbed inexplicably. In this tone, not only is she aware of her abilities, but she seems to be very arrogant. Become the 8th person in the richest group? Who does he think he is? The Golden Emperor? And many more. Baccarat tried hard to recall that when it was determined that Chaos did not look like the Golden Emperor, his restless heart slowly relaxed. But what was that unease? The thief Costellaris next to him also looked at Chaos carefully, thinking the same as Baccarat. It doesn't matter who this emperor is, what matters is that this emperor likes you. Welcome to be the 8th person in the richest group. Chaos stood up and began to hang 5 feet off the ground. The whole person began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The wall cracked and flew into the golden light wheel, golden goose feather coat, golden earrings, and the open 8-pack chest began to swim with gold. Evil dragon tattoo. Just for a moment. In front of everyone, there appeared a divine, extraordinary, imposing and domineering man. Golden Emperor. Needle drops could be heard throughout the venue, and everyone had a stiff face and couldn't breathe. This is the richest man in the world, who has been on the top search all year round, and is the leader of the richest man group. The richness of life is widely circulated and even become a legend. Not to mention the fact that the 100 Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates who have fought in the past 6 months have no temper. It is enough to show the terribleness of the Golden Emperor. But now this man has appeared. The Great. The staff at the scene, as if they had all undergone rigorous training, knelt down on one knee in front of Chaos, and their eyes were full of fanaticism and worship. This is the Emperor. Shah. Baccarat didn't stand still, but jumped out of the broken wall for the first time, expressing her rejection with action. Although the 8th position of the richest man group is very tempting, she is still young and not chic enough. How can she become someone else's subordinate? A normal person would refuse. Go and invite back the 8th person of this emperor. Chaos carried his hands on his back, and behind him a large and a small golden halo rotated counterclockwise and clockwise, and there was only an invincible arrogance. Yes. For a time, the casino sent a large number of thugs, as well as the drugstore and the red light district branch, and thousands of people began to arrest Baccarat. It seems that on this island, the power of the richest group is not small. At a glance, thousands of people poured out in several directions, all of them in uniform black suits, like a triad. Without a little money, I really can't afford to support so many people. But the richest man group lacks everything except money. The thief Costellaris, I heard that you have an opinion about the richest group? Chaos scorned Costellaris like a king, with a gesture like looking at an ant. Costellaris' face sank under the mask, and just as he was about to answer sarcastically, a cold air shot straight to the sky, and the hair on his body exploded so much that his heart stopped. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Click. The crisp and loud sound of bone cracks exploded. Costellaris's eyes were instantly distorted, and at the same time, the mask began to wet. The whole person bent into a C shape, and the sonic boom penetrated the wall, and the storm swept the audience. Many people were thrown out and hit the wall with fear on their faces. What just happened? Chaos kicked Costellaris away with one kick, and flew out of the sky with his hands on his back. On the brightly lit 5th Street, a series of houses collapsed and burned with flames. Costellaris climbed up at the end of the ruins, his face pale. Painful coughing up blood. A large number of residents around are either screaming or yelling. More pirates were disturbed, and they walked towards Costellaris with murderous intent. That is. How could such a big man appear here? I can't read it wrong. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. He is the richest man in the world, the Golden Emperor. Many people on the street looked up and looked at Chaos, who was standing and traversing out of thin air. That bells and whistles sacred gesture was unique in the sea. There are fearful, frightened, and greedy people at one time. Even if Chaos is now famous, there are still countless people who crave him. Not to brag, even if Chaos becomes the pirate king and the world master, some people will crave him. As for the reason, you know what? X. Chapter 307 Devil Fruit involving space. 20,210,305. Chapter 307 Devil Fruit involving space. A heavy sound of breaking the air fell from the sky, followed by golden rays of light illuminating the world, as if the 4 suns were illuminating the Buddha's light. With Chaos character, how could he be so low-key when he appeared on the stage? That was not in line with his pursuit. After everyone on the ground got used to the 4 golden lights, the original Arabian Nights expression became even more stunned and dumbfounded. I saw the blind spot centered on Chaos, where Sakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels, and goblins were hanging in the air, with golden halos shining from the back of their heads, making the sacred and extraordinary figure shocking. Sakyamuni is still so sacred and solemn, holding his fingers in anger and arrogance. The D symbol on his back is spinning, and the golden halo behind his head is like a real Buddha, which is unstoppable. Worship. Not to mention the goddess of the gods, the golden palace skirt flutters. The slender hands are holding the silk, and the huge light wheel spins behind the skirt. Then there is the angel. Both the face and the figure are comparable to the goddess of the gods. The only difference is that the golden halo behind it has become 2 pairs of lifelike golden wings, and there is a golden angel halo hanging on the head. Soft and holy, is the first impression of an angel. It's like a light. The last is the goblin, which is different from the divine spirit of the goddess and the softness and holiness of angels, only charming and enchanting. Both the face and the eyes are all sexy and tempting. The tear mole and the flower tin on the forehead are the finishing touches. The graceful and perfect figure is only covered in a golden dew skirt, and the mysterious parts are looming. There are all kinds of tiny golden flowers circulating behind them, which are exquisite, luxurious and lifelike. They are also combined from time to form bouquets of huge roses, snow lotuses, tulips and so on. The 4 figures are all 100 meters long. Either sacred and solemn, or immortal, or soft and holy, or charming and enchanting, they guard Chaos in the center together, and the back of his head is covered with pure golden light, like a golden light wheel of merit. This kind of picture can only be described as is breathtaking. At least on the ground, whether civilians or pirate thugs, all opened their mouths and raised their heads. And the visual impact may not be forgotten for a lifetime. Even the thief Costellaris was stunned. Where has he encountered this kind of platoon? The visual is too strong, and there is an urge to kneel. Before it even started, he had lost confidence and fell into self-doubt. Wherever the other party is human, he is simply a god. How could a mere mortal such as myself be able to do such a good job? Call out. Just when the thief Costellaris was lost, the goddess of goddess 3,000 golden threads fell, stretched out a slender hand, and the golden light wheel spinning behind it shot out a golden streamer of locks of the sky, straight towards the thief Costellaris shot. Facing the crisis of death, Costellaris recovered and avoided it for the first time. The whole ground was bombarded wildly, and the lock of the sky was shot straight into the ground, and the end was connected to the golden light wheel. Damn! Before Costellaris could catch his breath, a huge pressure suddenly came from behind him. I don't know when Sakyamuni appeared, and he lifted that huge Buddha palm and pressed it towards Costellaris. The proper method of descending the palm from the sky, Thagata's palm. At that moment, the earth shook with a radius of 100 meters, the crust of the earth lifted up to form hills, and the billowing dust filled the surrounding area. Whoa! But the battle didn't end, and the holy angel pointed at him from a distance, and the two pairs of golden wings behind him spurted out a lot of golden feathers, like sharp arrows forming a small stream of water, and the golden iron horse spurted out. Costellaris looked ugly, but these attacks didn't work on him. Appearing on the other side, he looked up at the only charming goblin who didn't make a move, and raised his slender hand. In an instant, various golden roses, tulips, snow lotuses and other flowers formed a sea of flowers and strangled towards him. Crack! Facing the siege of Sakyamuni, the goddess of God, fairies, and angels, Costellaris did not resist, and directly used the power of the devil fruit. Pulling his hands, a door appeared in the air in front of him. Chaos, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly realized his expression. It's no wonder that this guy is haunted during the investigation, and the vaults of the casino are frequently stolen. The devil fruit ability of this guy is the superhuman type door fruit. This is a powerful devil fruit, but unfortunately it was used by CP9 Bruno in the original work. You must know that this is a devil fruit involving space types. The ability seems to be able to open the door freely in any place, including in the air, on the flame, on the human body, etc. No matter how hard the place is or does not have the form of an object such as flame or air, it can be created out. Doors of different types, sizes, and shapes are created according to the user's will, such as sliding doors, and even revolving doors. Those who are capable can also become doors. The most powerful thing should be the ability to move freely in space. As long as a door is opened in the atmosphere, a green alien space can be created. People other than capable people can also enter this alien space to move in space. The space itself it can also be used as a place for emergency evacuation. When the created door is closed, the part that was originally opened will return to its original state, leaving no trace. If you can't beat it during the battle, you can open the door to reach another space and avoid the enemy's attack. This is simply the necessary ability to kill and set fire. Run if you can't beat it. There's nothing wrong with hiding in a different space. But there are definitely weaknesses. For example, Whitebeard's shocking fruit. I am afraid that a punch in the past will not feel good. It's a bit of a hassle. Chaos frowned, and when the other party entered the different space, he could no longer find it. If the other party wants to escape, he really has no choice. At this time in the green space, Costellaris looked at Chaos outside. The two were like double-sided mirrors, but the other party couldn't see him, but he could see each other. Costellaris swaggered around in the different space and came behind Chaos, as if he was within reach. But this imminent danger, Chaos did not know. Revolving door. Without warning, an oval air door appeared in the space behind Chaos, and Costellaris' hands seemed to be enveloped by some mysterious power, grabbing towards the back of Chaos's head like lightning. As long as it is caught, Chaos's head will spin like a revolving door. However, the next moment Costellaris' face changed drastically, and his hands passed through the opponent's head smoothly. No, it's an afterimage. Costellaris raised his whole heart. In the past, he used the enemy's ignorance of his abilities. But I didn't expect it to fail this time. At this time, the hair had already exploded, and there was a terrifying storm in the ear, and a whip leg flowing with black and golden liquid, mighty and powerful, swept across the river and the sea. Click. Another bone crack sounded. Costellaris' face was hideous, and the 7 orifices bleed and flew out, and his entire soul seemed to be punched out. A 100-meter crater appeared in the ruins, and the mud broke and splashed, and Costellaris lay in it and lost consciousness. But with a strong desire to survive, he used his last strength to open a door in front of him, crawled in miserably and closed it, as if the world had evaporated. Just as Costellaris disappeared, golden weapons shot down from the sky, and after the dust dissipated, there was no one. Starting point, deep buckle, change the name, 1,200 starting coins, the ocean is full of water, 500 starting coins, I really want to be a bastard, 400 starting coins, 9-tailed cat, God's bones, 8-sword word, 2021022509380349 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 308 Narcissism. It comes from the bones. 20,210,306. Chapter 308 Narcissism. It comes from the bones. 7th Street. In a suburban jungle near the port, Baccarat's face was a little pale, and the big green jewel eyes were full of anger and gnashing of teeth. SHHHHHH. A stray bullet shot out from behind, like a fleeting spark under the night sky. Thousands of big men in black suits chased after him, and the scene was scary just by looking at it. My lord, please come back with us. The leaders who were chasing did not press too hard. A stray bullet almost hit Baccarat, which shocked the leaders. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the woman who escaped in front was the 8th person appointed by the emperor. If this is injured, if you don't say that you will be wearing small shoes in the future, your life may be lost. The responsibility of the richest group is more than one person under 10,000 people, and it is on an equal footing with the Queen of Joy and the Queen of Dance who manage them. If this woman really becomes the 8th person, it will only be a sentence to let them die. Matter. So don't watch thousands of people come to chase, but they don't dare to really hurt Baccarat. It's hard for these people. I keep my eyes open for Lao Tzu, who told me to shoot. This is the 8th future adult in charge. The crowd scolded, and many little leaders yelled at their subordinates, and their hearts were shaking. Walk around, put away the weapons for Lao Tzu and block the way with your body. Yes. At this time, Baccarat had a complicated expression, looking at the big men in suits surrounded by all directions, putting away their weapons one by one. Even if she was attacked, she would not fight back, just trying to limit her range of activities. Go away. Baccarat didn't appreciate it. The slender long legs kicked out in a dazzling manner, and everyone turned on their backs wherever they went, if ordinary people couldn't rush out of the siege. But Baccarat was surprised. Some big men who wanted to catch him either had their feet slashed or were thrown to the ground by the people around them. That row was very funny. What's the matter? Broken foot. Idiot. Master in charge rushed out. Get up quickly and crush me to death. All kinds of curses rang out in the crowd, and the scene was chaotic. And Baccarat fluttered on those big men, like an exotic elf rushing towards the port. She is like the goddess of luck, all those who pursue her are brought down by stones on the ground, branches and small pits, especially after entering the jungle. The unfortunate incidents are overwhelming. Before you know it, in just 1 kilometer of jungle, the number of thousands of people chasing has been reduced by half. Baccarat, who could escape at the front, not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but his face became even more difficult to look at. Her luck was almost exhausted. Luck is a number that she can see in her eyes. If the luck points on her body were 100 before, but now to cope with the pursuit, she has only consumed more than 10 points. If it is used up, she will not be lucky to take care of it, and then she will not be so lucky. So, she needs to change her tactics. As an adult. At this time, a big man rushed over from the side. Baccarat jumped up and turned over in the air, stood upside down and reached out to touch the big man's head, depriving the other party of luck at that moment. So absorbed and consumed all the way, Baccarat began to sweat profusely, and the look of exhaustion began to appear on his face. But the port is almost here. All she has to do is capture a ship and she can escape the island. With her fruit ability, there is no danger even if she goes out to sea alone, and the changeable weather of the great route is nothing to her. As long as she is lucky enough, she will not be in danger if she goes up the mountain of swords and goes down to the sea of blood. The ability is such a bug. So outrageous. On the other side, Chaos stood in the air, surrounded by Sakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels, and fairies scattered round. The pure golden halo above his head was divine and extraordinary. A large number of residents have been evacuated in the area of several kilometers. There are only some pirate thugs who are confident in their own strength, or who want to find out. Costellaris has been hiding in the different dimension for 5 minutes, looking miserably at Chaos, who was standing still outside, with flaws everywhere, with anger and fear on his pale face. The other party only had 2 feet and almost didn't send him to the west. In the eyes of the outside world, Costellaris is also a big pirate. After all, the reward amount is as high as 683 million. But what the world doesn't know is that Costellaris is actually weak. It's just relying on the strangeness of the fruit of the door to steal treasures from various forces. It's elusive and difficult to catch, and many people with heads and faces are gnashing their teeth, so the reward amount is so high. If the reward is to be linked to strength, it will be around 200 or 300 million at most. Therefore, Chaos was ordinary, and even without serious feat, he almost killed Costellaris. In general, it is a silver-like J-gun head, which is not very useful. For a strong man like Chaos, it is naturally a weak slag, but compared to other cannon fodders struggling on the passing line in the sea, they are strong. Especially in the theft industry, it is also considered ancestor level. Did you escape? Chaos waited for another 5 minutes, but the other party still did not appear. No problems were found in the Alweather sight and sound, and there were no ripples and fluctuations in the surrounding atmosphere. To deal with this kind of enemy, you should attack with thunder from the very beginning. If you can kill with 1 hit, you will never get a second hit. Otherwise, there is really no way to escape to a different dimension. Forget it. I didn't know each other's abilities the first time I met. The next time we meet will be the end. Turning to look in the direction of the port, the corners of Chaos' mouth twitched. It's time to have an in-depth exchange with the 8th person in charge. As an adult. Boss, what should I do? The lord in charge will run away immediately. All the big men watched Baccarat standing on a small boat and was about to leave, and they were all impatient. Humphdilde. The concubine is under the care of Luck. Seeing that he was about to escape, Baccarat lifted her long hair on her shoulders, clapped her hands and looked at the helpless hundreds of big men in the port. Her charming face was full of disdain. She also shamelessly called herself a concubine. Narcissism that radiates from the bones. Although he is still young, he is no longer normal. She does have the qualifications from narcissism. No matter her appearance, body, or ability, she can be invincible. However, in the next moment, Baccarat's narcissistic face suddenly stiffened, and the night sky was as bright as day, and 4 dazzling golden suns fell from the sky. 4 vortipits were formed on the sea surface due to wind pressure, and Sakyamuni, angels, goddesses, and goblins stood in the sky, completely blocking Baccarat's way. That sacred and extraordinary huge figure was seen from a distance before. But now watching it so close at hand, it feels so far-fetched. Bendy's lucky responsibility, do you still want to run? The voice so close at hand made Baccarat feel cold all over her body, and she turned around stiffly. I don't know when the Golden Emperor appeared silently behind her, looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Baccarat admitted that the man was handsome. There is no shortage of handsome in the wise and divine martial arts, and the monarchy, if there is no such thing, is even more domineering. All kinds of temperaments are integrated into one, and they are all so charming and charming. Yes, it is charming. Although the word is used to describe a woman, it is also appropriate to describe this man at this time. Because in this high-spirited man, you can feel all kinds of temperaments. But she is Baccarat, how can she be an nympho? You must know that this man is very dangerous, so Baccarat did it as soon as she recovered. X. Chapter 309 I've seen it a lot, and it's already normal. 20,210,306. Chapter 309 I've seen it a lot, and it's already normal. Facing Baccarat's long legs, Chaos followed the healthy skin all the way up, and the color of the absolute field was clearly visible. Chaos did not panic, so tempted he did not feel the slightest wave in his heart. I've seen so much, I've even seen what I'm not wearing. Already normal. It was easy to dodge sideways, but I don't know if it was unfortunate. I didn't notice that there was no friction with the board of the boat for a while, and he was about to slip and fall. It's like a sow going up a tree. He has never seen anything like this since his debut. But who is Chaos? How can he be slipped? The waist was stiff and forcibly turned over, standing 3 feet in the air at the stern, watching Baccarat with surprise on his face. I didn't expect that. Luck has been sucked away for so long and has not recovered. Baccarat also took full advantage of the opportunity and quickly stepped forward and pulled out his long legs. Chaos ignored the attack and snapped his fingers. The tulips flowing behind the goblin began to burst and scattered a large piece of gold powder, which quickly covered Baccarat and shrouded in. There was no way to hide in the sky. Chaos resisted Baccarat's foot hard, and his body just swayed. With his current physique, even if he didn't need iron blocks and armed colors, Baccarat would never want to hurt him with only the defensive power of his body. The gap between the two sides was too great. Baccarat in this period is still too young after all, probably not more than 18 years old. It's just that the person is very mature. Oh gee. What have you done to me? Baccarat's face was ugly at this time, and the surface of his skin was covered with a lot of gold powder. How could she escape in such a large area? Even if you are lucky, the range is compressed to nowhere, and you can only passively get gold dust. Chaos smiled and waved lightly at Sakyamuni, the goddess of God, the goblin, and the angel. Immediately, the 4 sacred figures flew into the sky and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. With another move to Baccarat, the latter looked panicked and uncontrollably suspended in the air, and slowly moved in front of Chaos, like a pitiful child who could only be slaughtered by others. An hour later, in an ambiguous room, Chaos was lying on a soft bench without any strands, with Tagesha dressed in modest clothes kneeling on both sides, dredging the blood for Chaos, those soft and boneless hands, like a dancer. The elf ate the tofu of Chaos with a massage openly. Not far away, Baccarat also sat on her knees, but her face was ugly. A pair of green gemstone eyes stared at Chaos angrily, wishing to go up to be a mallet. As soon as the man controlled her, he came to this brothel geisha house, and her first impression was lust. The world's richest man, the famous Golden Emperor, was so anxious to be nostalgic in the land of fireworks, that his body might not be able to be saved by the poisonous hands. Melancholy. Gotta find a way to escape. Baccarat, confident in her frowned in thought. At the same time look at the surrounding environment. It's all your own, are you sure you don't enjoy it? Their craftsmanship is first class. Chaos turned his head to look at Baccarat, who was full of thoughts. With contempt in Baccarat's eyes, she didn't want to answer. But the two geishas who were praised by Chaos, their eyes curled into crescent moons, worked harder to massage Chaos. At the same time, there is some hostile pique at Baccarat. It is said that the eighth person who is about to become the richest group is invited by the Emperor himself. Abominable. She is not as beautiful as herself, her body is not as good as herself, and her craftsmanship is not as good as her own. Why did the Emperor like such a useless woman? That is responsibility. There are only 7 people in the entire richest group. I don't know how many people want to be the richest group. The two geishas looked at Chaos resentfully after thinking about it. Go back to 10 hours ago. The great airline, a branch of the pharmaceutical production chain under the richest group, was burning with black smoke and a large number of pirate corpses lying on the ground. Roaring like a wild beast, a black King Kong 10 meters tall, holding a mace in his hand filled with ferocity, his blood-red eyes stared at the wind and sand in the air. Crocodile was slowly taking shape, dancing wildly with a cigar coat in his mouth, the D-cymbals flowing behind his back were spinning, and he was looking at the Donkey Kong below indifferently with his big back combed. His mission this time was to deal with the island's affairs. In the past few days, all the businesses under the richest group have been destroyed and plundered, and a lot of human and material resources have suffered heavy losses. Therefore, Stussy sent Crocodile here to solve the problem. Because the enemies of trouble are not ordinary pirate thugs, but rather powerful ones. Donkey Kong emit, animal type, ancient species, King Kong form, with a reward of 960 million, is famous for his brutality and tyranny on the sea, and another identity is even more disgusting. The air pirates, the captain of the 13th Fleet. Because of chaos, the Flying Sky Pirates lost only a few cannon fodder subordinates in the Edwai incident, and the powerhouses like the fleet captain did not lose much. Since that incident, the Flying Sky Pirates have kept a low profile. It's just that I didn't expect Donkey Kong Emit to appear here, and he also took a shot at the business of the richest man group. Stussy guessed whether the Flying Sky Pirates were going to take a shot at them. After all, the Golden Lion Shiki has always been greedy for their boss, so he has to guard against it. In the end, after thinking about it, Stussy asked Crocodile to investigate the situation. If the air pirates really want to take action against them, it is better to prepare early. After all, the other party is not an ordinary small force. If you are not careful, the richest group may be destroyed. What Stussy meant was that he wanted Crocodile to find out, but who was Crocodile, who came to this island to see that his business and property suffered heavy losses? Could he bear it? So put Stussy's advice behind and planned to use severe torture to extract a confession. For example, kill the orangutan in front of you first, and then clean up the other little ones. Dare to trouble their richest group, no matter whether you are the Flying Sky Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, kill them first. Tsar Crocodile, did the Golden Emperor send you to die? Clown jumping beams, let this Emperor see how talented you are. I am shy in society, and there are not many cruel words. A desert sword appeared in the right hand, and it opened and closed to kill Emit. Compared to Emit's 10-meter height in full beastization, Crocodile is pitifully small. Boom. The frantic air pressure swooped over, The ground was cracked and dusty all around. Crocodile held the desert sword, collided with Amit's mace like a toothpick, not one-sided as imagined, but evenly matched. Even Amit couldn't help but take a step back, looking for death. This step made Amit furious, and the ant-sized guy in front of him was able to take him. Too weak. Crocodile pinched the cigar in a fancy way, and hooked his fingers at Amit. That arrogant gesture made Amit's blood surge. Boom boom boom. The desert sword and the mace kept colliding, and Crocodile never took a step back, and kept laughing at tease. This scene is very subversive. Many pirate thugs hiding in the distance and watching the battle with a huge difference in size, all have different expressions. One of the young men in Shaolin monk-style attire watched intently, his hands clenched and a little ready to move. Especially looking at Crocodile. His eyes are unprecedentedly hot. X. Chapter 310 Quanji. Our small class has started. 20,210,307. Chapter 310 Quanji. Our small class has started. Incompetent roar. After colliding with more than 10 moves, Crocodile was suspended in the air, looking at Amit in the ruins below. His interest was not very high. Because the opponent is too weak. Make him uninterested. The reward of 960 million is huge in Crocodile's view. Although he is extremely powerful, strong, and armed, he still cannot hide the fact that he is a weak scum. In the face of Crocodile's contempt, Amit roared wildly. The huge mace covering the armed color was a critical blow, but only a large piece of sand fell in the air, and Crocodile had already appeared in the upper left sky in advance. Bizarre. Crocodile didn't want to play anymore. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and set off a huge sandstorm centered on himself, and the entire area was instantly dry and turned into a desert. Those ruins and broken walls seem to have gone through thousands of years, all of which have been deserted. Bang! A 1,000-meter earthquake, a monstrous sand hand protruded from behind Crocodile, and with the lifting of a huge desert head, the light of the entire sky was covered, and the 500-meter high Tsar was exposed to the shock in the eyes of Amit and the pirate thugs who were watching secretly. The air pressure that made people unable to straighten their waists surged, and the Tsar raised his large, waterfall-like sandy hand, and the cloud cover rolled down towards Amit like a swatter. Amit, who has entered the state of full animalization, is a giant in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the Tsar is a little grasshopper that keeps jumping. Do you think being big can win? Delusional. In the face of the menacing giant palm, Amit roared wildly, and held the mace to carry out an earth-shattering blow. Even if a mountain faced him with this blow, it would completely collapse. Haven't paid attention to it from beginning to end. Crocodile sneered. When the hand of the desert collided with Amit's attack, it exploded and turned into flying sand, completely submerging everything around it. Ha ha, it's not worth it. Amit laughed wildly, looking at the Tsar who was almost missing half of his body, very proud. But the smile stopped abruptly in the next second, because the water in his body was rapidly draining. Even if it was covered with armament color for the first time, it was useless, because his fully animalized body was too large. So when it is visible to the naked eye, Amit seems to be hollowed out, and his body loses weight quickly. The original strong body is only left with skin wrapped in bones, and he suddenly regains his human shape. The sunken eyes are full of fear. What have you done to me? In just a few breaths, Amit collapsed to the ground, unable to lift any strength from his body. Idiot. Crocodile's face was full of disappointment and disdain, and the other party was also offering a reward of more than 900 million players, but he didn't expect to be so stupid. In the face of a natural ability person, dare to despise so. He didn't dare to be so arrogant. I don't even bother to talk nonsense anymore. The desert land seems to be an invisible ghost, slowly stretching out a big hand of sand, grabbing a mitt and quickly dragging it to the ground, as if to drag it into hell. Tsar, I am the fleet captain of the shy pirates. The Admiral will definitely avenge me. Amit roared in panic and tried to threaten Crocodile with the name of the Golden Lion, but the threat stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking. The desert land was still the desert land, but Amit had disappeared. Wootilda. Crocodile spit out a smoke ring, and the coat fluttered behind him, showing the lightness of the clouds. The big pirate with a bounty of 960 million was wiped out so easily. Too bad it wasn't fun yet. Oh. Forgot to inquire. Forget it, let Stussy take care of it. Crocodile happily forgot Stuss's account, and threw the follow-up to Stussy. 5 minutes later, Crocodile looked at the black head in front of him, and all looked at him with enthusiasm. Bizarre. Emperor Quincy. Thinkers. Philosophers. Savior. The King of Truth. Light. These people are not only the staff of the Richest Group, but also many other pirate thugs, and even some wealthy businessmen and nobles. All kinds of messy titles were put on Crocodile. Clearly, the island crocodile had come to preach and spread the truth. Otherwise, there won't be so many fans. Please, Lord Savior, have mercy on us and explain the truth once more. Your Majesty Tsar, you are my light. I am convinced that truth is justice. Please let me be redeemed. A woman covered her face with a handkerchief, her eyes flushed with tears. There are also pregnant girls screaming. One by one is like being possessed, as if Crocodile is God. If chaos is here, the first thought is, cult. Inema, this lineup is wrong at first glance. I am afraid that Crocodile will let these people die, and it is estimated that some people will take action. Of course, the crowd was awake everywhere. All pulled their relatives and friends in an attempt to wake them up. Because they couldn't understand, it was obviously a slip through the net last time. Crocodile didn't he say anything. The big-backed underworld expression suddenly became serious and solemn, and at the same time, a golden light appeared from nowhere, covering the whole body. From the outside, only an outline remains. This picture is a god. It is God. It is light. Raising his hand and pressing it lightly, the lively scene could smell needles falling for a moment, and half of the people looked at Crocodile enthusiastically. What is truth? What is happiness? What is a dream again? Crocodile's voice was low, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless ups and downs. In the face of so many longing eyes, he decided to spread the truth that he had recently realized. With a wave of his hand, a huge sandification panel was shrouded in front of him. With the movement of Crocodile's mind, various sandification patterns began to appear. At the same time, Crocodile also explained it emotionally. Quanji and small classes open again. We are all born to be blessed and expected. All men are created equal. Release our nature, and let the truth, goodness and beauty in our souls be gifted. Fate should be in our own hands. No one can bully us, because we are born and raised by our parents, will bleed, experience pain, grow old and die. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Until the sun sets in the west, the red clouds hovering in the horizon. What's wrong is this world? We all have the right to pursue what we want, power, wealth, money, spouse, happiness, all of which can be fought, so don't be inferior or doubt yourself, boldly pursue dreams, pursue ideas, everything you want. Since the world is wrong, let's change it. Those who believe in this emperor will have the truth, and this emperor is with you. Crocodile opened his hands as if to embrace everyone. The golden light on his body was so dazzling that the hearts of everyone in the audience were warmed. In the words of Lord Savior, they find identification, understanding, warmth, speaking, support, and encouragement. Everyone's eyes are brighter than ever before, and the soul is suddenly enlightened. It's like an epiphany. The King of Truth. I will always follow you. Ah, my light. Lord Savior, please don't go, my salvation. When some people came back to their senses, they found that Crocodile disappeared at some point. Suddenly, the wailing and crying broke through the sky, and the frenzy revealed in that voice was as hot as flames. X. Chapter 311 All were deflected by the biggest sand sculpture. 20,210,307. Chapter 311 All were deflected by the biggest sand sculpture. Blue tilde. The dawn broke, and the red sun was like a shy little sister who had just paid for the third time, and there was still some residual warmth. So the soft glow is not so hot. The sound of the phone bug made Crocodile open his eyes from the bed. Yesterday's small class was very successful. After he spread it, he left without leaving a cloud, hiding his merits and fame without expecting anything in return. It can be said to be a high-flying festival. This is a geisha house on the island. The only one left. After all, the other geisha houses were destroyed by Donkey Kong Emit. The early morning phone bug made Crocodile a little uncomfortable, but he was angry. Where are you? A familiar and lazy yawning voice came from the phone worm, and Crocodile's face instantly changed. Boss, don't you know that disturbing people's clear dreams will lead to hell? That's what you said. Crocodile made no attempt to hide the dissatisfaction in his words. Because the man in the phone bug also got up. Don't pay attention to those details. The yawn continued. Have you finished your business? At this time, in a certain sea area of the Great Route, a golden Malasadi was driving slowly on the sea. Chaos was on the steering wheel with one hand and smoking a cigarette by the door with the other. The spirit is a little decadent. This morning he left with Baccarat. Chaos felt that Baccarat's thoughts were a little abnormal, and he was in urgent need of loving care. So I contacted Crocodile and planned to let Crocodile explain some of the group's purpose culture to this woman, so that she could feel the warmth of home as soon as possible. I believe that Baccarat will join the big family of the Richest Group soon like everyone else. In addition, the thief did not appear again. It seems that he really ran away. Miscalculated. I didn't expect that guy to be so timid, and Chaos thought he would attack again. The company pilot, Baccarat, was expressionless, and looked out of the car. The sea breeze blew his long wine-red hair, showing the exotic beauty to the fullest. Although it looked like it had nothing to do with him hanging up high, the ears with earrings stood up subconsciously and listened to the call between Chaos and Crocodile. Opposite is a male voice. I am afraid it is someone from the Richest Group. But who Baccarat's eyes exactly can't guess. What he looks like can be recognized by the news, but not just by listening to the sound. It's done, but it's the Flying Sky Pirates who are making trouble. What's the name of Donkey Kong, with a reward of more than 900 million Baileys, which fleet captain is coming? Anyway, as you said, the cannon fodder who can't survive a chapter, I'll take it. It's done. Crocodile said that the situation is light and cloudless, and it has been a long time before people have forgotten about it. He really didn't pay attention to Donkey Kong. The old guy from the Golden Lion has become Loki since the Edwai incident. Now it seems that he is eyeing the Emperor, which is really troublesome. Chaos clicked his cigarette and breathed out a love smoke ring thoughtfully. Seeing this sign, the old guy from the Golden Lion was about to attack him again. Boss, why don't we strike first and kill the Flying Sky Pirates? Even through the phone worm, Chaos could feel the aura of Crocodile's underworld boss. This Nema said he would do it. That's the Flying Pirates. Baccarat in the company pilot was stiff and his face was white. She can't hear it wrong. Air Pirates. Golden Lion? Is it the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Shiki? That flying pirate group that doesn't even care about the Navy and dominates the second half of the Great Route? Finished calf. Now that he is being held hostage by this man, he unilaterally declares that he is the 8th person in the Richest Group. This Nima is about to fight the Flying Sky Pirates in the blink of an eye. How can he save his own life? The Flying Sky Pirates are the legendary giants to her, a force that she never wants to face, or even dares to challenge, but now. Baccarat's heart is cold. She felt like her life had entered the countdown. It's not that she is cowardly, but the reputation of the Flying Sky Pirates is too great. In the face of the legendary overlord, I am afraid that he will kneel when he faces it. You have a good idea. Chaos pinched his chin, agreeing with Crocodile's idea. You're crazy, that's the Flying Sky Pirates. Do you know how terrifying the Golden Lion Shiki is? Paralysis. Baccarat was completely unsteady. As soon as Chaos's words fell, she felt that her soul was about to ascend to heaven. When he turned his head, his face was ashen, he was almost close to ghost, he could even feel his warm breath, and he was furious. You are courting death, don't pull me, a bunch of lunatics, let me get off. Boss, is there someone next to you? Crocodile frowned, this was an unfamiliar female voice, could it be? Calm down, the Flying Sky Pirates are not as scary as you think, but the old guy from the Golden Lion is a little stronger. Chaos pushed Baccarat away with some disgust, ignoring the other party's reaction, and continued, it's the 8th person in our Richest Group. I'm taking her to the Naval Fortress to get an identity certificate. As soon as I heard this voice, I knew it was weak. Boss, can you be more reliable? Crocodile was a little lacking in interest. He had observed subtleties since he was a child, and he could hear the fact that Baccarat was a weak scum just from his voice. Baccarat was still terrified about the air pirates, but Crocodile's obvious contempt for women made her very annoyed and unhappy. Believe it or not, the old lady made you unlucky for 10 years, and you are weak, stupid man. Baccarat did not hesitate to go back, very angry. Full of emotions. This is the character you should have at this age. Most people are easily deceived by the appearance and figure of Baccarat's royal sister. The key is that Baccarat is still very pretentious. HMPH, although you are recognized by the boss, it doesn't mean that I agree with the other leaders. It's not that easy to become the 8th leader. Crocodile was also very upset, and subconsciously thought of Betty's stinky bitch. The same mania, like irregular menstruation, very irritable. Fried in no time. This tone, as soon as I heard it, I knew it was the same thing. Does the old lady need your approval? It was your boss who shamelessly took me hostage. Do you think the old lady is willing to get in the car? Baccarat spit out the fragrance, and was about to die anyway. So let go of yourself. In Baccarat's view, if the Richest Group and the air pirates fought, it must be the Richest Group who died, and he must also die. Life is so hard. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he turned his head and stared at the man beside him, the emerald eyes full of flames. I really want to strangle him. Can't beat it. Abominable. Okay. Chaos could clearly feel that Crocodile was ready to fight back. After all, the integrity was there. So without waiting for Crocodile to fight back against Chaos, he interjected to change the topic from the source. Come to the Chambord Islands. Got it. Crocodile was reluctant. By the way, does Stussy know about this? Should know. Crocodile was a little guilty. After all, the task Stussy gave him was to inquire, not to kill the opponent directly. This was equivalent to putting out the fuse, but this guy Crocodile not only did not use water to douse it, extinguish, also holding the torch to speed up the fuse to burn. Finally, as expected, a mushroom cloud rose. If the richest man group and the air pirates really do, then Crocodile will definitely bear the biggest blame. In fact, this result was also expected by Stussy. After all, there is no normal person in the richest group except her. Even if it is someone else responsible for dealing with Crocodile, I am afraid they will kill Donkey Kong at first. Consequences are never in their consideration. Very wild. Very arrogant. But this is the richest group. No way, they used to be such cute children, but since joining the richest man group, they have been led astray by the biggest sand sculpture. So there is no accident. Now the biggest sand sculpture agrees with Crocodile's idea very much. Let's do it. Ick and ideas are all on the same line. No problem. X. Chapter 312 _ My mother is going to be absent from work today. 20,210,308. Chapter 312 _ My mother is going to be absent from work today. After the phone call with Crocodile, Chaos dialed Stussy's number. Blood dilda. The phone worm was connected after only 3 seconds of ringing, and there was a cool and tired voice from inside. Boss. Yo. Good morning, Zoxixi. Chaos was a little unserious, and when he opened his mouth, he was extremely ambiguous. Originally sullen, Baccarat, who was thinking about how to escape, shuddered subconsciously and turned to look at Chaos with contempt. Is this man having sex? She wants to throw up. At this time in the Poppy Island manor, Stussy was sitting in a chair with a large number of documents on the table in front of him, obviously working. Hearing Chaos's greasy name, he couldn't help reaching out and rubbing his forehead. He was also covered in goosebumps and couldn't stop shivering and shivering. Boss, please speak human words. Otherwise I will not be able to resist poisoning you. Stussy's voice gradually became high and cold, and even through the phone bug, he could feel the murderous intent. The name Zoxixi was the most hated by Stussy. So greasy. Can't stand it. The key is that the man is shouting. I am also the leader of the richest group, so give me some face. It's not about hearing your tiredness in your voice, so care about you. Chaos is not embarrassed at all. As long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. But Stussy is clearly not an ordinary person. So embarrassing, think too much. Boss, say something, I'm very busy. Stussy sighed, as if the unsatisfactory son was too naughty and would never grow up. That was both helpless and worrying. Be prepared, the shy pirates may go to war with us. Chaos blew out a smoke ring, very skillfully followed Stussy's words and began to say serious things. The phone worm was silent for 5 seconds. Boss, can you spare me some snacks? I'm really tired. Stussy sighed. Although she was used to this situation, she had been tormenting her for half a year by either the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. It's only been a few days, and the trouble has come again. She really wants to strike. It's not my fault this time, it's that idiot Lao Sha who caused the trouble. He killed the captain of the fleet and whoever called him. Just in case, I'll report it to you, so as not to be caught off guard. Without any pressure, Chaos put all the blame on Crocodile. After all, the bot really wasn't his business. The contempt in Baccarat's eyes was even heavier. This man agreed with him before, but he did not expect to double their standard in a blink of an eye. Ah! Man! In the office, Stussy's pretty face turned black. She clearly explained to Crocodile, but she didn't expect that idiot. Yo! Morning. Just then, Betty, who was sleepy, yawned and walked in her pajamas, looking like she was coming to work. Seeing this scene, Stussy was even more angry. It felt like she was the only one supporting this home. I've had enough. Too deceiving. Stussy couldn't keep her graceful, and was yelling at the phone bug and Betty. The woman in front of her had been fishing for 3 days and 2 days of drying the net. In the end, she was exhausted and wiped her ass. Everything needs her to nod, everything needs her to ask, everything needs her signature. The work pressure is not a day or two. She was the only one who worked tirelessly according to the script, and the others were so dashing. Abominable. The more I think about it, the more angry I get, and I feel very aggrieved. She is also a woman, she also needs vacation and shopping. Stinky mother-in-law, why are you crazy early in the morning? Betty was startled and shivered, and her confused spirit was instantly awake. Didn't the days of this woman just pass? Bellow Betty, my mother has endured you for a long time. Today, my mother is going to be absent from work, so you can handle everything by yourself. Don't provoke me, or I'll kill you. Stussy ignored Betty and slammed out of the office. Some of the doors slammed shut and almost flew out. Betty stood in the office for a while. Stussy, you're sick. Menopause is coming. Betty felt inexplicable when she recovered. She felt that this woman was very fickle. I've been getting more and more bad-tempered lately. But Stuart was long gone. The connected phone worm was also hung up by chaos at the first time. With his understanding of Betty, when he recovered, his temper would definitely be more aggressive than Stussy. Today, Stussy is absent from work, and all the work is on her. It's worth it. This emperor knows that he is handsome, but he doesn't need to look at this emperor like that. Chaos hung up the phone bug, still without the slightest psychological pressure. Such a famous scene, trivial. This time, Baccarat not only had contempt in his eyes, but his whole face was full of ridicule. She heard it. This man is really not a good thing. What kind of forced Yanjay to be the queen of joy? If you join this group yourself, you will definitely be exploited. What is the difference between working for years and months and being a slave? Thinking of this, Baccarat was full of anxiety and panic. Gotta run quickly. She still has great years, and her wonderful life has just begun. How could she just fall into the fire pit? First, find a way to get rid of the gold dust in the body, and then escape without knowing it. Baccarat burned brain cells, thinking about various plans. Crack. Seeing that Baccarat didn't speak, Chaos snapped his fingers. Boy Danny sounded, and the speed of the car jumped to 200 yards in an instant. Baccarat was attached to the seat by the sudden speed. A golden seat belt appeared on the full career line, and then a unique riding dust turned into a golden streamer to separate the waves and blinked. Just disappeared. Listen to the coolest song, drive the fastest car, live in the best hospital, and use the fastest Wi-Fi. The Chambord Islands, still the same. The hustle and bustle hides bloody darkness. Order, morality, and humanity are challenged here, and it can be described as a pathological collapse. But that's the reality. It took 8 or 9 hours for Chaos to set foot on this land with Baccarat, who was constantly in his heart. He did not go to the island from a proper port, but from an unorthodox suburb. This time, Chaos did not change his appearance. Just dressed normally. Just an open-breasted plaid shirt, and a pair of casual trousers, black eyes, black vertical hair, a cigarette in his mouth, a cynical, playboy state. Baccarat followed this man, and his senses for this man were complicated. How to say it? It doesn't feel like a normal person. What kind of aura style can be controlled? I have to say that it is very attractive, and it is not an exaggeration to be called a killer of women and children. At present, it is still very gentle to her, not coercion and temptation, but just take her by her side. This made Baccarat groan in his heart. She couldn't figure out what the man was going to do. He had already made it clear that he would not join the richest man group, but this guy was not annoyed, nor did he tell her to choose one of the two according to the script, surrender or die. Is it hard to catch? Or was he captured by the beauty of the old lady? It is also said that even with the beauty and gracefulness of the old lady, there is no man who can resist. Thinking of this, Baccarat fluttered her long hair confidently, her long legs were walking catwalks, and her green jewel eyes were full of contempt for everything. Unconsciously, Baccarat raised her head slightly, like a proud peacock. Chaos was blowing smoke rings next to him, and he could clearly feel the baffling of Baccarat along the way. It made him feel very unreliable, and he didn't feel like a normal person. In the theatrical version, she seems to be a rather narcissistic sick girl. Because she is too confident in herself, she is defeated by the amazing Manusoup. But it doesn't matter. When Losha arrives, everyone will sit together and discuss life, and things should change. I still trust Crocodile Keys very much. That guy's biography has already entered the house, and he can even publish a book. In the whole group, that guy is the best. The outside world has given the most titles. What thinkers, philosophers, saviors, the great truth, even the light came out. But Chaos knew that there was no Ultraman in this world. X. Chapter 312 _ My mother is going to be absent from work today. 20,210,308. Chapter 312 _ My mother is going to be absent from work today. After the phone call with Crocodile, Chaos dialed Stussy's number. Blood dilda. The phone worm was connected after only 3 seconds of ringing, and there was a cool and tired voice from inside. Boss. Yo. Good morning, Zoxixi. Chaos was a little unserious, and when he opened his mouth, he was extremely ambiguous. Originally sullen, Baccarat, who was thinking about how to escape, shuddered subconsciously and turned to look at Chaos with contempt. Is this man having sex? She wants to throw up. At this time in the Poppy Island manor, Stussy was sitting in a chair with a large number of documents on the table in front of him, obviously working. Hearing Chaos's greasy name, he couldn't help reaching out and rubbing his forehead. He was also covered in goosebumps and couldn't stop shivering and shivering. Boss, please speak human words. Otherwise I will not be able to resist poisoning you. Stussy's voice gradually became high and cold, and even through the phone bug, he could feel the murderous intent. The name Zoxixi was the most hated by Stussy. So greasy. Can't stand it. The key is that the man is shouting. I am also the leader of the Richest Group, so give me some face. It's not about hearing your tiredness in your voice, so care about you. Chaos is not embarrassed at all. As long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. But Stussy is clearly not an ordinary person. So embarrassing, think too much. Boss, say something, I'm very busy. Stussy sighed, as if the unsatisfactory son was too naughty and would never grow up. That was both helpless and worrying. Be prepared, the shy pirates may go to war with us. Chaos blew out a smoke ring, very skillfully followed Stussy's words and began to say serious things. The phone worm was silent for 5 seconds. Boss, can you spare me some snacks? I'm really tired. Stussy sighed. Although she was used to this situation, she had been tormenting her for half a year by either the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. It's only been a few days, and the trouble has come again. She really wants to strike. It's not my fault this time, it's that idiot Lao Sha who caused the trouble. He killed the captain of the fleet and whoever called him. Just in case, I'll report it to you, so as not to be caught off guard. Without any pressure, Chaos put all the blame on Crocodile. After all, the bot really wasn't his business. The contempt in Baccarat's eyes was even heavier. This man agreed with him before, but he did not expect to double their standard in a blink of an eye. Ah! Man! In the office, Stussy's pretty face turned black. She clearly explained to Crocodile, but she didn't expect that idiot. Yo! Morning. Just then, Betty, who was sleepy, yawned and walked in her pajamas, looking like she was coming to work. Seeing this scene, Stussy was even more angry. It felt like she was the only one supporting this home. I've had enough. Too deceiving. Stussy couldn't keep her graceful, and was yelling at the phone bug and Betty. The woman in front of her had been fishing for 3 days and 2 days of drying the net. In the end, she was exhausted and wiped her ass. Everything needs her to nod, everything needs her to ask, everything needs her signature. The work pressure is not a day or two. She was the only one who worked tirelessly according to the script, and the others were so dashing. Abominable. The more I think about it, the more angry I get, and I feel very aggrieved. She is also a woman, she also needs vacation and shopping. Stinky mother-in-law, why are you crazy early in the morning? Betty was startled and shivered, and her confused spirit was instantly awake. Didn't the days of this woman just pass? Bellow Betty, my mother has endured you for a long time. Today, my mother is going to be absent from work, so you can handle everything by yourself. Don't provoke me, or I'll kill you. Stussy ignored Betty and slammed out of the office. Some of the doors slammed shut and almost flew out. Betty stood in the office for a while. Stussy, you're sick. Menopause is coming. Betty felt inexplicable when she recovered. She felt that this woman was very fickle. I'm getting more and more bad-tempered lately. But Stuart was long gone. The connected phone worm was also hung up by chaos at the first time. With his understanding of Betty, when he recovered, his temper would definitely be more aggressive than Stussy. Today, Stussy is absent from work, and all the work is on her. It's worth it. This emperor knows that he is handsome, but he doesn't need to look at this emperor like that. Chaos hung up the phone bug, still without the slightest psychological pressure. Such a famous scene, trivial. This time, Baccarat not only had contempt in his eyes, but his whole face was full of ridicule. She heard it. This man is really not a good thing. What kind of forced Yanjay to be the queen of joy? If you join this group yourself, you will definitely be exploited. What is the difference between working for years and months and being a slave? Thinking of this, Baccarat was full of anxiety and panic. Gotta run quickly. She still has great years, and her wonderful life has just begun. How could she just fall into the fire pit? First, find a way to get rid of the gold dust in the body, and then escape without knowing it. Baccarat burned brain cells, thinking about various plans. Crack. Seeing that Baccarat didn't speak, Chaos snapped his fingers. Boy Danny sounded, and the speed of the car jumped to 200 yards in an instant. Baccarat was attached to the seat by the sudden speed. A golden seat belt appeared on the full career line, and then the unique riding dust turned into a golden streamer to separate the waves and blinked. Just disappeared. Listen to the coolest song, drive the fastest car, live in the best hospital, and use the fastest Wi-Fi. The Chambord Islands, still the same. The hustle and bustle hides bloody darkness. Order, morality, and humanity are challenged here, and it can be described as a pathological collapse. But that's the reality. It took 8 or 9 hours for Chaos to set foot on this land with Baccarat, who was constantly in his heart. He did not go to the island from a proper port, but from an unorthodox suburb. This time, Chaos did not change his appearance. Just dressed normally. Just an open-breasted plaid shirt, and a pair of casual trousers, black eyes, black vertical hair, a cigarette in his mouth, a cynical, playboy state. Baccarat followed this man, and his senses for this man were complicated. How to say it? It doesn't feel like a normal person. What kind of aura style can be controlled? I have to say that it is very attractive, and it is not an exaggeration to be called a killer of women and children. At present, it is still very gentle to her, not coercion and temptation, but just take her by her side. This made Baccarat groan in his heart. She couldn't figure out what the man was going to do. He had already made it clear that he would not join the richest man group, but this guy was not annoyed, nor did he tell her to choose one of the two according to the script, surrender or die. Is it hard to catch? Or was he captured by the beauty of the old lady? It is also said that even with the beauty and gracefulness of the old lady, there is no man who can resist. Thinking of this, Baccarat fluttered her long hair confidently, her long legs were walking catwalks, and her green jewel eyes were full of contempt for everything. Unconsciously, Baccarat raised her head slightly, like a proud peacock. Chaos was blowing smoke rings next to him, and he could clearly feel the baffling of Baccarat along the way. It made him feel very unreliable, and he didn't feel like a normal person. In the theatrical version, she seems to be a rather narcissistic sick girl. Because she is too confident in herself, she is defeated by the amazing Mania soap. But it doesn't matter. When Losha arrives, everyone will sit together and discuss life, and things should change. I still trust Crocodile Keys very much. That guy's biography has already entered the house, and he can even publish a book. In the whole group, that guy is the best. The outside world has given the most titles. What thinkers, philosophers, saviors, the great truth, even the light came out. X. Chapter 313 _ This man has a problem with his ick. 20,210,308. Chapter 313 _ This man has a problem with his ick. The other side. Crocodile and Chaos finished the phone call, and then met with the three persons in charge of the island's casino, geisha hall, and medicine store, and then walked out of the geisha hall to prepare for the Chambord Islands. The matter here has been resolved, and the follow-up matters will be handled by others. This is the advantage of being positioned as a combat member, as long as you fight. As for the rest of the messy government affairs and financial geniuses, they don't need to worry about it at all. These government affairs are too nerve-wracking. Come out. Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth, with a sneer in his eyes. He had found someone following him just now, so he deliberately slowed down, otherwise the person behind wouldn't be able to catch up with him at all, because he was flying in the sky and the other side was running on the ground. As soon as they landed, they turned their backs to each other, leaving only the back of a stalwart with a flying coat. "My Lord Tsar." A slightly blunt voice of worship came, and the camera zoomed into a young man in a monk-style costume, with a determined face of about 14 or 15 years old. At this time, he stared at Crocodile's back. Although he was very calm, there was a vague enthusiasm and excitement in those eyes. "Little devil." Crocodile turned around expressionlessly, frowning at Dasbonus. "Lost interest all of a sudden. Please let me follow you." Dasbonus took a deep breath, his hands clenched into fists and his face full of determination and seriousness. "Wootilda." Crocodile didn't answer, he was blowing smoke rings with a cigar between his two fingers, his eyes full of indifference and a little surprise. This emperor doesn't need subordinates. He's still a kid, he's too weak. Just when Dasbonus was nervous, Crocodile refused directly. What a joke. Even if you accept your subordinates, you will accept some well-known powerhouses. How can you accept a little ghost dragging oil bottle? This will only hinder his combat speed. I'm not weak. Dasbonus was no ordinary kid either. He stared sharply at Crocodile, and suddenly rushed down to Crocodile like a tiger. His arms turned into blades, and he swung towards Crocodile with a cold light. This made Crocodile a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be a devil fruit person. The attack slid across Crocodile's waist without any hindrance, and in 2.5 minutes, Crocodile's upper body flew in the air, and Dasbonus maintained a diving attack posture behind Crocodile. It's a little surprising. Crocodile was smoking a cigar calmly, fine sand flowing from his upper body and lower body, and they were quickly connected. The reason why he didn't dodge was because the opponent's attack did not cover the armed color, it was just a simple physical attack, and this kind of attack was useless to the natural system. The Tsar is indeed powerful. Dasbounus's little face couldn't tell whether he was lost or expected, and started to introduce himself. I am the Janjan who ate the Janjan fruit. As long as you give me time, I will definitely become stronger than everyone else. I think only you, Tsar, can change the world. Dasbounus spoke more and more seriously, with confidence deep in his eyes. Although he is still very weak, he is confident that he will become stronger than everyone when he grows up. At that time, he will be able to help the Tsar to change the world. Ever since he understood the truth of the Tsar's lord, Dasbounus knew that he would no longer be confused. He believed that everything was good, and it was the world that was wrong. As long as you change the world, the unfortunate things that happen to you will be changed. He must help the Tsar to change the world. This is his belief and the goal of his life. Even an idiot can see that Dasbounus' life should be unfortunate, and he has always been confused, but after brainwashing by the truths of Crocodile, he was redeemed and found his dream and goal. Renew the second spring. Want to follow Crocodile to completely change this unfortunate world. Very confident and ambitious, but not arrogant enough. This young man has great potential. For some reason, there was something to his taste. Crocodile was thinking. Please give me a chance. Dasbounus's whole heart was hanging, if the others would have kneeled down and bowed, but Dasbounus looked directly into Crocodile's eyes with determination and seriousness. With this attitude, that's a lot of extra points. If Dasbounus were a little weaker, Crocodile would probably lose his pass immediately. Dasbounus' stubborn, arrogant and confident attitude now was exactly what Crocodile wanted to see, and fit his taste. If I were to take other responsibilities in the Richest Group, I am afraid I would be willing to accept this kind of younger brother, not the kind of younger brother who is sloppy, has no characteristics, or has no personality of his own. No way, the Richest Group's style is like this. Especially the biggest sand sculpture, he likes those players who are dragging, wild, wave, and dying. The subconscious has already led everyone astray. Follow this emperor for the time being. If you don't meet the requirements, leave by yourself. Crocodile carried one hand on his back, and the D-shaped quicksand symbol rotating behind him kept flowing. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, unfathomable. Dasbounus clenched his hands, and although he tried his best to control his expression, he still couldn't hide the excitement. With a single wave of Crocodile's hand, a small dust storm rolled up Dasbounus, and flew off the ground quickly, and then went to the Chambord Islands. Chambord Archipelago, 60 to 69 is the place under the jurisdiction of the Navy, which is the safest and most harmonious area on the whole island. As soon as he landed on the island, Chaos took Baccarat on a bubble car, driving slowly while eating. As far as Chaos' Loki dress was concerned, no one recognized him along the way. After all, in the sea, the Golden Emperor gave the impression of being arrogant and high profile. When he appeared on the stage, it was lightning and thunder, and the situation changed. Especially the luxurious dress was sacred and extraordinary. For example, the golden light wheel spinning behind it is the most recognizable feature. It's not like Chaos is now wearing a simple shirt and trousers. At most, he is a little more handsome, causing many young girls to wink at him. Hey! Where are we going? Baccarat had an ominous premonition from the time he arrived on the island. If she remembered correctly, when this guy was on the phone with a certain person in charge, he said that he was going to the Navy to get her some kind of identity certificate, and she met a lot of Navy soldiers along the way. And the flamboyant flag that fluttered. No matter how you look at it, It looks like it's heading to the Navy's territory. Still swaggering. Isn't this guy a pirate? Why so calm? Baccarat's face turned green. She felt that this guy was looking for death and pulled her up. Go to the naval base to announce that you are the 8th person in the Richest Group, and get a reward order for you. Chaos stepped on the bubble car, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, very lazy and indifferent. This time Baccarat's face turned greener. It's been confirmed. There is something wrong with this man Zick. Do you know who you are? Are you an idiot? If you want to die, don't pull me. Asshole. Baccarat roared, wishing to strangle the man. Now she just wants to find a hole to crawl in, and then hide in it and not come out. Too dangerous. It's too insecure to be around this neuropathy. Other pirates are hiding from the Navy, but this guy is better. Not only does he not hide, he also specifically seeks the Navy, and even drills into the branch. It's not like looking for death. Baccarat wanted to cry. X. Chapter 314 _ yellow mud falls off the crotch. It's not shit, it's shit. 20,210,309. Chapter 314 _ yellow mud falls off the crotch. It's not shit, it's shit. Stop. Entry is forbidden here. After a leisurely stroll, Chaos and Baccarat quarreled and finally came to the gate of the naval division. There were 4 sailors in naval uniforms at the door, all carrying guns, and one of the leaders reached out to stop Chaos and Baccarat's bubble car. Boom. Without a sign, the 4 sailors fell silently to the ground, as if they saw some wild beast as they were dying, and their pale faces were full of fear. What? What's going on? Baccarat's whole heart was suspended. It was enough to be afraid of coming to the naval branch, but the 4 sailors at the door knelt for no reason. Even in broad daylight, Baccarat shivered. There will be no ghosts. Let's get out of here, something is wrong. Baccarat grabbed Chaos with a vibrato. Calm down. Chaos stepped on the bubble car and drove slowly towards the branch. As for the 4 sailors, they were naturally stunned by the Overlord color. With Chaos's current Overlord skills, if he wants to unilaterally stun some cannon fodder, one look is enough. Who? Enemy attack. The situation here was also found. As soon as the 2 of Chaos entered the gate, more than a dozen sailors rushed towards him, all guns aimed at Chaos. As long as the 2 of Chaos had any changes, they would not hesitate to shoot. It looks like it's been rigorously trained. Puff. There was no accident. Chaos just glanced at it casually, and more than a dozen sailors all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, and a lot of dust was dripping. Entering the gate is a playground, and there are many sailors in training. This time completely poke the hornet's nest. Trouble. Chaos blew out a smoke ring. His eyes narrowed slightly, a storm of radiation emanated from the mountains and the sea, and dust flew everywhere he went. All the sailors who were outflanking or catching up, whether it was a second lieutenant, a major, or a colonel, were all like creeping wheat. Fell to the ground. The entire naval branch could be heard instantly. Baccarat stared at him, opened his mouth slightly, and tilted his head tremblingly at the side face beside him. Difficult. Is this the legendary Overlord color? Only the top strong will have it, which is likened to the qualification of a king? This man seems to be outrageously strong. Born king? Baccarat clenched her dress tightly with both hands. Although she couldn't feel anything, all the sailors, some even colonels, fell to the ground without any resistance. That kind of impact is very shocking. Who? In a building in the distance, several silhouettes flew over and landed on the ground one by one with their coats flying, showing the majesty of the superior. The leader was a vice admiral with a long knife on his waist and a moustache. Just now, he was dealing with government affairs in the office, and a sudden force of will made his heart palpitate inexplicably. Shagmy, the Lieutenant General guarding the Chambord Islands Naval Division. There are several young figures behind him, including the Colonel and the Major General. There is also a familiar face among these colonels and major admirals, who will become a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters in the future. Burning the mountain, but still the Colonel. At this moment, everyone looked at Chaos and felt a sense of familiarity, but they couldn't remember it for a while, until Huashoshan's face was stiff, the cigar in his mouth fell on the ground, and the katana sword at his waist was pulled out and the hairs stood up. Golden Emperor, Gaia Chaos. What? Damn, what a Golden Emperor. After Huashoshan's reminder, everyone remembered it. They hadn't reacted to the simple outfit of the Golden Emperor. After all, the impression that the Golden Emperor gives people is always bells and whistles, arrogant and high profile, and he will really be deceived if he suddenly contrasts with him. Everyone is restless. No wonder this man was breathless just sitting in the bubble car, that invisible aura was too depressing. Can't help but be terrified. Shagmy, who was headed by him, was also very dignified, and he was tense and would take action at any time. The first thought was to hold the other party and let Huashoshan and others retreat. Don't panic. This Emperor is not here to kill you. Chaos jumped out of the bubble car, stretched a foot off the ground, flicked the soot and moved out towards the office building, and beckoned Baccarat, Shagmy and others to follow. Golden Emperor, stop. What the hell do you want to do? Chaos's attitude was really infuriating. This is complete ignorance, and they are not taken seriously from the bottom of their hearts, whether it is Shagmy or other colonels and major generals, they are all glaring. Where do you think this is? Noisy. Chaos's eyes twitched lightly. His arrogant and domineering will, like an invisible heavenly power, pressed towards several navies in one fell swoop, and the invisible storm swooped past. Puff puff. Shagmy and Huashoshan's eyes widened, the Justice's coat and hair danced wildly behind their backs, and they clenched their weapons tightly, trembling faintly. His face turned even paler. The other people around them all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, and the entire venue was silent in an instant. Shagmy can only say that he is worthy of being a lieutenant general. In the face of Chaos's overlord color, only the hair on his forehead is dripping with cold sweat. In addition, his face is a little paler, and his will to fight has not been destroyed. And Huashoshan deserves to be a lieutenant general of the headquarters in the future, just a little worse than Shagmy. Golden Emperor, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Shagmy took a step forward with a gloomy face. If he hadn't noticed that the others were just fainting, he would have already done it. Have a backbone, keep up. Chaos looked at the two of them high, and moved out towards the office building. Baccarat lowered his head and followed behind, trying to minimize his sense of existence. It can be regarded as stealing the bell and deceiving oneself. Lieutenant General. Huashoshan's 10 fingers were white, and he held the samurai sword tightly, as if only the samurai sword could give him a sense of security. The Golden Emperor doesn't seem to be here to make trouble. You go and notify Melanfando. I want to see what he wants to do. Shagmy was very calm, and he followed after he ordered the fire to burn the mountain. Yes. Huashoshan hurriedly ran to another building, but his eyes were full of heaviness. Not long after, Shagmy's office for government affairs. As soon as he entered the door, Shagmy saw Chaos sitting on the leather chair behind the desk where he was dealing with government affairs, nibbling on an apple with his feet on the desk, and Baccarat sitting on the sofa below. The pretty face is full of decadence that has lost confidence in life. Shagmy looked gloomy and looked directly at Chaos. This man is really arrogant. You must know that this is the Chambord archipelago. It doesn't take long for Marinvando's support to arrive. With his strength, it can be dragged to support. Therefore, the Golden Emperor must die. This is the 8th person in the Richest Group, Lucky Baccarat. You remember? Tomorrow Ben Emperor needs to see her bounty. If you don't understand the program, you can report it. Anyway, it's not a one-time ID proof. The bounty starts with 100 million Baileys. That's it. The apple core was thrown on the table and spun around, and Chaos got up and moved out of the office. Shagmy opened his mouth slightly and watched Chaos pass by. Baccarat's face was ashen, and he felt that the whole world was dark. The proof of identity turned out to be this. This is good, the yellow mud falls off the crotch, it is not feces or feces, and it is impossible to wash it when jumping into the sea. She seemed to see the scene where everyone was shouting and beating as soon as the reward was released. No, this is not the life she wants. Now she prayed that the Navy would have the backbone. X. Chapter 315 _ It hurts to be skilled. 20,210,309. Chapter 315 _ It hurts to be skilled. Blue. Marin Vando, Headquarters Building. The phone rang, and a Major General pushed the Marshal's office away with a dignified expression, and quickly reported, Marshal Kong, Colonel Washoshan of the Chambord Islands branch called, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos appeared in the Chambord Islands, and shot at them. What? Kong's resolute face sank, and there was a faint anger in his eyes. Let the crane in the future office. Yes. The Major turned around and left the office. Saw was thinking about the purpose of the Golden Emperor's appearance in the Chambord Islands. At present, both Garp and Sengoku have gone to the second half of the Great Route for the purpose of the Roger Pirates. Now the threat of the Roger Pirates is getting bigger and bigger, and even the 5 old stars have sent orders in person. Zephyr was no longer Melanfando, but went to Beihai to escort the Tianlong people. And he can't walk away, so only the crane can go to the Chambord Islands. With the strength of the Golden Emperor, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters will not be an opponent. In the past 6 months, the Richest Group has been in love with the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. The Golden Emperor appeared in the Chambord Islands in vain, and even shot at the branch. What is the reason for this? Impossible for no reason. In any case, the crane must make a trip to the Chambord Islands. Eventful autumn. Marshal. Not long after, he cooperated with the Major General who had just come to report and pushed in the door. His face was a little serious. Apparently, he had already heard from the Major General that the Golden Emperor had attacked the Chambord Islands branch before he came. You go to the Chambord archipelago in person, and you decide what to do. Empty is no nonsense. Yes. Crane came for 5 seconds before he turned and left. More than 10 minutes later, a warship left the port and quickly sailed towards the Chambord Islands. There were many familiar people on the deck, such as the future mainstay of the Navy, the Ghost Spider, the Flying Squirrel and other colonels. Now these people are still very young. They are only school officials, and they are still growing up. The Chambord Islands at this time. Lieutenant General Shagmy, where's the Golden Emperor? After Washoshan notified Marin Fando, he immediately came to the office. But I could only see Shagmy sitting on the sofa frowning and thinking about things. As for the Golden Emperor and the woman, they were no longer there. Go away. What? Washoshan was slightly stunned, the script didn't seem right. How about the others? Shagmy didn't say much, got up and walked out of the office to see the unconscious sailors. They were all just stunned by the Overlord, and there was no danger to their lives. Washoshan's face was full of doubts, reporting behind Shagmy. What did the headquarters say? The Marshal sent Lieutenant General Crane. Chambord Islands, Area 75. Mainly the Hotel Street, the Red Light District, the casino, the pharmacy, etc. Chaos took Baccarat to leave the naval branch and wandered here. Baccarat's face was ashen since he left the Naval Division, and the big green gemstone eyes lost their former color. It's over. It's over. Life is dark, and even bridge has been seen in advance. The smell of various perfumes came from the tip of the nose, and there were also many voices of yin and yang. The air was filled with the smell of hormones, and the streets were full of drunkards or flirting. Baccarat was like a walking dead, almost hitting chaos on the back. As soon as I looked up, I saw the elegant and luxurious geisha hall in front of me. Inside the hall were all the young ladies who were dressed sparingly, singing and dancing very happily. Baccarat looked at chaos with contempt, and his senses were so bad that he couldn't even get it. Do you know what the situation is now? You are still in the mood to have fun. Baccarat is really crazy. This guy just made trouble with the Navy division, and he didn't want to run away and came to have fun. The fool also knows that the Navy will definitely send a big man to the Chambord Islands, and he will not be able to escape if he wants to. She also surrendered. Now that he has fallen into the pit, he must struggle to save his life. The desire to live is still full. As the lucky responsibility of the Richest Group, your timid character needs to be changed. Chaos turned his head sideways with dissatisfaction. Compared with Stussy and Betty, this woman's pattern was still too small. The old lady is timid. Hee. The old lady is cherishing her life. Do you know the current situation? Baccarat exploded, and his eyes were full of resentment. If she had done this man, she would have done it long ago. Bastard, did you even listen to me? Baccarat's face was ashen, because the man ignored her directly, and hugged the little sisters at the gate of the geisha hall very well, with one hand shamelessly sticking to the two halves of the peach, floating up and down. That action, skilled people feel distressed. Where is the famous Golden Emperor, who is simply the villain of the Ghost in the color? Damn. I would rather attack these geishas than myself. No matter how you look at the old lady, she is beautiful and beautiful, can't she compare to these rouge guic? Baccarat's lungs exploded again. Not right. Seems to be wrong. Now is not the time to think about these things, but to leave the island quickly before the naval support, otherwise the rest of my life will have to be spent in a dark prison. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Next second. Unable to control her body, Baccarat slowly entered the geisha hall and followed behind Chaos. Her eyes were full of despair. Run away, just think about it. She couldn't even control her own body. Get me a presidential suite, money is not a problem. Chaos embraced the young lady in both hands, and he was full of pride as soon as he made a move. At first glance, he became rich, which aroused the contempt of many guests. You must know that the so-called presidential suite is only owned by the red light district of the richest man group. It takes 100 million Bailey to live in one day, and the service is the top of the top. Not for ordinary people to live in. This guest, please come with me. The old prostitute, who was originally on the second floor, the head in charge of the geisha hall, inadvertently looked at the situation on the first floor, especially the face of Chaos, first frowned, and then seemed to think of something, not knowing. Where did I take out a photo, and after comparing it, my expression changed greatly. Exactly the same. The face is exactly the same as the photo, except for the clothes. The old bastard was excited, and hurriedly came to the first floor and walked in front of Chaos, with a respectful demeanor, excitement, fanaticism and worship in his eyes. Can't go wrong. Absolutely can't go wrong. Yesterday, the prostitute in charge of the geisha parlor on the island of Celia, had said about the great emperor in their circle, which completely matched the simple dress of the present great emperor. The scope of the red light district is very large. Every island has a red light district geisha hall, and there will be a prostitute, who can be regarded as a talker or manager. There are not a lot of prostitutes. There are as many geisha houses in the red light district as there are prostitutes. These old prostitutes were managed by 3 of Stucsy's subordinates, namely Kezumi, Lili, and Kokos. They had been rescued in the 7 waters and had seen the godlike posture of chaos. As for Kezumi, the 3 of them are responsible for Stussy. Almost all the prostitutes have photos of the great emperor of the capital group and all the people in charge. It was obvious that the prostitute recognized the identity of Chaos, but did not speak up. Good eyesight. Chaos glanced at the prostitute, obviously recognizing him. Yes. Guests, please come with me. Under the leadership of the prostitute, several people gradually went upstairs to the top floor, which is also the most luxurious presidential suite. For a time, the sights of the first and second floors were condensed behind Chaos, and some even showed evil smiles. If you can live in the presidential suite, you must be rich. As long as they dare to leave this geisha hall, they are their prey. X. Chapter 316 The Soul of the Richest Man Group. 20,210,310. Chapter 316 The Soul of the Richest Group. Sunset. The top floor of the geisha hall, in the open-air swimming pool. Chaos was soaking in the bath and beach pants, and 2 young ladies in cool clothes were kneeling on the bank, peeling grapes and giving massages. Wearing love sunglasses, Chaos looked at the gradually setting sun and the bustling streets. Based on this scenery, it can only be said that it is the presidential suite. Baccarat was lying on a reclining chair not far away, and someone had served before, but she refused. Inadvertently glanced. His eyes were full of contempt for the man. At this time the Navy division. A warship was docked at a closed port, and the crane took a group of generals off the ship, and it was unclear whether he was happy or angry. About 10 minutes later, Shagmi's office was full of people on the sofa and chairs. Shagmi has finished telling the ins and outs. That guy is still as arrogant as ever. He frowned, not surprised after hearing what Shagmi said. The other party didn't kill the Navy, but just stunned with the overlord color, which means that he didn't want to conflict with the Navy. As for the reward for the 8th place, this is not a request twice. At the beginning, the Shemailing, Tyrant, and Dancing Queen became responsible, and that guided all that, forcing the Navy to offer a reward, for fear that others would not know that the Richest Group had added a new responsibility. This kind of thinking and brain circuit can only be done by that man. Crane is now considering whether to take action against the Golden Emperor. If it were a year ago, she would definitely do it, but now she is not sure that she can take down the opponent. The current Golden Emperor is not what it used to be. Combat power cannot be underestimated. In the past 6 months, even Kaido and Charlotte Ling Ling could only swallow their losses, and they were tortured. The other party has completely grown up. And it's fast. Thinking that the first time they had not met, the other party noticed her breath and ran away. Now. Indescribable. He has some doubts about whether he is getting old. Golden Emperor, deceiving people too much. He asked us to put a bounty on a bounty? What is it? I propose to go catch that guy now and put him in the advance city. There was a major general with a gloomy face, and the Golden Emperor was undoubtedly hitting the Navy in the face. Many generals spoke righteously, and almost all agreed to take action against the Golden Emperor. Only Washo-shan, Flying Squirrel and others frowned and pondered. If the Golden Emperor was so easy to catch, then the Warring States General would have caught it a few years ago. The noise below did not affect the Crane's thinking. She was calculating the gains and losses. Finally he sighed. Now is an eventful time. The Navy has been unable to draw out other forces, because compared to a mere Golden Emperor, the threat of the Roger Pirates is now the greatest. If you want to catch the Golden Emperor, you must be the one that kills with one hit and is foolproof. Otherwise, anger the opponent and jump over the wall and use the real power of the golden fruit, then the Navy will be in danger of being subverted. Before coming, Kong let him make his own decision based on the form, because he knew that he was taking care of the overall situation and was very calm, and he knew that he would not act easily. Sora is also in favor of not doing it. What's more, there were no casualties in the branch. As for the so-called threat, it was not a threat at all. After all, if things go on like this, even if the Golden Emperor doesn't ask the Navy, they will definitely offer a reward. In other words, the Golden Emperor just takes off his pants and farts. That's why when Chaos gave other people a certificate of identity, many people in the Navy thought that the Golden Emperor was a strange person, or that he was mentally abnormal. Thinking of some of the rules of conduct of the Golden Emperor, it is even more certain that he is not a normal person. Crane's only concern is that the Golden Emperor has other purposes in the Chambord Islands. But after thinking about it, I can't guess. The next day, afternoon. Cloudless, it is a rare good weather. On the open-air top floor of a certain coffee shop, Chaos wore rainbow-color beach pants, bare upper body showing 8-pack abs and tendons, wearing pink love sunglasses, with his legs crossed, while watching the news in his hand newspaper, nodding from time to time while drinking coffee. Seems to be in a good mood. The newspaper in his hand is nothing but Baccarat's bounty. Compared to Chaos' happy expression, Baccarat looked at the newspaper in his hand. His lips were white as if he was terminally ill, and the despair that was lifeless, just looking at it couldn't help but make people feel pity. The 8th place in the richest group. Good luck, Baccarat. The title of Lucky Queen. A reward of 280 million is offered. It is also accompanied by a black and white photo, and I don't know where the Navy took it secretly. It is the only place Baccarat is satisfied, because this photo makes her very beautiful. Looking at the beautiful face, the long winded waterfall hair, the graceful figure, and the charming and enchanting temperament, she is simply killing the old and the weak. What the hell? Is now the time to think about it? Baccarat threw the newspaper to the ground in a rage. She is now being offered a reward of 280 million. Isn't it said that 100 million is the starting point? The most important thing is that she has really become the 8th place in the richest group. Or one-sided, without her consent at all. Serious infringement. She just wanted to go to the Navy division to explain that she was being forced. But it seems too late. I am afraid that as soon as she goes to the naval branch, what awaits her is tears from behind bars. It was really the yellow mud that fell off his crotch, and there was no room to struggle. The Navy will do things. Good, good. Chaos was very satisfied with the reward, and it seemed that the Navy still had some understanding. At this moment, a piece of wind and sand flew from the sky in the distance, and finally slowly formed in midair, falling to the ground and dancing wildly. It was Crocodile. Cigar in his mouth, das Bonus in his right hand. Very coquettish. The two finally arrived. Boss. Come on, sit down. Chaos closed the newspaper, threw it on the table and swept his gaze to das Bonus. Crocodile strode forward and glanced at Baccarat lightly. After feeling the weeks come, his face was full of disdain and contempt. It is indeed a vase. I heard it the last time I heard it. Even weaker than the original Stussy and Betty. I really don't know why the boss is looking for this kind of woman, and she has become the 8th person on an equal footing with him. Humph. Not to be outdone, Baccarat stared at him and snorted fiercely. The disdain in the other's eyes made her very uncomfortable. At the same time, I also know who the person who quarreled over the phone last time was. It turned out to be the brainwashing person of the richest group, Crocodile. What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a beautiful woman as Lao Nang? The more Baccarat thought about it, the more angry she became. She was originally upset because of the reward, and now she is even more upset. Useless, stupid woman. Crocodile set down a cigar, and withdrew his gaze, not bothering to look at each other. It is too weak to even make him sarcastic. You. Baccarat was about to fight back, but was interrupted by Chaos. You two will argue later. Chaos looked at Dasbonus with interest, and the latter clenched his hands tightly and kept swallowing, his heart almost jumping to his throat. If he is not blind, that handsome man wearing rainbow-colored beach pants, black hair with black eyes, gold earrings on both ears, and a pair of cynicism should be Gaia Chaos, the eldest of the Tsars. The soul of the richest man group is the lever handle. A legend exists. Although he was simply looking at him, Dasbonus felt an invisible pressure squeeze towards him, as if carrying 10,000 mountains on his back, making him unable to breathe. X. Chapter 317 Bandits 3 Lights Policy. 20,210,310. Chapter 317 Bandits 3 Lights Policy. What's your name? Chaos felt that this young man was a little familiar, and it was very likely that he had seen it somewhere. What he could remember should be the cutscenes in the original book, and the minimum was an 18th line supporting role or cannon fodder. Most likely one of the spouses was a child. Dasbonus. Dasbonus tried his best to meet Chaos' black eyes. His palms were full of cold sweat, even though his legs were trembling. My heart is constantly cheering, and I can't let the other party look down on it. In order to realize his dream, he looked at Chaos stubbornly, unyieldingly, and tenaciously. Dasbonus? Chaos frowned, never heard of it. But he liked the look of this child. The kind of stubbornness who refuses to admit defeat, who is clearly frightened but always looks at him, whether it has the potential to be seen at a young age. Boss, this kid is a devil fruit person. What's the fruit called? Crocodile remembered that Bonus had the ability to explain himself, but he forgot in an instant. Oh? Chaos was more interested. It's cutting the fruit? For the forgetting of Crocodile, Bonus did not fluctuate too much, and calmly stated his abilities. And his hands also turned into cold light Lingling's blades, which he showed to Chaos. As Bonus demonstrated his abilities, Chaos suddenly realized. Isn't this Mr. 1, Lao Sha's future subordinate? It can turn any part of the body into a blade, and the skin is like steel. It is simply an iron block that can reach the sky in one step. No wonder it looked familiar. After all, Chaos only remembers the title of Mr. 1, and he really doesn't know the exact name. This devil fruit is not ordinary. It develops in the direction of the great swordsman, and with the powerful armament, it might be a living black knife. So much potential. If you wake up, maybe you can get a sword mound, Wanjangizong or something. Now people are also very young, just enough to start from a doll. Call out. With a flick of his finger, Chaos shot one finger at Bonus. The air ripped apart along the way, and Bonus didn't even have time to react. He hunched over, his face flushed red, and he shot out blood from his nose and mouth, hitting the wall of a house, causing a lot of screaming. After the dust dissipated, Bonus lay dying in the rubble, his eyes full of weakness. Sure enough, he is a blade man, but he still needs to practice hard. Chaos didn't use much power, he just tried to cut the fruit. The opponent's body has indeed become a blade, comparable to an iron weapon. It's just that this iron is not very hard, so the defense is not very high. Are you going to accept it as your little brother? Chaos looked at Crocodile and did not object to this situation. As long as they have the ability, even if they subdue Sengoku and Garp as a younger brother, he will have nothing to say. It's just that Akino and the others have never had this idea, so Stussy has 3 direct subordinates, namely Kazumi, Lili, and Kokos, but that was before they met Chaos. Some of the 3 subordinates are not very powerful, and they only assist Stussy in managing government affairs. It's kind of like a secretary. Looking at it this way, it seems that several of the responsibilities have no direct subordinates. 3 generations with a. Some blue and yellow do not pick up. Still under investigation. Crocodile spit out a smoke ring, and the D-quicksand symbol spinning behind him shot out a stream of sand, which rolled up Bowness and brought him back. He has a lot of potential. He can mainly attack the great swordsman, and he can be armed with domineering. Chaos took a sip of his coffee. I plan to do the same. Crocodile plagiarized Chaos' ideas without leaving a trace. Staying in the Chambord archipelago for the past few days, you can tell them about the culture of the group's purpose. I'm going out for a walk. Chaos threw Baccarat to Crocodile, and went out in such a leisurely manner. The reason why he sent Crocodile to the Chambord Islands was to brainwash Baccarat. With Crocodile's passing skills, he should be able to reverse Baccarat's mind in a short period of time, or at least break the idea of escape. In addition, Baccarat's foundation is too weak and needs to be practiced well. The only thing that can be obtained at present is the lucky fruit, and the rest are scum. Not to mention anything else, there are at least 2 of the C-styles. The first is the shaving and the moon step, and then the 2 colors are domineering. Since the Richest Group is responsible for this position, it must be strong. The minimum pass line should also be at the level of Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, Chaos could not afford to lose that person. But the official practice has to go back to Poppy Island. Zine can be a blood bag, so that he can practice for 12 hours, and it can be increased to 20 hours. As long as you don't die, you will practice in death. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. I believe that under this hellish cultivation, within a few years, the 2 of them will rejuvenate and reach the pinnacle of their strength. Hello. What group purpose culture? Baccarat was restless. Once you hear it, you know it's not a good thing. The true meaning of life. Crocodile glanced at Baccarat, then withdrew his gaze and flicked the soot, looking at the place where Chaos left with some melancholy. He knew there was nothing wrong with coming here. The true meaning of life. Baccarat was even more confused. I don't understand it at all. But it sounds very deep. Cough cough. There was a cough on the ground, and Bowness was relieved. Chaos' shot was very measured, otherwise Bowness would have been instructed to shoot and penetrate, and he would only vomit blood. Just slow down. Come and sit. Crocodile may have been waiting for Bowness to slow down, and after signaling Bowness to sit down, he began to stand up and prepare to explain the group's purpose and culture. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had taught the truth to a person alone. Although Baccarat was very suspicious, she still had a little anticipation and curiosity. I saw Crocodile waved his hand, and a sand drawing board appeared in front of him, and several large characters began to appear on it. Our Richest Man group is different from other forces. It is not about the world, but about fighting and killing. The pursuit is the true meaning of life. What is the true meaning of life? That is the philosophy that can only be understood between death. Baccarat and Bowness sounded very high at first, and the style was not ordinary. From time to time, I feel that Crocodile said it well, and I also nodded to show my approval. Just as time goes by slowly, arrogant and high profile, if life and death are bearish, just do it if you don't agree. The group never restricts your nature. What you want to do whatever you want to do, and do whatever you want, all depends on your own will. The purpose is to let everyone live freely in this world without any constraints. Not only don't be afraid of trouble, but also specialize in making trouble. The destiny must be on our side. Even if it is not here, we must find ways to get it to our side. Baccarat had opened his mouth for some time, staring at Crocodile as if he were insane. The 3 outlooks, world outlook, and outlook on life have suffered unprecedented insults. How is this different from the bandits' three-light policy? The true meaning of life. Isn't it just to die? So mentally retarded. Baccarat felt more and more that he had fallen into the big pit of insanity, and it might be difficult to climb out. Crocodile was still talking, but Baccarat had grown impatient, feeling like he would go mad if he continued. On the other hand, Bowness was thoughtful, as if there was a big bang in his mind, sparks collided, and countless truths spewed out of it, and he was beginning to draw inferences. He was originally a fan of Crocodile, and even regarded Crocodile as a savior, a beam of light that changed the world. With this positioning in place, what Crocodile said is the truth. Starting point, Shenku, what's a good name to change it? 2,000 starting coins. I really want to be a jerk. The ocean is full of water. 500 starting coins. 8 swords words. What's a good name to change? Xuan Yi. Wang big bags under the eyes. 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 318 God knows what happened to her last night. 20,210,311. Chapter 318 God knows what happened to her last night. Chaos returned to the geisha hall after just a few hours outside. Nothing to do. The Tianlong people did not come either. There are auctions in the illegal zone, but most of them are auction slaves, and they don't even have a devil fruit. The most astonishing thing is that he did not encounter a robbery. This unscientific. So after inspecting the casino and medicine store, Chaos leisurely returned to the geisha hall. But it was also dusk. There was no movement from the Navy, and Chaos also knew that the Crane had come in person. I thought I would come to meet him on the initiative, but I didn't expect a few hours to pass, and there was no movement at all. This made Chaos even more intrigued. I feel that I didn't read the almanac when I came to the Chambord Islands this time, and I made a miscalculation. Ah! Shut up for me. I'm going to kill you. Bastard, let me go if you can. Woo-oo-oo-oo. Coming to the presidential suite of the geisha hall, as soon as Chaos entered the door, he heard Baccarat's grief-stricken curse, full of hysteria. It seems that it was not easy to be forced. You go on. Chaos poured a glass of water in the living room, very calmly watching Baccarat being tied to a chair by a sand snake, with a rag still in his mouth, staring at Crocodile with bloodshot eyes and blue veins. If eyes can kill, Crocodile has been killed at least 1,000 times by now. Compared to Baccarat's bundled treatment, Bowness sat firmly in the chair and looked at the sandboard in front of him with a serious face. Crocodile is also funny. I don't know where to find the white light glasses. With an educational stick in his hand, he is obviously explaining the group's purpose and culture to Baccarat and Bowness. Commonly known as brainwashing. The current Crocodile is Professor Shah. Not to mention, the temperament is great. How similar this scene is. It seems that Aquino was driven insane like this at the beginning, causing his nerves to split, and now he is doing his best to dry the air, and his talent is rising, and it is not too cruel than the original. Completely look down on life and death, just do it if you don't agree. At present, Baccarat is walking the road that Aquino once walked, and only hopes to carry it over and rejuvenate the second spring. Boss, you haven't listened to it for a long time. Stop, I'll go downstairs to have a foot spa, and you will teach them slowly. Crocodile was interrupted by Chaos before he could finish speaking, drank the water from the glass in one gulp, and then went out again. Baccarat looked for help, and Chaos didn't see it. We continue. Crocodile retracted his gaze, reached out and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The professor's temperament could not be concealed. Woo-oo-oo-oo. Baccarat cursed loudly, cursing the 18th generation of the ancestors of Chaos and Crocodile, and her ears were full of the sound of bastards chanting scriptures. It was like a group of flies surrounding her, which made Baccarat even have the urge to commit suicide. The next day, Chaos woke up from downstairs, stretched out and slept very comfortably. Under the service of the three young ladies and sisters, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, and Chaos went upstairs to the presidential suite. As soon as he walked in, as expected, Crocodile was still talking about group culture for Baccarat and Bowness. Baccarat's eyes were black with bloodshot eyes. The ghost knows what she went through last night. All night, all night. This goddamn lunatic has been talking endlessly. As long as she dozed off, she would be slapped. Now she is mentally decadent, and she suspects that she will die suddenly in the next moment. Bowness was in good spirits. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The day passed quietly. Crocodile was still talking, cramming over and over again. Baccarat shrugged and pulled her head. Her long eyelashes were pulled back by the quicksand rope behind her, so she couldn't close them. The spirit has begun to trance. The originally tender and delicate face is now haggard. Even Bowness couldn't take it anymore, and from time to time he would doze off with his head down, and if he dared to fall asleep, he would slap him. The night passed again. Until the third day, noon. Bloodilda. A burst of phone bugs rang from the head of Chaos' bed, very urgent. He is taking a nap. Yawning to get on the phone, I could vaguely hear Crocodile teaching Baccarat and Bowness over and over again in the living room outside. Boss, the golden lion took that stinky bitch away from Stussy. Betty's weak and unwilling voice came out, which made the sleepy Chaos wake up all of a sudden. Where are you? Poppy Island. Boom. The bedroom door shattered, and Chaos walked out of it with a gloomy face, terrifying Baccarat and Bowness, who were confused. The temperature of the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant, a little creepy. Boss? What happened? Crocodile frowned, and at a glance, he knew what was going on. Back to Poppy Island. At this time, the sky outside, many streets were chaotic, whether it was pirate thugs or civilians, all looked up and opened their mouths slightly. Because from the cloudless sky, 4 sacred and extraordinary figures suddenly fell. It is Shakyamuni, the goddess, angels and fairies. Before everyone could react, a no-glory, shocked original, filled with a sense of oppression and suffocated people from the soul sounded, and then the 4 golden statues of Shakyamuni exploded, turning into a sea of flowers and golden light. Chaos lifted off into the sky, the golden light wheel returned to its place, and stepped on the front of the Cotai Avenue in one fell swoop. Crocodile followed closely with Baccarat and Bowness. Immediately, the golden avenue of flowers disappeared in a flash, quickly disappearing into the sky. Until the depressing and shocking BGM completely disappeared, some people in the Chambord Islands came back to their senses and caused an uproar. That was just now. Can't be wrong. Shakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels, goblins, is the Golden Emperor. Only the Golden Emperor can be so arrogant and high-profile. I didn't expect the Golden Emperor to be in the Chambord Islands. Such a big man. Is that the richest man in the world, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos? At this time, in the Naval branch, Crane walked out of the office and looked up at the golden avenue that disappeared into the sky, frowning and thinking a little puzzled. Although the Golden Emperor played in such a big battle, this time her intuition told her something was different. Back in time, back to 10 in the morning. Poppy Island. The port and various streets are as lively as ever, and Stussy, who has professional ethics, is already sitting in the office to handle the government affairs of the Richest Group. As for Betty, I'm afraid she's still dreaming with a pillow. Will not get up until noon. I have to say that Stussy, who works hard, exudes intellectual beauty all over his body, plus wearing glasses and that professional attire, even the man can't stand it. Suddenly, Stussy looked at the open window, The white screen fluttered in the breeze, and by the way brought her long soft golden wavy hair. Boom! Without the slightest sign, a sword light came from the sea level, destroying Gulaxiu and dividing the streets, separating the manor from it in one fell swoop. A cloud of mist shrouded, and Stussy condensed into shape, standing in the air with a shocking change of face. His eyes were fixed on the figure from far and near. He had blonde hair hanging down his heels like a lion's mane, a cigar in his mouth, and an orange-yellow coat. Just standing there brings a domineering arrogance that swallows mountains and rivers, raising his hand to see the demeanor of a king. This man, the mere face of it made Stussy's heart skip a beat. I didn't even dare to act rashly, my whole heart was already suspended and I shuddered. X. Chapter 319 Blind chickens and bastards shoot them. 20,210,311. Chapter 319 Blind chickens and bastards shoot them. Which bastard is disturbing my mother's sleep? Betty's roar came from the ruins on the ground. She had a good dream, and a huge force suddenly lifted her out and smashed her against the wall, almost breaking the soft waist of the water snake. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was buried in the ruins. His grey face was full of embarrassment. That anger, rubbing upwards. As soon as he raised his head, his originally furious expression instantly stiffened. Blink, that's right. It was indeed the Golden Lion, Shiki. But Betty is famous for her loyalty. Although she usually doesn't meet Stussy's eyes, she still stepped on the moon step and flew to Stussy's side, her body tensed and ready for battle. No matter what, we have to face it together. Although she knew she couldn't beat it, she would still struggle. At the same time, the entire Poppy Island was also disturbed, and a large number of men in black suits rushed towards the halfway up the mountain like a dark cloud. It seems that the Golden Emperor is not here. The Golden Lion was blowing out smoke rings, his mane fluttering all over his body, and looking at the nervous Stussy and Betty. He patted his head funnily, as if suddenly realized. I heard that the richest man's face is the queen of joy. Stussy is a talented, shrewd and capable woman. It happens that the air pirates have some government affairs to deal with. You are very suitable. The Golden Lion came to Poppy Island this time, not just to deal with Donkey Kong Emmett. There are other purposes. It's talent. Apparently looking at Stussy. It was unexpected, but it was in line with the character of the Golden Lion. After all, he was an ambitious king who swallowed mountains and rivers. In the theatrical version, because he saw Nami's sailing talent, he kidnapped him and had a holiday with the Straw Hat Pirates. Finally fell under the halo of Pig's feet. It's a tragedy within a tragedy. Compared to Stussy, Betty was completely ignored. Facing the Golden Lion's solicitation, Stussy's face froze. As early as when Crocodile killed Donkey Kong Emmett, she knew that the Flying Sky Pirates would definitely take action. I thought it was just dispatching a few fleet captains. Unexpectedly, it was the Golden Lion who came out in person. The danger came so quickly. Nor did he expect that the Golden Lion would open his mouth to solicit her. It is my queen's honor to be seen by the famous Golden Lion. But unfortunately, our boss is very stingy. Stussy's demeanor was very calm, even in the face of the Golden Lion. He called himself the Queen, and at the same time, he refused the invitation of the Golden Lion. Because what she said was the truth, that man was really stingy. The most important thing is that she likes to be the face of the Richest Group. There is no reason, she just likes it. You'll change your mind. With a cigar in between, the Golden Lion glanced at the black crowd on the ground, all of them pointing their weapons at him. Boom. The entire sky dimmed in an instant, a golden air pressure cover filled with black and red lightning, and the Golden Lion as the center turned into an invisible tsunami, forming a mighty posture of destroying Gulaxiu. Puff puff. Wherever they entered, Thousands of people rolled their eyes, as if they were harvesting wheat, and fell into pieces. Stussy and Betty danced wildly in their dresses, their long hair fluttered with their heads thrown back, their hair frizzed all over their bodies, and their eyes were full of palpitations. But it soon eased up. Clap ka ka ka. The dense black and red thunder filled the air, and the supreme will hit the souls of Stussy and Betty one after another, but unfortunately the results were not as big as imagined. It's actually able to withstand the Overlord's color. The Golden Lion became more and more satisfied, and even gave Stussy a high glance. Being able to withstand his overlordism at close range means that he is not weak and can barely get into his eyes. Stussy and Betty clenched their teeth and didn't speak, but they felt a little weird in their hearts. Maybe it was thanks to the unremarkable boss, who would shoot them with a slapstick color every once in a while. What to say to exercise their will? They also said things they couldn't understand. For example, when the heavenly generals entrusted people with great responsibility, they must first work hard on their minds, work their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and deplete their bodies, so that they can become stronger. Some esoteric. Although I don't understand it. Anyway, some incomprehensible words would pop up from that guy's mouth from time to time, and every time he asked what it meant, he would pretend to be inscrutable, like I was a literate person and a high-level intellectual. Smelly farts don't want it. Maybe it's because the guy is blindly playing bully, and he's used to it when he feels more, so that now he seems to have immunity to bully, and I'm afraid it's very useful and only 1 or 2 points against them. Shah. An afterimage flashed, and Betty launched an attack. Using Shave to appear in front of the Golden Lion, returning to life, steam fluttering all over his body. His entire right arm flowing with armed color, and hitting the Golden Lion with a left hook. What about the Golden Lion? If I disturb the Queen's sleep, I will kill you anyway. Betty glared angrily, and she couldn't bear to look directly at her saucy look. She was not frightened by the Overlord's color, or the prestige of the man in front of her. She is the queen of dancing and is sexy. Boom. Incredibly, the Golden Lion was hit. He tilted his head and took a step back, and there was still a trace of white smoke on his cheeks. Betty, get out of the way. Stussy also cooperated immediately, and when Betty shot, he also used his ability, and a 30-meter thick thunder slashed down from the sky, hitting the Golden Lion in the middle and hitting the ground with a trend. For a while, the landslides and the ground cracked, and all kinds of soil and gravel splashed, directly splitting some comatose people into coke. In the face of Overlord powerhouses, Stussy knew that having too many people would not give him any advantage. The Overlord color was too overbearing, and it was simply a large-scale invisible attack to clean up cannon fodder. Can't hide. You can only resist with will. Is it done? Betty looked closely at the dazzling thunder light with a trace of luck. It won't be that easy. Stussy frowned, surrounded by clouds and lightning. Really? As the lightning and dust dissipated, the most central Golden Lion was black smoke, and it looked a little embarrassed, but nothing else happened. Not even the skin was broken. The old lady doesn't believe it anymore. Betty didn't believe in evil, although she knew there was a gap between the two sides. She didn't expect it to be so big. Disappeared in place in an instant, but as soon as he appeared, his body was bent into a shrimp, and an air pressure rushed to the top of the cloud from behind. The entire delicate face was twisted together, and blood spurted from the mouth and nose. I don't know what's going on at all. It turned into a cannonball with a sonic boom, and it shot directly at the ground, and the land collapsed and cracked. Fortunately, there is an armed defense in an emergency, otherwise I am afraid that this time it will be in shock. The Golden Lion retracted its fist in midair, its armed color disappeared, and it showed domineering with a cigarette in between. Just now Betty was able to attack, and it was because he deliberately did not hide. You must know that the current golden lion is at its peak. There is no rudder on the forehead. Betty can resist a punch without losing combat effectiveness on the spot. It has been blowing for several years. See types of profound truth: thunderbolt, crossgun. Stussy didn't flinch either. His hands wrapped in lightning appeared in front of the golden lion and blasted in one fell swoop. But the golden lion just raised his arm and covered the armed color to block Stussy's attack, and without even seeing how to attack Stussy, he followed Betty's footsteps and turned into a cannonball and smashed on another big mountain. Slipped to the ground and kept coughing up blood. There is no chance of elementalization. X. Chapter 320 _ This scene is a little embarrassing. 20,210,312. Chapter 320 _ This scene is a little embarrassing. Cough 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 tilde. Asshole. Bleeding from her mouth and nose, Betty stood up staggeringly. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale as if she had not had the sun for many years, which was inexplicably pitiful. If it wasn't for cursing. Buff. Betty used her ability to superimpose herself and Stussy in the distance, and the two women's breaths skyrocketed a lot in an instant. The two women glanced at each other in the air, and rushed out with a tacit understanding, both with a cold and murderous look on their faces. The golden lion was holding a cigar and looked at the two women with some surprise. Not only did he have the fighting power to resist his own blow, but his breath suddenly sought for no reason. It is interesting. In the face of his two daughters, they are very weak, but they already belong to the strong middle and upper reaches of the pyramid in the sea. Finger stab. Betty was the first to appear, and the two were close to each other with armed colors, stabbing at the heart of the golden lion like lightning, fierce and cunning, leaving no room for anything. Groaning. The dazzling swordlight flashed away, and the golden lion pulled out the deadwood around his waist and easily defended Betty's attack. It made Betty horrified before it arrived. The fear of death was too clear. Cross gun. Stussy flashed at this time, originally intending to attack the golden lion, but sensing the danger of Betty, he slammed into the right foot of the golden lion from the side without hesitation, in an attempt to reduce the attack on Betty. Otherwise, if this kick is all hit, Betty may be kicked into incontinence. Boom. The frenzied storm lifted the surface, and all of this happened in an instant. With Stussy's halfway stop, the force acting on Betty was reduced by half, but even so, she was hit hard, turning into a streamer and pushing the seats up. The hill finally hit the ground and kept coughing. On the other side, Stussy also flew out, his face full of pain. Even if the two of them work together, there is still an irreparable gap in the face of a strong man like the golden lion. Swish. The golden lion waved casually, and the bright sword light of 100 meters separated the ground in an instant. Damn. Betty wanted to dodge, but there was a whimper from her body, and it was too late to dodge in this short moment. Are you going to die here? She never thought that she would die in such a way and quickly. As if returning to the light, Betty's face was full of unwillingness and despair. The opponent was really too strong, and it was only at this moment that she felt that she was actually weak. Since the awakening of life return and Liu Ying's skills, she has swelled a little, but she used the time she should have cultivated to be lazy. Every time the man said with contempt that she was still weak, and there was still a gap between Charlotte Lingerling and that stinky bitch. There is still a gap with their strong at the top of the pyramid. But he couldn't listen to it, and he was very arrogant and despised back. Now she is awake. But it was too late. However, at that moment, a worrisome figure appeared, covered with electric light and mist, blocking the front of the slashing force strongly, hair dancing wildly and blood dripping from his mouth, exhausting all his strength to make the slashing off the track, and finally knocking the back of the mountain. Disappeared on the sea in two halves. All that remains is a bottomless gulf. the heavy object hit the ground, and Stussy rolled to the ground uncontrollably. A lot of dust splashed. He lay pale and weak in the dirt and gravel. He couldn't get up for a while. The most important thing is that the hands are dripping with blood, obviously suffering from unimaginable trauma. The slash of the golden lion is not so easy to take. Stupid woman. Betty got up with difficulty, looked at the golden lion that flew over, and looked at Stussy, who fell on the ground like a sick beauty, saying that it would be false if she was not moved. Usually the two of them don't like each other, but at the critical moment, this stupid woman is still very reliable. His main target is me, go away. The weak voice came, and Stussy's face was stained with blood, lying on the ground and looking at Betty, and now he can escape one by one. If you continue to fight hard, the game will be over. The gap is really too big. Stupid woman, I'll hold him for a while, you have to recover quickly and leave without looking back. Betty spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, but she was loyal. Will not run away alone. It's this stupid woman who should go. Without waiting for Stussy to reply, Betty rushed out again. Betty. Stussy coughed up blood and cried, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. He struggled to get up, but after getting up halfway twice in a row, he fell to the ground. Here Betty was murderous, and the attacking posture was menacing, as if she wanted to die together, if ordinary people would be really scared. But the enemy is the golden lion. If you dare to provoke the old lady, don't think about leaving easily. Betty clamored, she can't lose momentum if she loses anything, and her domineering and arrogant arrogance is vividly displayed. However, giggle. The feeling of suffocation came. Betty was like a chicken strangled by the neck, pinched in the air by the golden lion, her face flushed and her eyes began to roll up, her limbs fluttering like a drowned person. The arrogance of the last second is gone. It's just that the opponent shot too fast, and one move grabbed Betty's lifeline. This scene is a little embarrassing. Betty. Stussy's eyes were horrified and he struggled to get up, but he couldn't stand still when he staggered, and his hands even lost consciousness. Let her go, I'll join the air pirates. It was too late to think, and Betty was about to die. Stussy could only take a gamble. She didn't know if it was true that the golden lion said that she liked her before, but if she wanted to save Betty, she had to do this. It depends on the mood of the golden lion. Jai ha ha tilde. Very wise choice. This is a welcome gift for you to join the Flying Sky Pirates. The golden lion also didn't care whether Stussy really joined the air pirates. It didn't matter to him. In his eyes, Stussy could not escape the palm of his hand. However, as the boss, you still have to make a statement. After all, it was the first request from his subordinates. He threw Betty out easily. The latter rolled on the ground like a ball and kept traversing, and finally smashed into the hillside, and the dense cracks all around were torn apart, causing a large shock. Betty was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Stussy. At present, only the two of them are in the Richest Group, and everyone else is outside. Apart from this choice, there is no better way. Let us go. With a pale face, Stussy took the initiative to walk towards the golden lion. There was no hesitation or nostalgia. Golden lion, leave the address if you can. Betty slid from the mountain wall and fell to the ground, looking at the two people who had already left the ground, shouting with all her strength. When she turned round, she told the boss to take revenge, and she had to take back Stussy, the stupid woman, or lose her who would handle the government affairs of the Richest Group. Jai ha 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 tilde. I'm waiting for the Golden Emperor. The golden lion laughed, holding the dead wood and slashing a few knives at a distant mountain, forming a slash that left the coordinates of the base camp of the Flying Sky Pirates. How could he, the golden lion, be afraid of others coming to seek revenge? The reason why he took Stussy away was that in addition to seeing Stussy's ability, why not let the Golden Emperor go to him in person? Betty can save her life, it is nothing more than a microphone. From the time he came to Poppy Island and knew that the Golden Emperor was not there, the Golden Lion made all the arrangements clearly. X. Chapter 321 Wait for the Richest Group to come back. 20,210,312. Chapter 321 Wait for the Richest Group to come back. The next day, dawn broke. A scorching sun rises from the horizon, and the mid-mountain of Poppy Island is full of potholes, leaving only a fragment of ruins and abyss and ravines. The overall atmosphere is very dull. It has lived up to the bustling and prosperous before yesterday. And the news of the Golden Lion attacking Poppy Island has long since spread, and I am afraid that many forces have already learned about it. All waiting now. Waiting for the Richest Group to come back, but with the arrogant, domineering and face-loving character of the Golden Emperor, this matter will definitely not be so easy to let go, not to mention that Stussy, who is the Queen of Joy, has been captured by the Golden Lion. If this does not pierce the sky, it is not the arrogant and domineering Golden Emperor. Clang clang. Suddenly, the sound of golden horses and iron horses sounded in the sky, like countless metals colliding, and I saw a golden flower sea avenue from far to near, and in the blink of an eye, it was suspended over Poppy Island. Although the figure at the head couldn't see his face clearly, he could tell who it was at a glance with its garish appearance. The spies of various forces on Poppy Island immediately notified the backer of the money. At this time, on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, Chaos looked down, and there were traces of battle everywhere, especially the coordinates engraved on the mountain, and the black eyes were cold and frosty on his face. Crocodile next to him also had a gloomy face. As for Baccarat and Bowness, their faces are stiff now, and even their breathing is subconsciously relaxed. It is because the low air pressure spread on the two people is too depressing and cold. Just like the powder keg that is about to be blown up, it will blow them to pieces at any time. Couldn't stop being horrified. Whoa! The Golden Flower Sea Avenue fluttered and turned into Sakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels and goblins again. They fell to the ground and closed their eyes and stood still, while the four of Chaos landed directly. In the temporary residence, Betty was covered in bandages, limping and looking at the four of Chaos with a pale face. Boss. It's okay. Chaos' face softened, looking at the weak Betty, the anger suppressed in his heart deepened. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner when you hit a dog. But he was so sexy that he didn't care about him at all, and even slapped him in the face. He can endure anything. But it is a matter of face, and there is absolutely no room for negotiation. Not dead yet, just Stussy. Betty shook her head, looked away from Baccarat and Bowness, and hesitated. I didn't make it clear on the phone, go in and say it. Chaos took the lead, entered the residence behind him, and continued to speak. Notify Loton that they didn't. I've been notified and I'm on my way back. Betty followed closely, and she contacted other people as early as after notifying Chaos. It's just that Chaos came back the fastest. After a while, a group of people sat on the tattered sofa. After listening to Betty's ins and outs with Valang's legs crossed, Chaos couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Crocodile also kept smoking a cigar, and it was almost written on his face that he was in a bad mood. Don't provoke a few big words. Baccarat and Bowness sat on the sofa in good order, not daring to speak at will. If it were changed to normal, Baccarat would definitely be noisy. But the atmosphere is not right now. She knows how to judge the situation very well, so she is silent to minimize her presence. Not to mention Bowness, the whole heart is hanging, because the dancing queen is staring at them while talking, and the atmosphere is so heavy at the moment. so I feel a little frightened. Boss, we have to save that stupid woman, and this is unbearable. Betty gritted her teeth a little, and her eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire. Contact Monkey D. Long. Chaos also set off a cigarette. This time he was going to fight the Golden Lion to the death. It's like falling in love with Kaido and Big Mom in the past 6 months, but he has always been stable, and he still needs to be prepared if necessary. For example, I don't want anyone to disturb his fight with the Golden Lion. For now, the fleet captain of the Flying Sky Pirates is superfluous and needs some foreign aid. Also guard against other bulls, ghosts and snakes, such as the Navy, Kaido and Big Mom, which are 2 male and 1 female shit sticks. In this way, it is really in line with the road of the great emperor who is the enemy of the whole world. Aside from these forces, there are people on the sea who want to control chaos. After all, getting chaos is equivalent to getting everything. I don't know how many years of struggle. It's all about walking from the starting line to the finish line with 1 foot, and chaos is a shortcut to shorten this long process. Ah. Being too rich is also a sin. Got it. Betty breathed a sigh of relief, as if chaos had the backbone as soon as he came back. And it was not until this moment that he had the opportunity to take a good look at Baccarat and Bowness, who had reduced their sense of existence. Lao Sha, introduce the 2 of you. Betty is acquainted with Baccarat. I have learned from the news that the format of the identity certificate is no different from hers, but it looks too weak. Like a girl from a good family who has no power to hold a chicken. Beautiful, a little worse than her. Sexy, dumped 3 streets. Strength, crushed with 1 hand. Government, unknown. In contrast, there is no way to threaten her status. At the same time, the addition of this woman will greatly share her work pressure, although she does not have any pressure now. After all, 80% of the pressure is on the stupid woman Stussy. Not worried. Go and read the news for yourself. Crocodile was a little arrogant and didn't want to talk to Betty. The tone of this stinky woman is like calling a servant. He is very upset. The old lady is injured now, and I don't have the same knowledge as you. Betty stared. If she hadn't been injured now, she would have scolded and kicked over. Dare to be arrogant with her. Don't you know that she is the strongest in the nest? With sharp eyes and murderous aura, he looked directly at Baccarat and Bowness. Then, my name is Des Bowness, and Lord Dancing can call me Bowness. I am 13 years old this year, and I have the ability to cut fruit. Bowness is still too young. In the face of Betty's glance, I don't know why I felt threatened, and when I stood up, I burst out my old bottoms, and I needed to wear some color underwear. The 9th person is in charge. Betty is still satisfied. After all, Bowness is very sensible. Know how to look at her face. It should be easy to use in the future. However, boss, enter Alzheimer's early? It's okay for a week's comeback to be the 8th person in charge, and now get a kid to be the 9th person in charge? Is it a bit sloppy? The key is still weak. He is the Emperor's younger brother. Crocodile recovered from the world of his own thoughts, and glanced at Betty lightly with a smoke ring. Following this stupid man has no future. Do you want to come to the Queen's side? Make sure you eat delicious food and drink spicy food, and walk sideways on this sea. Betty fluttered her long hair, revealing a charming scene, and began to abduct Bowness madly. I'm sorry, but the Tsar is only fit for my following. Bowness was serious, with a serious face. Although the Tsar and the woman in front of him are partners, he still wants to follow the Tsar, because only the Tsar has the same philosophy as him. For some reason, Bowness always felt that this woman had bad intentions towards him and was a little dangerous. Crocodile on the side has a sense of vanity in his heart, and he counts Bowness's acquaintance. This queen will give you another chance, think about it and talk about it. Betty's fine eyes narrowed, Although she was smiling, the threat was blatant. She didn't expect that Bowness would reject her without hesitation, which made her lose face. Stupid woman, don't look for trouble. Crocodile gave her a cold look. Usually, this woman is not looking for trouble. She is either ranting or deliberately provoking trouble. I hate it. The spirit is so strong that it is unnecessary, but when it comes to work, it is a soft-footed shrimp. It's no wonder that Stussy couldn't bear it some time ago and went on strike. X. Chapter 322 Tough Cannon Fodder from Chapter 82 to Chapter 321. 20,210,313. Chapter 322 Tough Cannon Fodder from Chapter 82 to Chapter 321. The second half of the Great Route. Some sea area. Surrounded by clouds and mists at a height of 1,000 meters, islands in the air are suspended, sitting on high mountains and flowing water. The pavilions and pavilions above are continuous, and the beasts in the jungle are like a flower scroll that only exists in legends. Jai ha ha ha. Among the buildings on the central island, it is very lively at the moment. The heads and faces of the flying sky pirates were all gathered. The aroma of the wine is full, and the banquet is extremely luxurious. With the golden lion on the throne laughing loudly, all the people sitting in the hall put down their wine bowls and turned their eyes to the golden lion. To be precise, most of the eyes are on the golden lion, the perfect woman who is elegant, full of ethereal sense of holiness, immortal and inviolable. In particular, the 3rd Fleet Captain Empress Kahara, the 8th Fleet Captain Black Widow Eliza, the 9th Fleet Captain Jelly Queen Anne, the 10th Fleet Captain Celia, the 11th Fleet Captain Sakafé Jessica, the cruel Queen of the 12th Fleet, Christopher, was the only woman who could threaten them. There are many crises. So looking at Stussy with rejection and hostility. Compared to these female fleet captains, like the glamorous idol of the 5th Fleet Captain Groot, these men were more interested in Stussy. Men like women who are tall, beautiful, and have a unique temperament. Introduction: Queen of Joy, Stussy, who will replace Amit as the captain of the 13th Fleet of the Shy Pirates. The Golden Lion was smoking a cigar, and pointed at Stussy, who had a cold and calm face. Admiral, isn't that inappropriate? The captain of the 12th Fleet, Queen Christopher of Cruelty, wearing a lace 3-point dress, with purple lipstick on her lips, accompanied by a sneering chuckle, the 2 E-class weapons were shaking. Coquettish and sexy, revealing coquettish inside and out. A reward of 1.15 million is offered. The superhuman type and the net fruit ability are ruthless and like to slaughter the enemy. Extremely cruel. In the sea, he is also a talkative character. It is completely to extremes with Stussy's current immortal temperament. Whether he admits it or not, Stussy's long hair falling down, her face slightly pale, her pink white palace skirt, and her cloud-filled dress completely overwhelmed Christopher. There is a feeling of freshness and tranquility and vulgarity. The contrast is too great. Admiral, if my concubine is not mistaken, she is responsible for the appearance of the Richest Group. The Golden Emperor's subordinate. Sitting next to Christos is the captain of the 11th Fleet, Champagne Jessica, who had been to the Chambord Islands with the Golden Lion. She was a woman with colorful vertical hair, a pony jacket and short shorts. I like the handsome little brother, but often after a night of romance, he will kill the man, a veritable scumbag. A reward of 1.193 billion is offered for those with superhuman and bubble fruit abilities. Haha, Jessica, Christopher, you won't be jealous. Charming idol Groot's playful face, handsome face and noble temperament make him have many female fans in the sea. If there is a list of the most handsome men, he will be firmly in the top 3. When he first met Chaos, he was on the blacklist. In Chaos' view, this man was the only man who could threaten his appearance. He succeeded in attracting his attention, but he didn't do it well last time. Hostility between men is sometimes as simple as that. Miss Stussy, are you free for a date? Ignoring the dangerous gazes of Jessica and Christopher, Groot fluttered his long golden hair, showing his most handsome side, and secretly greeted Stussy. Groot, one day you will die at the hands of women. Jessica's eyes were cold. Before Groot could refute, another voice resounded in anger. Admiral, are we going to go to war with the Richest Group? It's Jelly Queen Nan. There is a feud of love and killing with Chaos, which appears in Chapter 82. He also fell in love with and killed Crocodile, but the results were not very good. Compared with many years ago, this woman has not changed much. She still wears crystal maple leaf earrings, blue waist-length hair, green eyes, hot red lips, ghoul lace clothes, and a rose pattern on her lower body. Shorts. In terms of appearance and temperament, in this banquet, he was the only one who could compete with Stussy. As for the other female fleet captains, there was still a slight difference. Jai ha ha ha. Then it depends on whether the Golden Emperor will come or not. The Golden Lion wins the ticket, and there is only an invincible belief. As long as the Golden Emperor dares to come, the Flying Sky Pirates will have one more fleet captain. He cherishes talents very much. The Golden Emperor still has a few good subordinates. After the incorporation of the Flying Sky Pirates, the power of the Air Force Pirates will rise to a higher level. At that time, if you give yourself another 2 or 3 years, the Golden Lion will have full confidence in overthrowing the rule of the world government and completely dominate the world. He's been silent too long. The sea should be shrouded under his rule. Ha ha. Drink. It's a pity that Yaxos and Ruby haven't come back yet. Humph. The banquet gradually became lively, but there were no people in the 2 places closest to the Golden Lion. That was the location of the First Fleet Captain, Predator Yaxos, and the Second Fleet's Horned Nose King Ruby, who were the 2 most powerful people in the entire Air Pirates except for the Golden Lion. It is night, and the sky is adorned with stars. Stussy was placed in a room, frowning at the night outside the window. She knew that Chaos would definitely come to save her. She never worried about this. It was just what he saw and heard at the banquet during the day that made Stussy feel a little dignified. Because there are too many powerhouses in the Flying Sky Pirates. The captains of the fleet are all famous in the sea, and none of them are weak. With the current combat effectiveness of the Richest Man Group, I am afraid there will be no return. After all, the difference is there. The only good news is that the strongest captains of the First Fleet and Second Fleet have not returned. Losing these 2 top combat powers will reduce a lot of pressure on the Richest Group. Just as Stussy was thinking, a figure came across the corridor outside the window. Still an acquaintance. The captain of the 15th Fleet of the Air Pirates, Lone Wolf Spender, a man with Daxon form ability, a funny man with sides and a blind left eye. At the beginning, this guy volunteered to capture Chaos and fought against Crocodile on the island of Post. He was eventually controlled by the god of Chaos. On the way, he was rescued by a Golden Lion. Another fiasco in the Chambord Islands, all the way. It is a tenacious cannon fodder who lived from Chapter 82 to Chapter 321, and the history of struggle can be described as an epic. If you change to other cannon fodder, you will be gone. But he has survived until now and never lost his dream. Stupid woman, be careful with me, I'll keep my eyes on you. Spender naturally dealt with Stussy. If not for Stussy now becoming the captain of the 13th Fleet, he would have taken action long ago. At the banquet, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He was the captain of the 15th Fleet, and he always wanted to climb to the position of the 14th, 13th, and 12th higher fleet captains. Who would have thought that the former enemy was the captain of the 13th Fleet? How unbalanced he was. So let's be harsh. More or less regain some face and balance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Killing the Golden Emperor and regaining the lost face and shame is not only the obsession of Jelly Queen Anne, but also his lone wolf. X. Chapter 323 Roger Pirates Pressure. 20,210,313. Chapter 323 Roger Pirates Pressure. Daddy, latest news. The Golden Lion has attacked the Golden Emperor. In a certain sea area, the Moby Dick was parked on an isolated island, the Whitebeard pirates were repairing on the land, and Marco held a piece of information in his hand. Whitebeard, who was sitting in front of the bonfire drinking heavily, put down the jug and took the information. Everyone else also subconsciously looked at the information in Whitebeard's hands. Whether it is the Golden Lion or the Golden Emperor, they are not ordinary people. Are the two sides going to war? Speaking of which, the Golden Emperor still had some grudges with them. Back then, he wanted to make each other a brother in the Chambord archipelago, but fate made him suffer, and in the end it couldn't be done. There were even some grudges. Especially in the past 2 or 3 years, everyone knows the hot searches about the Golden Emperor, the Richest Group, and everyone you are responsible for. Half a year ago, I fought with the Roger Pirates, and even the Navy almost came out. In addition, the love and killing with the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates in the past 6 months has not stopped for a moment. Now, in this situation, it seems that he is going to fight with the Flying Sky Pirates again. Sure enough, as rumored, the Richest Group, from the Golden Emperor to everyone in charge, are all good players in causing trouble, and there is no moment to stop. Not in the fight or on the way to the fight. Kalala. It seems that Skr still hasn't given up on his ambition to dominate the world. After reading the information, Whitebeard handed it over so that others could also take a look. Whitebeard couldn't be more clear about the ambitions of the Golden Lion. The fundamental purpose of this time is definitely to conquer the Golden Emperor, so as to make good use of the ability of the Golden Emperor to dominate the world. The death of Donkey Kong Emmett and taking Yanjai as the Queen of Joy are just a fuse. In addition, the Golden Emperor also left a deep impression on Whitebeard. Back then, in the Chambord archipelago, in the face of the overlords of him, the Golden Lion, and the Warring States period, he dared to fight for a place arrogantly, which is enough to see how strong the Golden Emperor's character is. Combined with the news of the Golden Emperor and the Richest Group in recent years, it is not difficult to see what kind of people the Richest Group is from top to bottom. None of them are normal. It's all arrogant and domineering neuroses. So this battle will definitely happen, and the movement is not small. At the same time, the Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Explosion Pirates also received news, but this time I couldn't find a place to participate. After all, the location of the Flying Sky Pirates has always been a mystery. The only thing I know is to fly in the sky. Another sea. The sky was dark with lightning and thunder, and the violent storm was constantly tilting, showing horror and depression in the darkness. Captain, get rid of Garp and Sengoku for now. The drifting rain continued to fall, and the pirate ship swayed left and right on the turbulent sea, as if it would be submerged by the waves in the next moment, but the cabin was full of warmth. The members of the Roger Pirates were sitting together, some still wearing bandages. With a tired face, it is obvious that this time has not been very good. Since the battle between Roger and the Golden Emperor, they have gathered 4 guiding stones, and naturally they are heading to the real final island. But the world government was eyeing them all at once, and directly dispatched Garp and Sengoku to pursue them, so that they were on the run during this time, thus delaying a lot of time and travel. Perhaps the world government is determined to destroy them, so Garp and Sengoku have been chasing after them, putting a lot of pressure on the Roger pirates. "Captain, this is not the way to go. The two guys, Garp and Sengoku, have been chasing us, and we can't get rid of them. Some members have a headache. Don't look at it now, the Navy will catch up again soon. Like dog skin plaster. Everyone hold on for a while, our destination is coming soon." Roger, who was sitting in the first place, also had bandages on his shoulders, but he seemed to be in a good mood, because the final place was about to unveil in front of him. He was curious what was on it. The world government would have such a big reaction, making Garp and Sengoku chasing after him. He has already come this far, and he has to go and see it no matter what. "I don't have much time for myself. Chambord Islands, Naval Division." Crane looked at the information in his hand, and it was the Golden Lion that appeared on Poppy Island and snatched the news of the Richest Group's beauty, the Queen of Joy, Stussy. Combine that with the great fanfare of the Golden Emperor leaving the Chambord Islands, and it's not hard to guess what's going to happen next. With the arrogant and domineering character of the Golden Emperor, he will definitely fight the air pirates, and Crane is thinking about whether the Navy can benefit from it. Just thinking about it, there is no good chance. What she was worried about was that the Golden Emperor would fall into the hands of the Golden Lion, and that would be troublesome. With the ambition of the Golden Lion and the wealth of the Golden Emperor, I am afraid that the world government may be overturned. Whether it was Crane, Whitebeard, or other strong men, they were not very optimistic about the Golden Emperor being able to defeat the Golden Lion. After all, it was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is now the first person in the sea. The Golden Lion in its heyday, the top three-color domineering, the top swordsman, plus the fluttering fruit like a catastrophe, just take out any ability, and it is enough to become a powerhouse in the middle and upper reaches of the pyramid. You must know that during Roger's execution, the Golden Lion broke into Marin Vando alone, or was only defeated and captured by Garp and Sengoku when the rudder was inserted into his forehead and affected his combat effectiveness. It can be seen from this point that if you want to defeat the Golden Lion, you must be two strong men of the same level like Garp or warring states. If you fight alone, you will never leave the Golden Lion. In this era, whether it is the Golden Lion or Whitebeard, or Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Lonely Red, Roger, and Rayleigh, they are all at their peak. Even if Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair, who have already won the throne of the four emperors in the future, come to this period, they have to kneel in front of these people. If the Golden Lion wants to flee in battle, he will be invincible, and no one can stop him. It's a pity that every strong man is paranoid and has his own arrogance. Otherwise, even if Garp joins forces with Sengoku, he may not be able to catch the Golden Lion when he is alone in Marin Vando. Therefore, whether it is viewed horizontally or vertically, Chaos has no chance of winning. It's not that he grows others' ambition to destroy his own prestige. Even Chaos himself knows that he will not be the opponent of the Golden Lion. Standing on the top of a mountain at this time, looking at the sparkling sea level with one hand behind his back, his black eyes are full of thoughts. Even if he knew that he could fight, he would fight with the Golden Lion. Betty had informed Long that with the help of the Revolutionary Army, it would not be difficult to rescue Stussy, nor would it be difficult to retreat. Now Chaos is thinking about how to use the whetstone of the Golden Lion to hone himself so that he can become stronger. Afraid, it doesn't even exist in his dictionary. Chaos always believed that those who could not kill him would eventually be trampled under his feet. Holding back is not his style. He knew he would lose before the battle even started, but so what? If you lose this time, then the second, third, fourth. Just like the trouble with Kaido and Big Mom in the past 6 months, every time he fights, he will shorten the journey to victory, and after fighting hundreds or thousands of times, he will not believe it. Even if they can't do it, they will have to fight against each other in court, or form a situation of June for opening. Anyway, the retreat has been arranged, so the next step is to let go and fight. Suddenly, a spot of flames hit the horizon, getting brighter and bigger, like a scorching sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The sea breeze that was originally a bit cool turned into a heat wave at this moment. The Richest Group is eager to take on the role, and Sun King Dunakino joins. X. Chapter 324 Are you even crazy? 20,210,314. Chapter 324 Are you even crazy? The hot light makes the world full of light. The current Aquino is different from the past, and I don't know if it is fate. He and Kuzan are on the same page. Very CP feeling. Also because of the schizophrenia, the talent is high and scary. Coupled with the return of the long-awakened life, and the love and killing of the beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the awakening of the armed Seriu Segura skills, so now Crocodile may only be able to compete in court, instead of being able to press as before. Hot fruit has a high ceiling and is simple and straightforward. Aquino only needs to raise the temperature. As long as the temperature goes up, any monsters can be burned. The most intuitive is the combat environment. As long as the temperature is extremely high, the enemy has to use the armed color to defend, and this will only speed up the consumption of the armed color. The longer the battle drags on, the better it will be for Aquino. It is the Sun King who has returned. It's hot. Is the Richest Group working together? On Poppy Island, many people looked up at the light group that crossed the sky, leaving a long fire feather that could not see the face, and finally landed on the broken mountainside. 3 hours later, the next thunder in the night sky cut through the darkness and finally condensed in midair. It's Anilu. Looking a little embarrassed, apparently fighting before returning. The breath is a little unstable. Then an hour later, until the next morning. Bear and Ivankov also came back. Ivankov was still the same, returning with a wound, as if he had just escaped death. The bear still had that unsmiling look. In this regard, the Richest Group, except for Stussy, all arrived. Are you lucky? Early in the morning, the crowd gathered, either sitting or standing, to discuss the incident of the Golden Lion's abduction of Stussy. However, Inilu fell in love with Baccarat at first sight. Feeling the weeks come, he raised his slender and beautiful eyebrows, and did not hide the doubt and displeasure on his face. Such a weak person, want to be on an equal footing with her? What the hell are you doing? As a forbearance, just ignore it. As Anilu spoke, Zing, Ivankov, and Aquino also looked at Baccarat. Zing had learned about it through the news. As for Ivankov being hunted down, there was no time to read the news, so he didn't know in advance. As for Aquino, he was either fighting or on the way, never caring about whether it was there or not. To be honest, these pairs of eyes put a lot of pressure on Baccarat. It seems that everyone has an opinion on her, and it's all because she is weak. Is it wrong to be weak? It's not that she is willing to be competent, she is also forced. The more you think, the more angry you are. So in the face of the disdain and stares of several people, Baccarat winked back with a sullen face. The green gem's big eyes were bigger than before, and it was almost written what to look at. Do you think the old lady is willing to stay here? Hifp, but this kid. Compared with Baccarat, Ivankov was more interested in Bowness and turned him into a woman's interest. At the beginning, Anilu was also transformed by him when he was so young. With the growth of these years, Anilu's beauty has begun to compete with Stussy and Betty. With a swish, a few pairs of eyes moved away from Baccarat, and now it was Bowness's turn to feel the pressure. Very scary. Almost out of breath. But Bowness still clenched his fists, held his chest very stubbornly, and introduced himself. My name is Das Bowness, the fruit-cutting ability. I am the subordinate of the Tsar Summer, please give me more advice. Just a bow. Hifp, what a polite child, the Shemir kingdom lacks a child like you, come with me. Let's feel the charm of being a woman together. Ivankov thought he smiled warmly, but the truth was that he showed white teeth, and the smile was extremely sinister and evil, like an ugly witch. Ivankov has been walking the rivers and lakes with his original appearance, so the huge face, dark purple afro, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss, mesh stockings and gape, tight ultra-low-cut one-piece pretend to be a new human at a glance. Totally perverted. Not to mention the lethality. Bowness shivered subconsciously, goosebumps all over his body from head to toe, and from feet to head. Boss, since Loton and the others are all back, when are you going to save that stupid woman from Stussy? Betty interrupted the conversation, frowning slightly at Chaos, who was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette, with a sleepy appearance and yawning from time to time. Very calm. Not in a hurry at all. What did Monkey D. Long say? Already promised. It's not long since you came back, take a good rest today and leave tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chaos stood up and planned to go back to sleep. Anyone with a little brains knows that the main purpose of the Golden Lion's capture of Stussy this time is still chaos. Combined with what Betty said, the Golden Lion also took a fancy to Stutsy's talent, then it means that Stussy is not life-threatening. This scene is the same as the Golden Lion abducting Nami in the theatrical version. So Chaos was not in a hurry. Wait until the recharge is complete. Heart Elder. As Chaos left, Ivankov also yawned and left, leaving only Baccarat and Bonis on the sofa with big eyes and small eyes. What's the situation? Don't you want to discuss saving Yanja to be the Queen of Joy? Why are none of them active? Still in the mood to rest? Sure enough, this group is no different from other pirate groups, intriguing and sinister. Suddenly Baccarat's mind flashed. The Golden Emperor and everyone in charge have left, so when will they not escape at this time? She didn't want to stay in this dangerous place. However, looking around, looking at Bowness, who lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, Baccarat decided to instigate a wave, and then he could find an excuse or attract enemy firepower when he was discovered. What a genius myself. Bones, shall we go out for a walk? Baccarat did not reveal her true purpose, because after getting along for the past few days, she knew that this guy was a fan of the Tsar and would never leave the Richest Group. It can be seen every time those are lectures. It was torture for her, but a panacea for him. If not, they will report her. This risk cannot be taken. It's time to show your intelligence. Don't go. Bowness is a little excited now, and his thoughts are completely different from Baccarat. He didn't expect that just after joining the Richest Man group, he saw the Golden Emperor and all the responsibilities at one time, except for the Queen of Joy. In addition, it is about to fight against the legendary Flying Sky Pirates, which was something that I never thought about before, but I didn't expect surprises and excitement to come so quickly. Now his heart is pounding. You don't want to go out and see? Baccarat felt that the plan had been stranded before it even started, but he didn't expect this kid to refuse so bluntly. I don't want to, I'm going to get ready to fight the Sky Pirates. Bowness's eyes couldn't stop overflowing with excitement and anticipation, and his face was flushed like a drug. Are you even crazy? Baccarat was stunned for a moment, then recovered full of sadness and melancholy. That's the Flying Pirates. Do you know what it means? It means that the Richest Group will be wiped out. If they participate, they will definitely be cool, and they are purely looking for death. At this moment, Baccarat knew that Bowness was helpless. Instead of excitement and anticipation, all she had left was panic and fear. After the first observation, Baccarat was sure that none of the richest group was normal. She thought that Bowness and her were her own, at least ideologically, but now it seems that she is the only one who is normal. She doesn't want to be assimilated, so escape is a must. X. Chapter 325 Some people do not fit the richest group of people. 20,210,314. Chapter 325 Some people do not fit the richest group of people. Dawn breaks. When the first ray of light climbed up from the horizon, everything was like the climber off the second spring, and there were a lot of eyes peeping at Poppy Island, both openly and secretly. Yesterday, all the responsibilities of the richest man group returned. Everyone could feel the oppression in the air. A new storm has appeared. Especially when a magnificent and majestic BGM sounded, the atmosphere of blooming flowers, watching the world's ups and downs, pointing the country, and Shunshung's rebellion could not be concealed. It is the memory of the Forbidden City. Jingle bell. Clang clang. Shakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels, and fairies, who were standing still with their eyes closed, all opened their eyes, and then exploded to form roses, and tulips that merged together, forming a golden flower sea avenue across the sky. A group of figures shrouded in golden light flew into the sky and landed on it. From the vague outlines, it can be seen that the Golden Emperor, the Sun King, the Tsar, the Dancing Queen, Thor, the Tyrant, the Shemale, and the newly added Lucky Queen and an imp. The golden flower sea avenue quickly disappeared into the sky like a long river. What's the matter? The Golden Emperor will not take a few responsibilities to save Yanji and act as the Queen of Joy. Are you kidding me? That's the flying sky pirates that are as strong as clouds, and the Golden Emperor is so arrogant that he only has a few people in charge? There are no small spies and pirates on Poppy Island. All of them are unbelievable. In their conjecture, the richest man group must be gathering thousands of subordinates from Poppy Island, but they didn't expect to bring any of them, just a few to take responsibility. Is it arrogance or stupidity? At this time, on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, Baccarat looked at the various golden flowers flowing under her feet, and her face was pale and desperate. She failed to escape yesterday. Every critical moment, the body is out of control, and then like a roller coaster, 360° 180° in the air, doing various handstands or spinning in circles, almost spitting out the bitter water. In the end, when she returned to the middle of the mountain safely, she knew that running away was an extravagant hope. Until now it was forced to be arranged. No one could understand her despair at this moment. It's okay to be forced to join the richest group, but as soon as you join, you have to fight against the air pirates. What's the difference between this and suicide? Since eating the lucky fruit, she has never been so unlucky. Now she has to doubt her life. The speed of the Golden Flower Sea Avenue is very fast, and it has slowly left the Poppy Island. But an accident happened on the way. Clap. Hoo. The oncoming weather was bad weather with lightning and thunder, and the gust of wind almost blew Baccarat, but Betty pulled it. I saw figures flying suddenly from the dark clouds, all wearing cloaks or masks, covering up their true faces. Baccarat and Bowness widened their eyes, feeling enormous pressure and danger from the six. Who are these people? Why did it suddenly appear? You can tell it's the big guy in this scene. Emperor, I've been waiting for a long time. The sea people landed on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, and a gust of wind blew the cloak of the first person, a fierce face without eyebrows. Baccarat and Bowness searched hard in their minds, but found that they didn't know each other. But this man is so vicious. At a glance, you can tell that it is a vicious thug, and it is not easy to mess with. You are really talented here. Chaos carried his hands on his back, and the golden halo, one large and one small, expanded or shrunk, or rotated counterclockwise or clockwise, and glanced at the 5 people standing behind the dragon, some of whom he knew and some who did not. May I think you're jealous? But don't forget that you are still the Emperor of the Revolutionary Army. The dragon seemed to be in a good mood. This time, we can get a lot of money for support. It's just that this time he may not support lonely like the previous few times, but the reward is not small, which makes him a little embarrassed. Chaos just glanced at the dragon lightly, and continued on the high avenue under his feet, quickly flying to the coordinates left by the golden lion. Long Yuan also stood on it, just nodding a few times with Crocodile, and then they quieted down with only the sound of howling wind. Is it finally time to start? Chambord Archipelago, Crane looks at the message from Poppy Island. The Golden Emperor has left Poppy Island with a few people in charge. She was also a little surprised. She couldn't figure out why the Golden Emperor only had a few people in charge. In his impression, although the Golden Emperor was arrogant and domineering, his IQ was still normal. So no matter how you look at it, just relying on the Golden Emperor and a few others, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Flying Sky Pirates. The gap is really too big. However, the people of the Richest Group have always liked to die, and their spirits are not very normal. Maybe normal people and crazy people have different worldviews. The speculation of many outside forces cannot affect the conflict that will inevitably occur this time. Depends what the final result is. Says later. At an altitude of 1,000 meters in a certain sea area, the base camp of the Flying Sky Pirates is a floating island. At a glance at the mountains and waters, the large and small islands surround the medium-sized island in the center, shrouded in clouds and rainbows under the golden sunlight. At this time, in the palace group, the captains of the fleet, who were always present, held a banquet together again, eating wine and meat. This is a major feature of Pirate World. The Golden Lion, who was lying on his side on the throne in a very image, suddenly put down his wineglass and laughed. Come on. As the words of the Golden Lion fell, the captains of the fleet, who were all strong in sight and hearing, felt that several strong breaths were approaching here quickly. Unsurprisingly, the person they were waiting for came. It's been a very boring day or two. Jai ha ha ha. Come with me to meet future partners. The Golden Lion left the throne and strode outside. In his eyes, the Golden Emperor is about to become his subordinate. The future has been arranged for chaos before it even started. Ha ha ha. The captains of the fleet stood up and followed behind the Golden Lion, exuding a violent breath, tall or short, fat or thin, all of them were ferocious monsters. Anyone who is placed on the sea will be the overlord who rules a certain sea area. At the back of the palace group, Stussy also felt those familiar breaths, and those guys still came. It's just that she can't leave this room now. The devil fruit ability is also locked by the seafloor stone around her neck, and the whole person is also netted, lying on the bed completely lost the ability to move. The silk webs that bind him are like spider silk, which is extremely tough and sticky. This is made by the cruel queen of the 12th Fleet, Christos, with the ability to create a superhuman type of net fruit, which can create various nets, such as iron nets, steam nets, sharp nets, and poison nets. Suspected to wake up. A tough woman. In addition, there are many people guarding outside the room. The picture shifts. When the Golden Lion and his party walked out of the palace and came to a wide slate square, a magnificent and imposing BGM first came from the far horizon, and then a golden flower sea avenue approached. The figures headed by them are all shrouded in golden light, which is very mysterious. Also very tall. This time, the appearance of Chaos and his party was not too gorgeous. There was no lightning and thunder, and there was no discoloration of the situation. They were enveloped in pure gold light, and they were walking on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue. Especially Loki. Some do not fit the personality of the richest man group. Starting point, deep deduction, African tribe welcomes you, 1000 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 326 _ a new storm has emerged. 20,210,315. Chapter 326 _ a new storm has emerged. Jai ha ha. Golden Emperor, you are late. The Golden Lion glanced at Crocodile and the others, and finally set his eyes on Chaos, who was at the head. The orange and yellow cloak was dancing wildly in the wind. The fleet captains behind them all showed all kinds of sneer and playfulness. The Golden Emperor is really arrogant, to bring only a few people to break into their base camp, it is simply not knowing whether to live or die. On the main square, the Golden Lion gathered a large number of vicious and cruel pirate thugs, like a pack of wolves staring at Chaos and his group. The momentum and pressure made Baccarat and Bonis swallow their saliva, their legs trembling subconsciously. Such a big scene is the first time they have met in their lives. It's bound to be a little embarrassing. Facing the Golden Lion's question, Chaos did not answer with one hand on his back. The pure golden light shrouded his body disappeared, and his body flew into the air. At the same time, the vertical hair began to grow longer and fell on the waist, and it quickly turned golden like dyeing, and the calm black eyes also turned into golden eyes. Spiral's steam began to rise, filled with sparks. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, and the Golden Lions on the square gradually lifted into the air, and the two finally held each other 5 meters apart in midair. Withdraw. Crocodile looked solemn, grabbed Baccarat and Bonis, left the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, and quickly retreated. The same goes for Betty, Aquino, and others. You guys also leave first. The dragon under the cloak had a low voice. He is telling the people on his side. What's going on? It hasn't even started yet, why should we retreat? Feeling the big hand on her shoulder, Baccarat felt inexplicable. Wait a minute and you'll find out. Betty frowned, her eyes fixed on the two figures in the air. I don't know when the clear sky began to roll heavily. Those with weak willpower, hurry up and step back. On the side of the air pirates, the captain of the Third Fleet, the Empress Kahara, felt the increasing pressure and quickly turned around and ordered. In the end, all that remained was the fleet captain. Golden Emperor, come and dominate the world with me. At that time, you will be under one person and over 10,000 people. With a cigar in his mouth, the Golden Lion waved his hand wildly, his eyes full of ambition and domineering. That invincible arrogance can't stop making people feel awe. Golden Lion, what this emperor hates most in his life is being threatened. Bendy's appearance has never been wronged, even if you are the Golden Lion Shiki. Jai ha ha. The Golden Lion laughed, while Chaos was expressionless. At the same moment again, an earth-shattering will burst out of the two of them, forming a substantial black gold air pressure cover, and the golden air pressure cover collided with shock. Boom. Clap clap clap. The sky, which was discolored by the wind and clouds, split in an instant, and the center formed a sky ring to the paddle. The terrifying black and red thunder illuminated the line of sight, and the wind and air pressure surrounded the two of them, like the radiation of a tsunami. The domineering and arrogant emperor's will, overlooking all living beings, will be trampled underfoot. Crocodile and others, who had retreated far away, all raised their heads, their hair and clothes fluttered in the violent wind and their will, and their eyes were full of fear and heaviness. Baccarat and Bonis were blocked by everyone, but even so, their faces were full of fear, and they were stiff and unable to lift up any strength. As dumb as a fool. The same is true for the Flying Sky Pirates. The captains of the fleet all looked solemn, all looking up at the center of the sky filled with a lot of black and red lightning. The will that is invincible in the world and despising everything can't stop them from giving birth to the idea of surrender, kneeling, and unconsciousness, and the whole soul is crushed to death. Breathtaking and terrifying. However, there are too many people in the Flying Sky Pirates. Even if they evacuated early, they could not withstand the storm formed by the collision of the overlords. The pirates with weak willpower all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Some are still struggling. Even if they are already half kneeling on the ground, they can always grit their teeth and stand firm. As long as they survive this storm of will, they will gain something, and they will definitely be able to go deeper in the future. Those who can become strong are all those who are strong-willed and full of faith. If they can't even handle a mere overlord, how can they become strong? I didn't expect the Golden Emperor's overlord to be so strong. Next to Empress Kahara, stood a man in a sumo suit, with a yellow spiky head, a fat man with half of his left ear missing, and an earring in his right ear. The captain of the Fifth Fleet, strong man past her. At this moment, watching the collision of overlord colors in the air, their admiral only had a slight upper hand, which made him a little unbelievable. You must know that the admiral is a golden lion. There are only a few who can compete with them in the overlord color realm. But the Golden Emperor was able to fight head-on. Finally, the two are about to make a move. In the storm of black and red lightning, a gorgeous long sword engraved with the sun, moon, stars, flowers and trees flew into Chaos's hand, and black and gold weapons flowed rapidly. And the Golden Lion also pulled out the dead wood around his waist, also covered with top-armed colors. Boom! They didn't see the two of them at all, but the shockwave of a circle of meteorites hitting the earth formed a halo, filled with black and red lightning, and the atmosphere was screaming everywhere they went, exploding like fireworks. Ding ding ding! The next scene even subverted the vision of many people. Chaos and the Golden Lion were still looking at each other, but the right hand was completely invisible. All he could feel was the dazzling storm and sword energy that exploded between the two. There is only the sound of the golden iron horse formed by the collision of swords. Puff. The storm stopped suddenly. The two of them still kept looking at each other, but the shirt on Chaos was torn directly. 3 wounds with deep visible bones appeared on the strong chest and 8 packabs, and the gorgeous long sword in his hand also produced dense wounds. The cracks eventually shattered into pieces of gold. The Golden Lion tilted his head, a wound appeared on his cheek, and a strand of blonde hair was falling. In just a few seconds of competition, both sides made a judgment. The high-temperature steam was filled with firelight, and rose in a spiral shape on Chaos. The 3 bloody wounds were quickly healing. Apart from those guys in the Navy, this is the first time I've seen other people return their lives to practice to such a degree. You really can give me a lot of surprises. The Golden Lion held dead wood, and at a glance he could see that Chaos' life was returned. It's all too familiar. However, compared to Carp and Zephyr, they are still a bit worse off. Your swordsmanship also gave this Emperor a lot of surprises. Chaos looked at the sword handle in his hand and threw it away. He could be said to be instantly killed in the collision just now. After all, he only relied on his reaction ability and domineering, and the Golden Lion was a proper swordsman. This is like Chaos holding a chopstick and fighting the Golden Lion holding Gatling. The level is different. Using a sword, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Golden Lion is standing in the atmosphere and looking down at him. There is no comparison at all. It's weird not to kneel. The 3 deep visible bone wounds in the chest are evidence. But he is not without harvest, at least he left a little trace on the Golden Lion, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. X. Chapter 327 _ Those who obey me are prosperous, those who oppose me die. 20,210,315. Chapter 327 Those who obey me are prosperous, those who oppose me die. Clang clang. Chaos's words fell, and a large piece of golden sand flew from the distance, spreading and rotating from Chaos's feet. After the crisp and loud collision of golden leather, it slowly formed golden boots and leggings with patterns. Chest guard, goggles, arm guard. The sound of the armor colliding could not stop the blood boiling. When the golden armor was formed, Chaos's temperament was sublimated. Coupled with the blessings of the BGM in the first half of the memory of the Forbidden City, it is like a god of 95 who is arrogant and guiding the country. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will die. In this apocalyptic background, watching the world rise and fall independently, there is only an invincible domineering. The warm-up is over. Chaos' golden eyes stared at the golden lion, and he launched an attack in the next second. The golden lion also pulled out his two swords, holding the dead tree and Yingshi, and laughed wildly like a tiger going down the mountain. I couldn't see how the two of them shot, and when the after-image dissipated, it had already appeared 100 meters above the left. As soon as there was a collision and a blow, it appeared 100 meters away. Under the turbulent sky, only the suffocating air pressure is destroying. From time to time, a black and red thunderbolt fell, causing the atmosphere to whine. From time to time, a sword light falls, like the cold light of 9 days illuminating the whole world. From time to time, there was a piercing roar, and a mushroom cloud separated the world and destroyed everything. In the darkness, a ray of light suddenly smashed onto many islands, and at that moment, like fireworks, islands 100 meters in size exploded. Chaos stood in the deep, pitch-black sky, and a blood stain on his body was rapidly healing. Take a serious kick. Turned into a dazzling meteorite, leaving behind long tail feathers, Chaos looked at the golden lion on the island and fell in one fell swoop. The air was evacuated along the way, and the deafening sonic boom made the heart tremble. The golden lion soared into the sky, laughing loudly, holding the dead tree and slashing with a 10,00-meter slash, as if breaking the world into two halves. The cold light was as sharp as a knife, moving forward. The collision of the century, the dazzling light is like a rising sun, causing everyone watching the battle in the distant place to close their eyes. And then an explosion that tore the eardrum came. A huge mushroom cloud connected the sky and the earth, and the sky filled with black and red lightning slowly revolved around it. Jingle bell. Another piece of golden sand flew into the high-temperature flame, turned into a golden armor and wore it on Chaos, and then fought with the golden lion. Perhaps attracted by the battle between Chaos and the golden lion, whether it was the Richest Man group or the Flying Sky Pirates, they were all watching from the center of the battle. Baccarat and Bonis were already pale, shivering, just staring blankly at the explosions that appeared from time to time. Except for the explosions, the diffuse black and red lightning, and the mad storm, they couldn't feel anything. There are only a few people who can barely keep up with the scene. The only person closest to the center of the battle is the dragon. Time passed by minute by minute. The golden lion and Chaos turned into a rainbow, and the battle was getting farther and farther. It's time to save that stupid woman. Looking back from the sky, Betty looked at the ruins of the palace on the island, and could feel the breath of Stussy. There is also the breath of the captains of the various fleets of the air pirates. Crack. An island turned into an electric light and disappeared in a flash. But before that, the sun hit the island one step ahead of her, and it was Aquino. The ground is already starting to melt before it arrives. Crocodile grabbed Baccarat and Bounus at will, and then swung towards the island. If you live, you will be eligible to join the Richest Man group, or you will die if you die. Artilda. Crocodile, you bastard. The old lady will come back. The screams of Baccarat and Bowness got farther and farther, and there was hysteria in their voices. This kind of battle is scary to look at, let alone participate in. The people brought by long saw that all the responsibilities of the richest group were rushing towards the island, and they followed suit. Their work only needs to drag a few fleet captains of the air pirates, and nothing else matters. The dragon also retracted his gaze from the sky. After all, this time he was not here to appreciate the battle. It disappeared silently, and when it reappeared, it was already in the way of a certain woman's action. Queen Kahara, the captain of the Third Fleet of the air pirates, has a centipede scar on his face, which makes him look a bit hideous. In addition to that fat body, his ugly posture is comparable to that of the future Big Mom. The appearance is born from the heart, perhaps because of the ugly appearance. The character is also extremely distorted. I can't stand women who are prettier than me. Being able to sit in the position of captain of the Third Fleet is enough to show the strength of this woman. In the absence of Predator Yaxos, the captain of the First Fleet, and King Ruby, the captain of the Second Fleet, she is the strongest fleet captain other than the Golden Lion. And also as a woman. Who are you? Kahara looked at the dragon that appeared, and his fierce face was full of indifference to life. She did not remember that the richest man group had such a character. Kahara does not know dragons, but dragons know Kahara. After all, he is one of the fleet captains of the Flying Sky Pirates, and the reward amount is as high as 1.61 billion. Just this terrifying reward can make people talk about it. A few years ago, Kahara went to sea alone to set up the Kahara Pirates, and all the way through the sea, he made a name for himself and was named the Queen. He also had several confrontations with Big Mom, Vice Admiral Crane, and others, which can be described as skyrocketing. She was one of the top female representatives in the sea at that time. It's just a little swollen, and he took the initiative to provoke the Flying Sky Pirates, which was defeated by the Golden Lion, and finally became the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates fleet. Then, with great strength, he climbed all the way to the position of the captain of the Third Fleet, only under the Golden Lion, the Predator Yaxos, and the Horn-Nosed King Ruby. The legendary life is also colorful. One of the strongest female representatives even now. Just a passerby. Since Kahara did not recognize himself, the dragon did not identify himself. Call out. Just when the dragon's words just fell, a few bone spurs suddenly protruded from the ground, sharp as spears covering the color of the armed. There is no doubt that they can easily penetrate the steel. Kahara's silent attack can be described as ruthless and tricky. And very decisive. It's a bit of a skill. Kahara was also not interested in knowing who the dragon was, but she was a little surprised that the other party could evade her attack. And the ability of the other party does not seem to be simple. Looks like it has to be done. Long spread his hands, and stood 10 meters away feeling helpless. This battle is unavoidable. No name, it only takes a minute. Kahara's face was full of ferocity, and in a radius of 1,000 meters with himself as the center, whether it was the ground or the surrounding ruins, all turned gray and white to form various skeletons, which inexplicably gave people a feeling of horror and infiltration. This is a land of death, a land of bones. One after another, sharp bone spurs splashed like a fountain, and Longfair raised his eyebrows with a frown. The opponent's ability is not simple. Superhuman type, bone and bone fruit. Also awake. Ka ka ka. The skeletons on the ground wriggled, forming a small hillside, and Kahara also climbed a pair of skeleton armor while standing on it, with spiky fangs wearing a crown of bones. Very visual. At the same time, there were also skeleton warriors climbing up from it, their empty eyes burning with green flames, holding various swords and spears, all eyeing dragons and tigers. It's no wonder that this person is equivalent to a scene of thousands of troops, and it is no wonder that he is crowned the queen, and the reward is as high as 1.611 billion. Can compete with Big Mom and Crane. X. Chapter 328 A Look of a Hurry. 20,210,316. Chapter 328 A Look of a Hurry. Whoever you are, become a bone today. Kahara is like the queen of bone, with a flick of her finger. The ground was densely packed like skeletons crawling out of hell, all rushing towards the dragon. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared to death. Keelong is no ordinary person. With a wave of his right hand, an invisible sharp blade smashed the ground and was invincible. All the skeletons that came up were cut off, and the attack continued to rush towards Kahara. This blow made Kahara's contemptuous mind suddenly vigilant. Calvary holds up a bone shield and is covered with armed colors. Firmly offset the attack. With these simple two moves, it is not so simple for Kahara to escape. In the northwest of the palace, the shattered rubble fell to the ground, and a piece of fine sand condensed and formed. Crocodile took a cigar and exhaled a smoke ring. The D characters flowed behind him, and the iconic big back and grey-black fur coat showed the big guy temperament. Meeting for the first time, brainwashings are Crocodile. On the ground stood a gentle, very polite and elegant man. It is the charming idol of the captain of the Fifth Fleet, Groot, with long blonde hair flying in a mess, and a fencing sword slung around his waist. If there were any women here, they would scream. For some reason, Crocodile looked at this man very upset, and had the urge to smack that face flat, feeling that his appearance was being challenged. This emperor does not kill nameless people. Crocodile is very pretentious. Even if he knows the person in front of him, he still thinks he doesn't know him. His eyes were full of contempt. How rude. I hate men who are rude. Groot flipped the blonde hair on his forehead, pulled out the fencing sword around his waist with a big hand, saw Crocodile smiling charmingly, and then poked lightly in the air. In an instant, the air hissed, and a spiral sword chi flashed away. Crocodile looked down at his chest, where there was a hole the size of the mouth of a bowl, and he could see the scenery behind him, surrounded by a lot of fine sand. However, Crocodile was very calm, still smoking a cigar. Nature Department, it's really troublesome. Groot sighed a little. The attack just now escaped the opponent's elementalization early, and it can be seen from the healed body. Of course, he didn't use his weapons. Raising his hand and holding the fencing, the dark and shiny armed color covered it, and Groot once again waved at Crocodile from the air, forming a 100-meter slash to tear the air. The most terrifying thing is that the slash suddenly increases by a kilometer to 10,000 meters when it dives, almost covering the entire line of sight, and from a distance it looks like a tsunami slaps past. This slash is not only sharp, but also heavier than Mount Tai. Super large desert sword. It was the first move. How could Crocodile avoid it? Of course, it was a measure of the opponent's strength. At the moment of the collision, Crocodile's face sank, and his whole body exploded into fine sand, and when he reappeared, he was already on a raised rock. A closer look reveals that Crocodile's right hand trembles. The power that came from the blow just now made him suffer a dark loss. I'm a miniature human who eats miniature fruit and can make objects or bodies bigger. Greater equals weight and equals strength. As long as the object is big enough, it can destroy everything. Groot walked towards Crocodile. His demeanor was full of gentleness and elegance. He raised his hand and waved again, and the 100-meter slash suddenly turned into 10,000 meters, covering the clouds and covering the mighty. Nothing could stop that tsunami of slashing. Bizarre. Crocodile blew out a smoke ring, and the ground centered on himself began to crack and turned into a desert. The 500 meters are climbed up from it, holding the 1,000-meter desert sword and still resisting the slash. It's just that his R is too small compared to the vastness of the slash. After retreating more than 10 steps, the slash was turned aside, and the sky of lightning and thunder was cut open at once. It's really scary. Groot stopped and looked at Ezra covering the light, like a shadow shrouded him. I hope you can make this Emperor happy. Crocodile still ignored Groot, barely raising the desire to fight. The latter only showed a smile that was enough to fascinate thousands of young girls. It was as warm as the sun. With that handsome face and elegant temperament, it could only be said that he was one of the most beautiful men in the sea. Just as Crocodile and Groot were fighting, Aquino also found an opponent. Goo, goo, goo. The ground melted to form magma, which was bubbling continuously. The atmosphere is baked to the point where you can see ripples, and the hot and high temperature is more like being inside a volcano. The whole area is golden red, and the closer you get to the center, the hotter it is. At the same time, the light became more and more white. Damn. In the magma, Nebeka's feet were covered with armed colors, and she looked at the outline of the center of the magma with extreme fear. The face that was originally wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a ponytail is now sweating wildly, and the decent tuxedo is also wet, and even spontaneously combusted. As the captain of the 6th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, Nebeka the Scorpion is naturally not an ordinary person, and the reward amount is also as high as 1.32 billion big pirates. But it's already a little embarrassing before the battle has started. Sun King Dun Archino. Taking off the gold-rimmed glasses in one fell swoop, Nebeka's body began to swell, and a scorpion barbtail emerged from the tail, and the cold light showed that it was highly poisonous. Fauna scorpion fruit. This is Nebeka's devil fruit ability. As he entered the human-beast state, the thick armor separated the high temperature, making Nebeka less uncomfortable. Swish. Nebeka, who had just completed her transformation, suddenly felt cold all over her body. Aquino, who was originally more than 30 meters away, appeared in front of him in an instant. His right fist clenched tightly with a red and white light shrouded in it, tearing his eardrum and hitting him in one fell swoop. In such a hot environment, Nebeka felt a chill. Boom. The violent shock wave set off the magma, and Nebeka crossed her arms to cover her armed color, and her face showed a little pain. Aquino people don't talk much, they just do it when they meet them. The right hand sprayed hot and high temperature, forming 100-meter Garuda, fluttering its wings and burning everything, leaving the firelight Chingong to chase after it. As soon as it came up, Aquino entered the strongest state, the temperature rose to the highest, and it also entered the return of life. Completely in a hurry. Kill it as soon as possible before looking for other opponents. Like fireworks scattered, Garuda, who was chasing after Nebeka, slammed into the island, and the explosion of a landslide and ground fissure occurred immediately, and a large amount of rock and soil melted and splashed, just like a meteor shower began to fall towards the sea below. At this moment, a large number of pirates appeared all around, causing Aquino, who was walking in the magma, to stop. Shoot. Kill. In the face of such a situation, the fiery rays of light on Aquino began to compress, and eventually formed a heat wave pressure cover without dead ends, just like Chaos's Shinra Heavenly Expedition, gradually expanding out. At that moment, it was like a nuclear bomb exploded. Wherever the heat wave went, the ashes were annihilated, and the pirate thugs who had shouted and killed were burned to the ground before they even had time to scream, leaving not even a trace of ashes. Solar Storm. It was developed by Aquino based on the Chaos Shinra Otiansing. It suppressed the terrifying high temperature and formed a heat wave to erupt in an instant. The higher the temperature, the stronger the lethality. It can be seen from the scene that just destroyed the world. X. Chapter 329 _ What scene have you not seen? 20,210,317. Chapter 329 What scene have you not seen? Call out. A sexy figure hung upside down in the air, flipped a few backflips to the ground, and finally stabilized after a few meters. Betty held the golden flagpole in her hand, stood up with her long hair flying, raised her chin and looked coldly at the monster figure walking out of the smoke. This is a human beast-shaped monster with 8 spider legs on the lower body, which looks scary and weird, but the upper body itself is wearing underwear fabric, and the pair of chest weapons is probably 36E+, which is larger than the murder weapon that Betty has seen so far. It can be said to be a tyrant in the wave. On the top is a face with delicate makeup, big watery blue eyes, and long green and wavy hair. The exposed collarbone is painted with a large pink spider pattern. 8th Fleet Captain, Black Widow Eliza. Fauna, spider fruit, with a reward of 1.262 million. Just looking at the upper body, she is definitely a charming woman, at least Betty feels the pressure in terms of sexiness. However, there are rumors in the sea that Black Widow Eliza is not beautiful, and her real face is somewhat ugly. Rely on makeup to upgrade your appearance. Whether it is true or not is impossible to know. After all, even the other fleet captains of the Flying Sky Pirates have never seen Black Widow's plain face, maybe only I know it. And some people who have seen her without makeup, the grave grass is estimated to be sprouting. Black Widow Eliza, nothing more than that. Betty flicked her long purple wavy hair with long curly hair, and swayed back and forth with long star-shaped earrings in her ears. She stepped on long high-heeled shoes with gold rose patterns, and wore a gold open-chested top, revealing 2 white half-spheres. Under the soft and boneless waist of the water snake is a triangular gold pant. At this moment, steam began to float from his body, and there was a hazy temptation in the mist. Don't be ashamed. Black Widow had murderous intent on her face, and her 8 sharp spider legs were like Hot Wheels. She ran to Betty in a flash, holding a 3-meter-long cross-sword in her hand, stirring the air to stab at Betty. It's a killer move. Ding! Sparks splashed in it, and Betty held the golden flagpole, with the color of arm flowing on it, and easily pushed the Black Widow's stab away, and at the same time jumped and swept out. The strong wind pressure swept through, and Black Widow's spider leg resisted, and the other legs also stabbed at Betty at the same time, being cunning and fierce without leaving the slightest leeway. Between the electric light and flint, Betty's flowing purple hair with curly hair, all taut as if alive, flowing armed color turned into a poisonous snake, and collided with it forcefully. The irresistible reaction force was mutual. The 2 women couldn't help but retreat, and then they fought each other with murderous intent. The surrounding palace buildings were damaged for a while, and all kinds of ruins were splashed and reduced to ruins. At present, the 2 women are evenly matched, and I am afraid that there will be no 3 or 4 days to decide the winner. In another palace complex, a few hundred meters in a radius of jelly melted, Annie snorted coldly, and looked sharply at the burly, bear-like man in front of her. This is the only way to go to imprison Stussy. She had known for a long time that someone from the Richest Group would save the Queen of Joy, so she was the one husband, Guan Wanfu, who stopped here and stopped the man in front of her. The bug of the Richest Group, the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. In the Richest Man Group, he is a relatively low-key person. Annie originally planned to seek revenge from the Tsar, but she didn't expect that Groot's guy would be the first to do so, so she had to take a second place to deal with others. HMPH, don't even want to leave any of your Richest Group today. Annie snorted coldly, the awakened jelly ground squirmed, and a jellyman nearly 100 meters away climbed out of it, in the form of a queen. He holds a shield in his left hand and a jelly spear in his right. She once had a battle with Sisu, the goddess of chaos. In the entire Flying Sky Pirates, Jelly Queen Anne is the only one who can compete with Stussy in terms of appearance and stature, but Zing is not an ordinary person. Totally not interested in it. The only thing he is obsessed with now is mahjong. So in the bear's heart, he intends to end the fight quickly so that he can go back and play a few laps. He hasn't played for a day. The shadows came from overhead, and the long spear in the form of a queen was like a pillar of optimism, stabbing towards the bear with 1,000 power. But in the eyes of the bear, this attack speed is too slow. He disappeared into place out of thin air, and when he appeared, he swept across the czarist form and appeared in front of Annie. I don't know when he had taken off his gloves to reveal his palms full of flesh pads, and quickly patted Annie's firm chest. No pity. Is a cruel man. Pressure cannon. The compressed extreme air rushed out in an instant, and the destructive power used was enough to wipe out a forest. But it failed in front of Annie. The jelly shield rose on the ground in an instant, and the extremely soft Q-bomb offset the shock wave and delayed the shock wave, and Annie, who was behind, was not affected much at all. Swish swish. A large number of jelly branches stick out from the assimilation ground, trying to tie the bear. As long as it is restrained, it will stick to the prey and begin to absorb water until the prey is completely dead. But the bear is very fast. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, and appeared behind Annie. Where would you like to go if you were traveling? The meatball pressed down with a big hand, and Annie remained calm in the face of such a danger. Jelly spikes appeared on the ground behind her to strangle again, and at the same time, the queen-shaped spear also stabbed out. If the bear insisted on attacking Annie, it would also take 2 blows from Annie. It's all about injury for injury. This is how the strong fight. If one party wants to take advantage, unless the difference in strength is very large, there will be something left. The bear did not resist, and disappeared in place and appeared in the air. He raised his hands high and began to compress the air in a radius of 100 meters. A transparent bear paw can be seen appearing on the bear's head, which is constantly shrinking by flicking with both hands. Annie doesn't want to watch the bear prepare for his ultimate, so the queen form strikes again. The battle between the two obviously cannot end in a short time. Hip hop. On a small suspended island, Ivankov's angry mantra came from the jungle. It looked like he was running away, the towering trees behind him were collapsing, and the momentum was terrifying. Because Ivankov was chased by a lot of black hair, as if there were life forms of various poisonous snakes, which easily broke a towering tree with a thickness of 1 meter, and landslides and fissures wherever he went. Shemailing, you can't escape. On the black-haired poisonous snake, a woman wearing a forked cheongsam, her hair was disheveled and she laughed like a ghost. Her face seemed to have never been exposed to the sun, so it was extremely pale. This honor is very much like something crawling out of a grave. If it were changed to the dark night and the wind was high, he might be killed by someone alive. It can be seen that the black-haired poisonous snakes that are constantly chasing Ivankov are all attached to each other's hair. Which Celia, the captain of the 10th Fleet, the superhuman type of hair fruit, has a reward of 1.242 billion, and his status is second only to the Jelly Queen Anne. Naturally, it is also famous on the sea. It's just very rare, but there are still legends. She is a mysterious and wicked woman. It's not unreasonable to be called a witch. At the beginning of the battle, Celia was attacked by the Shemailing, and then seeing that she was not easy to mess with, she quickly fled from the central island until she came to this small island. Sneak attack and run, this is worth it. So Celia began to chase and kill. But Celia obviously underestimated Ivankov's ability to escape. This pervert is like the slippery eel. It escapes from the predicament time and time again, and does not forget to be arrogant and proud. This is very annoying. What a joke, the Demon King has been on the run for a long time or is on the way to escape. Is it true that the three natural perverts of the Navy are chasing him for nothing? What scene have you not seen? As far as escaping is concerned, it is not easy to capture, even if it is a posture. There are more than 10 kinds of poses created. Spin, jump, I close my eyes. X. Chapter 330 screen that appears earlier. 20,210,317. Chapter 330 screen that appears earlier. Looking for death. Celia, who was chasing behind her, was an angry smoke. The other party is really too cheap, too showy, too demon. Seeing that jumping into the air to form a one-new-word horse, turning in circles from time to time, twisting left and right to avoid her attacks from time to time, inside and outside revealing the color of contempt. Just insulting her. Even the soul has not forgotten the taint. That feeling of wanting to get rid of 8 pieces, but still unable to get rid of it, will only accumulate more and more with the passage of time. I hide. I jump. I turn. Ivankov is already addicted to his dancing posture, with his hands folded in flowers and feet like crabs, twisting his eyes and buttocks from side to side. If the elegant movements are replaced by a beautiful woman with an outstanding figure and face, that flipping movement, it's definitely a pleasure to come down. It can be changed to Ivankov's chamois costume, only evil and spicy eyes are left. The black tide. Celia became more and more chasing, her eyes were bloodshot. The long hair under her feet slapped out in an unstoppable wave, and the cloud cover formed a shadow. Boom. The gravel and soil splashed wildly, the whole earth swayed, and the towering trees around were overwhelmed and sunk into the soil. Swish. Ivankov disappeared like lightning, and when he appeared, he was already in the air. Being chased and killed over the years, shaving and Uabi's accomplishments might be able to catch up with Stussy. The true meaning of life, he has experienced the most in these years. Rebuttals are not accepted. Hilda. Ivankov only felt that his vision was dark, and he didn't know what was going on. The whole person fell to the ground like a meteor, stirring up the sky and eating a mouthful of mud. In midair, Celia's hair was disheveled like a ghost, and she charged down with murderous horror in one fell swoop. Ivankov got up from the pit, shaking his body and disappearing instantly. The next second explosion formed a shock wave, which pushed the surrounding ground horizontally, exposing the soil and tree roots that had not seen sunlight for many years, and even more gravel blasted out like bullets with a blasting sound. SHHHHHH. A long-haired venomous snake chased out, blocking all directions and opening its bloody mouth. Death wink. Death wink. Along the way, blast blast blast, fly sand and stone. Hiffup, how can it be so hard? Looking at the black-haired poisonous snake rushing out of the smoke of the explosion, Ivankov felt a chill behind his back. The hair was harder and sharper than steel, and it ran through rocks and trees like drinking water. If this is stabbed on the body, then there should be no hole. After fleeing for these years, Ivankov mainly practiced shaving, moonwalking, and seeing and hearing. After the return of life and awakening, the main energy will be on shaving, moonwalking and seeing, hearing, and sex. That is to say, Ivankov's armed color is not too strong, let alone cultivate interviewing skills. Be considered a partial player. And Celia's devil fruit ability, combined with a powerful weapon color, clearly began to gain the upper hand. After all, he is also the captain of the 10th Fleet, and he also offered a reward of 1.24 billion. Without any ability, he would have been cold. The sonic boom sounded like a swarm of bees, and Ivankov looked back, and a chill shot up to the sky. I saw Celia's wild hair aimed at him, densely flashing cold light, and the large-scale blockade of the space was overwhelming. If the scene had intensive phobia, I am afraid that I would faint at a glance. Not good. Although Ivankov is still laughing and joking, his eyes are heavy. Too many attacks are too dense, and it is difficult to escape. Land feet. Useless. Death wink. A little spark and it's gone. I spin, jump, no limit. Puff. As Ivankov groaned, his thigh in mesh stockings was almost penetrated, but fortunately he avoided it in an emergency, leaving only one wound. Cure hormones. It is a tie to the waist, the healing hormone is injected, and the life is returned. SHHHHHH. Attacks from the sky and the ground kept coming, and it became more and more difficult for Ivankov to avoid. Slowly, various wounds began to appear on his body, and the situation became more and more critical. In vain, a crisis of death struck, and Ivankov's big face changed in shock, and all the hair on his body exploded. The true meaning of life, so clear and beautiful at this time, even the heart stopped. However, Ivankov is very experienced. He bent down and pouted his butt for the first time. After that, the R posture was extremely standard, as if it had been tempered. It was the most suitable position, the most labor-saving interface, and the easiest posture to get pleasure. The right time and place are suitable for people, which can be said to be all-inclusive. As soon as this wonderful posture was done, a chill came from the top of the head and the crotch, and almost didn't take away the scalp and the 2 bullets, and they really passed by face to face. But the crisis is not over. With the sound of the sharp weapon piercing the flesh, Ivankov's face was full of pain, and he looked down at his chest, where the long hair formed the sharpest weapon, which easily broke the defense and penetrated. Resisting the pain, Ivankov broke free and used shaving to disappear. When he appeared, he couldn't help kneeling on one knee with his hands on the ground, and he couldn't stop vomiting blood. Much older? The sound of breaking the air came again, and Ivankov looked up and blinked. The explosion in front of him turned into a shock wave, but the opponent's attack just paused for a moment and then struck again. With another stab at the waist, the wound on Ivankov's chest began to heal, but his face became paler. He seems to underestimate the other party. You can't escape. Celia's gloomy grin came from behind, as if a spectre was threatening her life. Just the squirming and flying hair made people unable to stop their hearts from trembling. The true meaning of life appeared again. Ivankov's whole body was jolted, and he felt that his soul had left his body, and the sight and hearing were driven to the extreme, trying to detect the opponent's attack trajectory. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ivankov's pupils shrunk into needles, and a flash of red light flashed away. Immediately after a picture appeared in his mind, Ivankov subconsciously took a step to the left and then bent down. Boom! The ground was penetrated by a long sharp hair, and then a sonic boom sounded from the back of Ivankov's head. 2 attacks were dodged. Ivankov didn't think too much, and fled in embarrassment for the first time, but Celia, who was chasing behind him, was stunned, and then became angry. It stands to reason that the 2 attacks just now could not be avoided. The other side. A suspended island to the north. An axe-light rose into the sky, cut through the heavy cloud sea, and poured the soft sunlight down. Admiral was bathed in blue lightning in midair, and even if he couldn't see his face, he could feel the contempt. On the ground, Crocodile was holding a 3-leaf axe. The fat body was very oppressive, but it looked a little gratifying, with all the small eyes and big mouth of fat people. The captain of the 7th Fleet of the Air Pirates, known as the Great Axe Crocodile, has a bounty of 1.289 billion. He is the only fleet captain of the Flying Sky Pirates who is not currently capable of devil fruit. Just because Crocodile practiced an axe, his attack was comparable to that of a great swordsman, so he got the title of a Great Axe. At the same time, he also majored in armament, and he has already reached the 3rd stage. This is a very formidable enemy. It can be seen from the light of the axe that cut through the sea of clouds just now. This is completely the destructive power that the great swordsman has. Admiral looked contemptuous on the surface, but in his heart he had already taken it seriously. He sensed danger from the other side. X. Chapter 331 It's a test of the true meaning of life. 20,210,317. Chapter 331 It's a test of the true meaning of life. Catch her. She is the lucky responsibility of the richest group. Don't try to escape. In a broken jungle wall, a graceful figure is being hunted down. Hundreds of ferocious pirates behind him. Just take one out, and the minimum reward is more than 20 million. If this is placed on a remote island, it will definitely be the hegemon of the tyrant. SHHHHHH. Boom boom boom. The bullets flew with a cracking sound, splashed large pieces of wood chips and dust in the trees and soil, or shot out of a bazooka, causing a huge explosion of fire. Damn. The old lady knew it would turn out like this. Baccarat, who was almost blown away by the blast, gritted his teeth and looked back at the vicious pirates behind him, unable to stop cursing. If it weren't for the lucky fruit, she would have been beaten to death by now. How can there be such a chance to escape like now? Now she is not thinking about fighting, but trying her best to survive in this pursuit, at least until the end of the battle. Not her blowing. She doesn't have that ability on the front, but she still has a few brushes when it comes to life-saving. With the help of the treacherous mountains here and the various beasts inside, her chances of surviving are much higher. From the beginning to the present, Baccarat has cursed chaos thousands of times. After all, this situation is all thanks to that man. Bowness is in the same situation as Baccarat. At the beginning, he was high-spirited and took the initiative to attack. But now he is also running and fighting while vomiting blood. Apart from the most powerful fleet captains, there are naturally some cadres and captains in the Flying Sky pirate ship. Not at all that Bowness can handle. Just like what Crocodile said at the beginning, to live, only by living can you be eligible to become a member of the richest group, otherwise, if you die, you will die. This is a test of the true meaning of life. Depends on the fortune of the two. Now, whether it is the main island or the small islands suspended around it, it is full of battles. Apart from the fleet captains that the richest man group was dealing with, there were also several Revolutionary Army soldiers brought by the dragon who were also fighting against the fleet captains. At the same time, on the turbulent vast sea, a thunderstorm roared and roared over a deserted island. The two meteors slammed into the ground one after another, forming a bombardment of landslides and ground fissures, and dense black and red electric lights splashed out from them, and the entire atmosphere was shaking. The spiral steam continued to rise, and chaos shot out of the explosive smoke, and instantly appeared in front of the Golden Lion and slammed it out with a knee. The Golden Lion held the swords in front of him, his face changed slightly at the moment of collision, and his feet stepped on the ground and directly moved out of two pitch-black ravines. Chaos, with his long hair flying, his stern face full of arrogance, turned over and swept the army with one foot. In an instant, the terrifying air pressure roared, and the Golden Lion turned back and kicked towards Chaos. Watching the roaring slashing Chaos clenched his fists with an armed color, and just such a powerful punch collided with the slashing. A mushroom cloud stands, and the annular pressure rolls up the surface. Chaos is very domineering now. His eyes are falling towards the Golden Lion like electricity. Black and red electric lights are floating all over his body, turning into meteors and blasting the air. Thousand Cut Valley. Two sword lights rose from the ground, cutting everything and exuding an aura of destruction, coming in an instant. At the same time, countless rubble pierced through the sky, and suddenly the earth surged, and 4 huge wild beasts opened their bloody mouths to swallow Chaos. The golden lion used the fluttering fruit. Boom! The world was filled with light, and a deafening roar came. The huge mushroom cloud pushed the halo horizontally, and it was constantly expanding and filled with wind and lightning. The area with a radius of 10,000 meters is sunken, forming a crater that is constantly destroyed. The 4 wild beasts were forcibly destroyed and turned into rubble and smoke to cover the sky. But the battle wasn't over. A large piece of gold powder floated from the sky into the smoke of the explosion, and the next second, the golden lion flew out of it, holding Deadwood and Sacaraten in both hands to block the knee in front of him, his face gloomy and cold. Go down to this emperor. The golden leggings of Chaos knees splattered with golden molten fire, increasing the strength to crush it down. As the surrounding hills rose, the golden lion's feet sank into the ground, and then another mushroom cloud rose. The island under their feet began to shake and collapse. In the dust filled with frightening lightning, the suppressed anger of the golden lion suddenly came out. Looking for death. Chaos's actions made the golden lion intolerable, and the entire broken island shook, as if a life quickly closed in an attempt to trap Chaos. At the same time, the golden lion retreated and sent out 2 consecutive slashes, slashing across everything and facing Chaos, who had been bound by sand, dust and soil. But at this moment, the mountain collapsed, and a domineering black gold air pressure shield rushed out of the restraint and slammed into the slash. Shinla o Tianxing. The shock and collision that people can't open, and the mighty destruction of the sky and the earth. However, the invincible Shinla o Tianxing was unable to destroy the 2 slashes of the golden lion. On the contrary, it was forcibly smashed. But even such a stop was enough for Chaos to get out of trouble temporarily. Standing in the air, a golden storm fell from the sky again, and when a new golden armor was formed around Chaos, the spiral's steam and firelight floated out from the cracks in the armor, and the golden light wheel behind it also slowly turned. It's just that his chest rises and falls, and his breathing is even more rapid. He spit out the blood from his mouth, and Chaos looked down at the golden lion so condescendingly. That attitude is high above, showing the arrogance and domineering most vividly. The golden lion was also breathing very fast, and even his image was a little more embarrassed than that of Chaos, but it was just looking embarrassed. The truth is that Chaos suffers. Buzz. When Chaos raised his head, the entire dim sky was broken open, and islands the size of houses turned into meteor showers with unmatched power, and smashed down towards Chaos in one fell swoop. The heaviness that came upon his face was suffocating. Chaos looked solemn, and the golden light wheel spinning behind him flowed into his hands, turning into a mace and starting to splash flames. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. The golden torrent flew into the sky, and the mighty was so dazzling. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be split open. The infinite explosion set off a storm, and the strange stone ridge flew around and turned into a meteor shower and fell towards the sea. The bigger mushroom cloud than before began to push the clouds horizontally, and it was like a sun rising from a long distance, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. A tsunami has been set off in the surrounding waters, and around the island that was originally torn apart, the shock wave has begun to reveal the seabed that has not seen sunlight for many years. This scene is horrifying. But the battle isn't over. In the black smoke and fireworks that covered the cloud cover, the golden streamer rushed out in one fell swoop, and Chaos attacked again. Although the golden lion was annoyed, he still held the dead wood to block it. Take a serious kick. Chaos stomped the golden lion's weapon with a stubborn kick, and the golden fire on his right foot splattered and exploded at the limit, forming an unmatched power. The golden lion only fell to mountain range coming, and it turned into a cannonball after holding on for a moment. It runs through several mountains that stand up because of the battle. Chaos chased after him, and before the golden lion got up from the ruins, he kicked the golden lion on the side of the waist. He could even hear a clicking sound, and then the golden lion changed its trajectory and smashed into another island, causing a huge amount of noise. Storm. The next second, the golden lion's expression changed, and he didn't even want to roll over and leave the place. Falling from the sky, Chaos's feet sank deep into the ground, dented in a radius of 1,000 meters, and the cracks were torn to the bottom. Before making any move, 2 slashes struck from the right side. Seriously, punch. The torrent of gold and red is going forward, and the explosion is subverted again. The sky also dropped a new golden halo and armor, which can be replenished at any time. Starting point, very deep deduction Carnegie, 20,000 starting coins. I really want to be a jerk, 500 starting coins. Thank you very much to the 3 monthly pass holders, Carnegie, me who devoured the sky and the earth, and the promise to protect you. There are many other book friends, thank you for your subscription and monthly pass. Love you so much. Arigado. X. Chapter 332 Arrogance is character, death is pursuit. 20,210,318. Chapter 332 Arrogance is character, death is pursuit. You really surprised me. Black smoke billowed into the sky, from which came the wild laughter of the golden lion. Chaos floated to the ground, looked at the golden lion walking out of the gunpowder, and sighed heavily. You also surprised Bendy. Arrogance is the character of Chaos, and death is his pursuit. He fluttered the messy blonde hair in front of his forehead, and a lot of steam and fire were rising from his body. The pressure the other party put on him has never diminished. There was a roar from the top of the head, and a large piece of sand and dust splashed around Chaos. Is the golden warrior exactly like Chaos, with drooping blonde hair, a spinning halo, and a battle armor? He used the golden fruit. But it's not that gorgeous big move, it's just a golden warrior. Jai ha ha. I hope you can continue to be so arrogant. Holding Deadwood and cigarette in both hands, the big smile on the golden lion's face gradually faded away, and the huge breath rushed into the sky like an invisible beam of light, stirring the entire black pressure cloud layer, filled with lightning and thunder. This is going to be real. Chaos's golden eyes narrowed, arrogant and boundless, he started again, and flew out with the golden warriors one after another, to carry out at Wunon siege policy. Golden molten fire seriously punch. One after another blue veins spread under the arm guard, and the splashing flames are full of explosive power. To deal with a strong enemy like the golden lion, you can only use a serious punch and a serious kick. Like a normal punch, a normal kick can't do much. Effect. The golden lion fluttered wildly, like a sleeping lion. The shock brought by that moment covered the whole soul. Holding cigarette in his right hand, the boiling weapon covered the entire blade, and immediately collided with Koskin's molten fist. In an instant, the violent air pressure was generated between the two, and the surface rolled up to form waves that submerged in all directions. Chaos fist is very heavy, like a 10,00-meter mountain, and it will explode at the same time, and the mushroom cloud generated is even more huge. But at this moment, the golden warrior appeared, and the golden right fist was also covered with armed color and pressed down. The golden lion took no hassle, blocked it with a sword and kicked it out with one kick. The golden warrior exploded into pieces and smashed into pieces, but they fused together before they fell to the ground. Just an unbeatable little guy. Perhaps only by killing the deity of chaos, can the golden warrior be rendered useless. How poisonous the golden lion's fighting experience is, you can see the advantages and disadvantages at a glance. So take a shot directly at chaos deity. With lightning speed, The deadwood in his left hand slashed a slash, and rushed towards Chaos with a strong domineering force. Chaos's expression changed, and his left arm burst into flames. Seriously, punch. The frenzied air pressure formed a halo and spread, and before the Golden Lion continued to attack the Golden Warrior, he appeared beside him, and the fist was as charming as ever. The Golden Lion didn't underestimate it either, holding the sword with one hand to block the punch. He also took the opportunity to retreat and land on the ground. Looking at Chaos and the Golden Warrior who were rushing over at the same time, the Golden Lion slammed his two swords into the ground, and then covered the ground with his right hand. Not good. Chaos' eyelids twitched. This guy finally used the Devil Fruit ability seriously. Lion Mighty Double Earth Scroll. The earth with a radius of 10,000 meters began to tremble, as if it had life. It formed two giant lions, covering the clouds and covering the sky and roaring. The riot brought about by the giant lion was like an earthquake, and countless falling rocks flew out towards the surroundings with great momentum. The two giant lions were majestic and majestic, opening their bloody mouths and biting down mightily. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. A golden red shockwave shot straight into the sky, and the Golden Warrior became smaller and a mace appeared in his hand. The move used was no different from that of Chaos himself. The head of a giant lion was pierced on the spot. But all this did not end, because the giant lion rolled up the surface and regrouped. The same is true on Chaos' side. He knows that as long as the Golden Lion is still using its abilities, the giant lion will not lose momentum. Ability is also unreasonable. Buzz. There was a huge roar from the sky, and Sakyamuni, the goddess, the goblin, and the angel all fell to the ground, directly hitting the heads of the two giant lions. The two lions were smashed to pieces on the spot. But as the Golden Lion used its abilities again, this time the ground shook and the mountains began to defend the four lions, majestic like a wild beast. Chaos frowned. The Golden Warrior also merged into the body of Shakyamuni. Simultaneously controlling Sakyamuni, goddess of God, fairies and angels is the current limit of Chaos. Roar. Beast. Four lions roared wildly, and Shakyamuni was even more angry with King Kong, and he went ahead with the goddess, fairies, and angels. The two sides fought together for a while. The scene of landslides and fissures, bathed in lightning and whistling, was extremely shocking. Kill. Chaos did not sit still, and charged towards the Golden Lion while controlling Sakyamuni. Facing the menacing Chaos, the Golden Lion held Baccarat in his right hand and held the sky high, and the sword energy soared into the clouds, making the entire riotous sky even more raging. Don't forget that the Golden Lion is not only a devil fruit person, but also a top swordsman. The sword she extended from Ying-Shi's body, as if the world had opened up and pressed down on Chaos. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. With a dignified expression, Chaos separated a mace from the goblin, injected it into the armed color and entered the golden molten fire mode, and the slashing against the head was a blow to sweep away thousands of troops. The entire piece of atmosphere condensed, and it was visible to the naked eye that it began to expand, and then squeezed out infinite power and exploded in an instant. The sky and the earth lost their light, and as soon as they hid from the vast mushroom cloud, they stood up, surrounded by a halo, and spread without dead ends. Poof! The blood sprayed, and Chaos's whole face was twisted together and looked a little hideous. He couldn't control the flying shot from the explosion, penetrated a big mountain and smashed to the ground. After the gully lay at the end. The Golden Lion at the other end of the mushroom cloud also flew out, but the situation was much better than that of Chaos. He quickly reacted and waved towards Chaos again. Lion Chick Eerie Valley. Seriously punch. Blue veins crawled all over his neck, and Chaos stood up from the gully, forming a shockwave of golden torrents, colliding with the strong and domineering slash. When the dust in the sky dissipated, only a valley abyss remained. The power of a sword opens up the world. The power of one punch, the landslide and the ground split. Big news. Really big news. Away from the sky of the island, an albatross flew over, looking at the apocalyptic scene in the godlike duel on the island. His eyes were full of heat and excitement. With the delicate camera in hand, the flashing light never stopped. There are also videophone bugs recording on both shoulders. This is none other than the president of the World Economic Agency, Big News Morgans. As for why it is here, that is a secret. However, it is not difficult to guess that the last time the Richest Group shot Morgans, and finally Long came forward to solve it. The Richest Group will not disappoint. The shocking battles on the island were recorded, especially the fights of Sakyamuni, the goddess of God, goblins, angels and 4 lions, which were inexplicably bloody and ferocious. With this picture, the report will definitely make the headlines. There is also the battle between the Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion. X. Chapter 333 Feeling able to assimilate the surrounding environment. 20,210,318. Chapter 333 Feeling able to assimilate the surrounding environment. Click. Rumbling. The riots of flying sand and stone will not stop. The battle center collapsed. The sky was dark, and the sea around the island also formed an overwhelming trend, with turbulent waves. The earth shattered to form a barren mountain and canyon. 5 hours passed, and the battle became more and more intense. At the beginning, the chambers resisted, and now chaos has been suppressed. The Golden Lion is too strong. With Chaos's current combat power, it has been a few months since he could fight so far, and even injure the opponent. Cough cough. The mountains rose up and down, and finally sank to the bottom. Chaos was trapped in the soil in a large shape, his hair was disheveled, and a large amount of steam spread from his body, and his nose and mouth couldn't stop bleeding. His handsome face was covered in blood. The black cloud above the head pressed the top, and a large number of electric arcs shuttled through it. The explosion that tripped through the atmosphere made the whole sky seem to drown everything like an abyss of despair. Lion Chick Eerie Valley. The golden hair on the temples fluttered, and the Golden Lion was wrapped in a violent aura, and he slashed to attacks with swords in both hands. At that moment the air was torn apart. Chaos lowered his eyes, stood up, and saw a mace in his hand, which was a thunderous gossip. A mushroom cloud expanded, and the entire abyss began to be pushed horizontally. C-types of profound truth, Karmasakara, Emperor Spear. The billowing gunpowder smoke was rolled up, and Chaos rushed out. His hands burst into calyx like flames, and even the Golden Lion's complexion changed greatly due to the compression force. Boom! The power of the sky and the earth cracked in an instant, and the Golden Lion slashed out with 2 swords, and a large number of terrifying black and red lightning exploded from it, and the attacks of the 2 did not touch at all. Perhaps by surprise. Or Chaos attacked too fast, and the Golden Lion could only passively defend. In the air, he couldn't control his body and flew out, and the direction turned out to be the battlefield between Sakyamuni and the lion. Chaos followed closely behind him and grabbed at Sakyamuni. The next second, Sakyamuni was spinning behind him. With the D symbol, he stretched out one bergamot hand to hold the lion firmly, his head turned to his back, and his right eye began to turn red. The ultimate power is being compressed and shot out in an instant. Golden molten fire must kill, golden fire. The solemn and sacred Buddha sound exploded, Sakyamuni uttered human words, and the black gold laser light shot out from his right eye, shooting at the flying Golden Lion. This made the Golden Lion feel great danger. But the golden lion is not an ordinary person. When his mind is moved, the earth shakes, and a stone wall rises from the earth, blocking the laser for a second. And this second was enough for the golden lion to dodge. Boom. The laser passed by, and finally disappeared on the horizon. The next moment the sky was as bright as day, and a monstrous wind rushed over the mountains and the sea. The entire broken island was like a boat, completely buried in the tsunami. Thousand-Cut Valley. When dodging the laser, the golden lion waved at Shakyamuni. The air kept moaning, and the bright sword light was like a broken bamboo. Shakyamuni was only in a stalemate for a moment, and it was divided into two and a half. The lion that was held down also roared and broke free, and began to turn against the host and pressed half of Shakyamuni's body on the ground. Biting. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. The indestructible torrent, through the moment when the golden lion shot Shakyamuni, washed over the sky and the earth turned upside down, and the timing was just right. At this moment, the golden lion can only passively defend. The huge mushroom cloud stood up again, and the destructive pressure halo overturned the tsunami that had come before, causing the broken island that was submerged in the sea to appear in pieces again. The golden lion flew out of the explosion, vomiting blood in its mouth, showing the color of embarrassment. "That's all you can do." Chaos appeared arrogantly, his hands splashed with golden molten fire, and when he came up, he punched a serious right hook. The golden lion's eyes were sharp, and with a wave of the dead tree, it could be seen that the fist and the long sword still did not really collide, but were separated by a vacuum distance, and there were dense black and red lightning bolts. Ko's serious punch was not just a punch. Also contains explosive properties. As long as it is a golden molten fire attack type, it will be like this. This is a little insidious. So. Boom. The familiar mushroom cloud appeared, and the golden lion was blown away by the force formed by the explosion, and its mouth couldn't stop bleeding. Raising his hand and swinging out two strikes, they crossed to form a substantial slash. Chaos, who was originally chasing, was blocked at once, and he lost the best opportunity to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Swordsmen are really troublesome. Chaos's face was a little unsightly. The opponent's reaction and attack are really too powerful. It made him want to practice kendo. Jai ha ha. It's over. The golden lion was standing in the air with swords in both hands, his grin showing his blood-stained teeth, looking extremely dangerous and terrifying. The gust of wind caused by the extremely fast hit, and Chaos's messy blonde hair swayed, and his pupils shrunk into needles. Time is like slowing down. The golden lion appeared like lightning, faster than before. Dangerous. Chaos's body was covered in hair. Looking at the long sword that had been chopped down, it was flat but it made his back chill, and even his heartbeat stopped subconsciously. The first time to dodge sideways, dangerous and dangerous to avoid the past. An invisible sword energy swooped, and the roaring sky was divided into two halves. But the deadly crisis has not gone away. The golden lion seemed to expect that Chaos would be able to dodge, so the Segaraten on the left hand intercepted Chaos on the way back, and stabbed straight out. Ding! In the explosion of sparks, Chaos's hands flowed with armed colors, and he firmly grasped the long sword. He could feel the like pain, and blood flowed out from it, red and dripping. His defense was broken. PFFT tilde. Chaos bowed his body, with a big foot in his abdomen, which was the big foot of the golden lion. Without even a moment's pause, Chaos flew out with a sonic boom. That moment, the center of the entire island sank, and barren hills stood within a radius of 10,000 meters. The most terrifying golden lion did not give up the attack, but lifted Segarashi and waved it against the abyss. The dazzling slash swayed down, and the island was like tofu, divided into two halves and spread to the sea, exposing the lava deep in the ground. The shadow of chaos has disappeared. It's over. The golden lion's eyes did not look at the abyss, but at the huge crack in the north, put away the dead wood and grabbed it in which direction, and then the vision of the Arabian Nights was staged. The crack and abyss seemed to come alive, the soil and sand began to stir like a twist, and the sky and the earth stirred the tornado one after another, like a pillar supporting the sky, causing the entire cloud of lightning and thunder to rotate. A terrifying scene of fluttering fruit appeared. At this time, only one head and arm of chaos were exposed in the strangling twist pillar, and the rest of his body was squeezed and bound. Shin-la-o-tian-tsing. Faced with such a situation, chaos did not care about consuming his armament. The powerful repulsive force swelled without dead ends. The pillars connecting the heavens and the earth swayed, and a large bit appeared in the center. He coughed up blood continuously, and there was even some meat foam in his mouth. But at this time, Chaos's expression was a bit wrong. It's like being excited and suspicious, a little abnormal. I don't know if it's an illusion, but just now he felt that he could assimilate the surrounding environment, and that feeling came and disappeared quickly. I feel like I can do it. But that was just a momentary feeling. Is it? Chaos raised his head and looked at the golden lion with an unprecedented fiery gaze. He was right. Only by fighting with these invincible powerhouses will you make progress when you come into contact with the true meaning of life. X. Chapter 334 _ Every critical moment, it leaks. 20,210,320. Chapter 334 _ It leaks at every critical moment. The chaotic sea is undulating with waves, and waves are overwhelming. In the darkness, the camera flash kept on shining. Even in the past 2 days and nights, Morgan's spirit was still high. This is no longer the previous island, but another deserted island. Under the high-intensity battle between the Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion, even a medium-sized island couldn't handle it, so he followed the battle all the way to this place. The fierce battle has also begun to enter the final stage. It's intense and bloody. On the back of a barren mountain that was penetrated, Chaos walked out of the gravel and soil covered in blood, kneeling on one knee and coughing violently, his face pale and aura very unstable. It can be seen from the steam fire that surrounds his body that Chaos is exhausted. The wounds on his body are far from healing as quickly as they were at the beginning. The return of life is not a simple ability, but requires physical strength, will accelerate the blood flow, and force the physical function to rise to the peak. Just like Wang Luffy's second gear, although it does not need to consume life, it is a huge burden on the body. If you keep returning your life, you will experience muscle atrophy, degeneration of internal organs and other symptoms, because you are too tired. Armament color domineering is almost exhausted. Facing the Golden Lion, Chaos has always used the Golden Melting Fire mode, such as Thunder Gossip, Serious Punch, Serious Kick, Karmic Fire Sakura, Emperor Spear. These all require armed colors to enhance consumption. Only the Golden Molten mode will work on the Golden Lion. The opponent is too strong. Normal attacks are useless, and can be broken with a single sword. Compared with Chaos's serious injury and exhaustion, the Golden Lion is not very easy. From a distance, he was short of breath, and blood was constantly leaking from his nose and mouth. The orange-yellow kimono on his body was also torn and tattered, and he could see a lot of blood stasis and fist marks. It's beyond my expectations to be able to hurt me to this point. Falling from the sky, the Golden Lion hung in the air and looked at Chaos, who stood up coughing up blood. Instead of the anger he imagined, he was extremely calm. There are only a few people in the ocean who can hurt him to such an extent. He still underestimated Chaos. After all, I haven't won it for 2 days and 2 nights. At first, the Golden Lion was angry, but gradually he recognized it more. Don't ask why, asking is the common problem of the strong. Almost. There was no blood on Chaos's face, and the golden armor on his body was tattered, from which steam flames rose. He looked embarrassed, but his golden eyes were exceptionally bright. Since the first time the feeling of a suspected assimilation environment appeared, it has also appeared 5 times in the past 2 days and 2 nights, but each time it feels almost something. Just like a window paper, as long as you pierce it, you can see the light. Chaos has already determined that it feels like a sign of the awakening of the golden fruit, so he has been using the ability of the golden fruit in battle, but it does not work for the golden lion. His ability is immortalized by the fluttering fruit, and attacks like the treasure of the king, the lock of the sky, the Gatlin of Nenmo, the Nirvana sword, the birdcage, etc. are in no way unfavorable to deal with those who are weaker than himself, but the golden lion, this presence, this kind of attack would just make baby fights useless. Not as strong as a physical attack. Don't forget the fluttering fruit of the golden lion, not to mention the swordsmanship of the great swordsman. Not to mention the 3-color domineering, that is stronger than Chaos in all directions. Now Chaos has only one purpose, and that is to try to stimulate the awakening of the golden fruit. There are obvious signs of that now, and he is not sure when to wait. It's just too hard. The battle only appeared 5 times in 2 days and 2 nights, and the stamina was leaked at every critical moment. You must know that these are all in exchange for life and injury, and Chaos feels that he can't hold on anymore. The physical consumption is too great. If it goes on like this, he will definitely kneel. That being the case, it's still going according to plan. The gathered sights and sounds began to spread to the flying island base camp of the Flying Sky Pirates in the largest range. Cough cough cough. Who the hell are you? At this time, on a certain island in the Hanging Island, Queen Kahara fell into the ruins, and her fat body was filled with 2 deep wounds that were visible to the bone, and she looked at the dragon with fearful eyes. She was defeated. Lost to someone unknown and never heard of. For many years, since she became the captain of the 3rd Fleet of the Air Pirates, she has not been defeated. But today, the most important thing is the ability of the other party, which makes her unbelievable. The dragon didn't speak, standing in the air looking down at Kahara. The vicious face was pale, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth. Just then, a voice sounded in my ear. This made the dragon frown. And Kahara felt the danger for the first time. Boom. The dragon appeared in front of Kahara and swept away, with a large explosion. The latter dodged dangerously, but before he could breathe, the dragon's attack struck again. Blood continued to splash out, and Kahara could only passively defend. She was badly injured. The strength of the other party is somewhat beyond her imagination. With the last unwilling question, Kahara closed his eyes with blood on his face. But didn't lose breath. The dragon didn't mean to kill, but instead grabbed Kahara, who fell into a coma and disappeared. On the other side, the central island. Stussy was also rescued 10 hours earlier. The bear did it. But he didn't defeat the Jelly Queen Nan. He just used an attack and speed to find and rescue Stussy. Then Annie, who was chasing after him, began to face the beating of Stussy and the bear. It's time to retreat. In the face of the siege of the bear and Stussy, Annie naturally retreated steadily. When she came out of the ruins and was about to fight to the death, she found that the bear and Stussy had disappeared in the air. Always at a critical moment. It wasn't just the dragon, the bear, and Stussy who heard the sound, but Crocodile and several other soldiers of the Revolutionary Army all heard orders. That was an order to retreat. Damn. Looking forward to seeing you next time. One by one, they started to withdraw without any hesitation. What's the matter? The Flying Sky Pirates are here, so the embarrassed fleet captain didn't react when he watched the retreating opponent. Want to run? Don't think about leaving. When he regained his senses, all the fleet captains were furious and immediately chased out. Lao Sha. Zhao I don't know whether to live or die. Sandstorm. God's punishment. According to the plan, after Crocodile and Anilu are broken, they will directly release the ultimate move. The entire sky slanted, and the thunderbolts fell indiscriminately. At the same time, there were sandstorms that swept across the sky and the earth. The sweeping power and the power of destruction made all the surrounding islands start to shake. At the same time, Stussy shot, and the dark clouds began to fall in one fell swoop, obscuring all the light. Damn. It was premeditated. Faced with such a situation, the captains of the fleet could only be forced to suspend their pace, and they could only feel that the other party had left within the range of seeing and hearing. Hif up, old bear, hurry up and play it for me. Everyone gathered on a thundercloud, and Ivankov was bruised and bruised, as if he would die in the next moment. Seems to be the worst injured of all. Compared to the embarrassment of the others, he was indeed a little miserable. Blood was dripping all over his body, and it was horrible to see. The bear took a deep breath, and began to use his ability to pop out the injuries in Ivankov's body, as well as everyone including Crocodile and Anilu. After half a sound, everyone was refreshed, and their breath was recovering at a high speed. X. Chapter 335 As we all know, this emperor has always been steady in his work. 20,210,320. Chapter 335 As we all know, this emperor has always been steady in his work. BFFT. The heavy impact hit, chaos turned into a meteor and pushed the ground horizontally, leaving a ravaged gully and soaring into the sky. Behind him, the golden lion swung out a sword, forming a crescent-shaped slash, and there were mountains everywhere he went. Divided in half. Chaos' complexion was as pale as paper, and the steam surrounding his body had begun to become unstable. The wound on his abdomen was filled with blood that could not heal for a long time. A huge threat came from overhead. The golden lion appeared first and pressed down with one foot. With an irresistible force, Chaos slammed into the ground with a groan. As the cracks in the barren hills that stood around exploded, Chaos didn't even want to leave in embarrassment. A sword light descended from the sky, leaving an invisible scar on the island like cutting tofu. Looks like you've reached your limit. The golden lion came in the blink of an eye, and the right foot exploded and the rubble went straight to Chaos's chest. Boom. In an emergency, Chaos intercepted with both hands. As the violence hit, he turned into a cannonball and flew out at a faster speed, and finally rolled at the end of the gully and continued to bleed. The golden lion danced wildly, and walked towards Chaos step by step with swords in both hands, with a strong sense of oppression. Sure enough, ginger is still old and spicy. Chaos staggered to his feet, and the rising steam gradually dissipated. The messy, blood-stained blonde hair also shortened and turned back to vertical, and the golden pupils also turned into black eyes. He took a deep breath and watched the golden lion who was holding the winning ticket and spit out the blood in his mouth. He had a very bloody chest, raised his chin slightly, raised his hair, exposed his smooth forehead, and looked straight at the golden lion with slanted eyes. Powerless. This is how the golden lion feels to Chaos now. Just like the battle with Roger back then, even if all the means are used, it is not an opponent. At most, it is a court battle, the only difference is how long it lasts. Now these legends are raging one by one, and they are all at their peak, and they are really not so easy to deal with. Chaos is also mentally prepared. It didn't hit him, it gave him motivation. There is a difference, but it's not that big. It only needs to be given a few years, and naturally it can be equal or even surpassed. Why are you giving up? Seeing that Chaos retired and returned his life, the Golden Lion stood still and looked at Chaos like this. No, no, no. As we all know, this Emperor has always been steady in his work. That's it for today. Wait for this Emperor to go back to retreat for a while, digest the gains from this battle, and come back to fight for 800 rounds with you. Chaos stretched his waist, and there was a clicking sound from his body, and his originally smiling expression suddenly stiffened. The injury this time was worse than expected. The Golden Lion squinted his eyes slightly, looked away from Chaos, and looked at the black clouds that were rapidly approaching from the horizon on the left. Several huge breaths flew in one after another, and finally hit the ground and splashed a lot of dust. It is the responsibility of the Richest Man Group, as well as the dragon. As for the remaining 5 soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, they did not appear. Impossible. Looking at Crocodile and others, the Golden Lion's face was moved and he couldn't believe it. If these people appear here, then aren't his subordinates? What a joke. This idea was rejected by the Golden Lion as soon as it appeared. Withdraw. The figure of Chaos left the ground and flew to the thundercloud made by Stussy, his eyes beckoning the bear to bounce. Do you think you can leave? The Golden Lion's face was completely gloomy, the dead wood in his right hand was held high, and the sky-high sword energy stirred the clouds like a beam of light. Black and red thunder splashed around, and the whole dilapidated island was shaking. The will of the king who swallows the mountains and rivers swoops strongly. Looking at it like this, the Golden Lion doesn't intend to end the fight. Boom. But when the Overlord color poured over, the dragon took a step forward, and his eyes glared at the Overlord color that did not lose to Chaos, like the will of the wanton storm to slam into the Golden Lion. Who are you? The Golden Lion was a little surprised, plus it was stunned. He didn't expect that in addition to the Golden Emperor, there is actually a king's qualifications. No name. With his hands on his back, the dragon danced wildly with some tattered hoods, but there was only a sense of arrogance and domineering. The Golden Lion didn't answer, but his eyes became more and more frightening. The opponent's Overlord color is not weak. But that's it. The right hand pressed down, and the beam of sword energy that penetrated the sky and the ground fell abruptly, and the whole sky trembled. Chaos raised his head, and a large group of blood-red transparent bare paws appeared on his chest. Looking at the falling sword column, he was about to take this opportunity to see the strength of the dragon. Call out. Long he soared into the sky, and even took the initiative to fly towards the attack. The next second of bright light radiated, everyone closed their eyes subconsciously, and then a gust of wind fell, and Crocodile and others sank their feet into the ground, almost being crushed to the ground. One by one, their faces flushed red and resisted, they just bent down, and finally stood up straight again. Emperor, this will cost more money. A huge explosion blew up on the ground, and when the billowing smoke and dust dissipated, the dragon looked at the Golden Lion with a heavy expression, but he still didn't look back. But a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, taking the Golden Lion's blow, the dragon is not very easy. But this was enough to make the Golden Lion and to Chaos narrow his eyes. Jai ha ha. Fun, fun. When did a strong man like you appear in the sea? I have never heard of it. Be my subordinate and rule this sea together. The Golden Lion threw out an olive branch and wanted to take the dragon for his own use. Wootilda. Much more comfortable. Before the dragon could speak, Chaos stretched out and made a relaxed sound. After being injured by the bear, and with the addition of Ivankov's needle in the waist, Chaos felt that he could still fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Feeling the breath of Chaos's rapid recovery, the smile on the Golden Lion's face gradually disappeared. Boom. The arrogant and domineering overlord rose from chaos and intervened strongly in the overlord contest between the golden lion and the dragon. Faced with two overlords at the same time, the golden lion's expression remained unchanged, still so arrogant and domineering. We have about 5 minutes. From the perception of seeing and hearing, the captains of the fleet of the flying sky pirates are coming quickly, and the fastest speed should be 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is enough to do a lot. Such as beating a golden lion. Golden lion, don't say that this emperor took advantage of you. Now you have two choices: you can one own with the group of us, or the group with one own pick you up. Chaos smiled insidiously, intending to loosen the bones of the golden lion. Jai ha ha, just because you are such a mob? Come on. The golden lion has no scruples, and spreads his hands to show the spirit of a king. Before the words were finished, a round of sun rushed out first. It's Aquino. Always so impatient. Crocodile and Anilu are not far behind. Lion mighty heavenly mighty roll. Faced with such a situation, the golden lion pressed his right hand on the ground, and at that moment, the entire shabby island underwent an earth-shaking change. Male lions covering the clouds and covering the screen appeared from all around, opening their bloody mouths and starting to crush. Apollo. Thunder Dragon. Eros Reincarnation Great World. Lightning and thundering. Bear's paw impact. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Dragon fist. In an instant, the whole world fell into a colorful world, and it was like the end of the world. The mushroom cloud connecting the sky and the earth pushed the entire black atmosphere horizontally, causing the bright and hot sunlight to pour down. Starting point: Deep Buckle OU is O often book friends to 019111223528139, 1500 starting coins. I really want to be a jerk. 139 starting coins, Pink Big Cat Cat Chef, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 336 Playing Mahjong all night. 20,210,320. Chapter 336 Playing Mahjong all night. Then part here. I'll send someone to Poppy Island these days. The Golden Flower Sea Avenue at a height of 1,000 meters left at a high speed, and the dragon looked at Chaos and breathed a sigh of relief. The expression looked a little tired and pale. Just a few minutes ago, they worked together to shoot the Golden Lion, but it was only equal. Because the time is too short, the concrete results cannot be seen. Maybe it will take longer to take advantage of the Golden Lion. No problem. Chaos threw a cigarette into his mouth, smothered it, and puffed it out. This time, the dragon did not support the lonely, and Chaos was still satisfied. At the beginning, he chose to provide funds for Long to start his own business, and now it is a harvest. Long is also very sensible, not doing some or not. This kind of cooperation can go on for a long time as long as there are no major problems. Everyone, look forward to seeing you next time. The dragon grinned and waved to the Stussy people, before quickly disappearing in the next second. Wootilda. It's finally over. Baccarat sat slumped on the black cloud, still having some lingering fears. This time, she tried her best to stay alive. The constant stimulation of life-threatening situations was so frightening that it was terrifying to think about it now. Bounus didn't feel like Baccarat was in a state of fear for the rest of his life, but was a little excited. If it weren't for the rescue of Bear and Ivankov, Bounus would have been gone. After all, there was only one breath left when he was found, and the body would be cold a minute later. Everyone was injured in this battle, even seriously. But as long as he doesn't die, he can be saved. You only need to sleep when you go back, and you will be alive the next day. Everyone, thank you this time. Stussy stretched out his hand and stroked the fluttering hair on his forehead to his ears, and faced the crowd with a smile on his face. No matter what the reason, these guys can come to save her because of their attitude and intention. At least they are not intrigued, betrayed, or stabbed in the back like other forces. It's a partnership. It's not that Stussy is emotional. Before joining the Richest Group, she worked in the CP0 organization, and some just obeyed and executed orders. Such so-called friendship does not exist at all. On the contrary, she has lived a very comfortable life in the Richest Group these years. Freedom, power, wealth, as well as the friendship and hope that someone will come to rescue her when she is in crisis now really let her go. It is truly unrestrained and free. Stupid woman, do you think we really want to save you? I don't want to be sitting in an office dealing with those political headaches. Betty pouted, her face full of contempt. Stussy smiled and didn't speak, just looked at Betty, who was clamoring, until the latter turned her head with a sneer and snorted. She would not thank Stussy for saving her before. She just didn't want to handle government affairs. Right. That's it. The others didn't say anything either, everything was in action. In order to welcome the return of our good looks, tonight's banquet will not be drunk. Chaos was also in a good mood. He turned around and wrapped his arms around Stussy's shoulders, laughing like a brother, with a cigarette in his mouth, like a good brother. Stussy was speechless. The tilted head is a big white eye, and then he patted Chaos's hand away. I won't be attending the banquet tonight. Bear also didn't know where to take out the Bible, and opened his mouth without raising his head. Tonight, he plans to go to the casino to play mahjong, the kind that is all night. No time to drink with these guys, what a waste of time. Hiffop, what are you doing, old bear? Ivankov picked his nostrils, blinking his thick eyebrows and big eyes full of gossip. Play mahjong. Bears are also straight, or too lazy to hide. This is an intra-group banquet, and it's not too late to go after attending. Chaos really didn't expect that the addiction of bears would be so great, and now he doesn't participate in group activities. Is this still worth it? Bear was not such a person before. Obviously so calm and unsmiling. Now addicted to mahjong. This is too harsh. Night falls. There is a certain kind of island in the first half of the Great Route, and there is a large cave space 10 meters underground. This is a base. The Revolutionary Army. The foundation of the Dragon's struggle. There are many revolutionary fighters coming and going, very busy. In an interrogation room on the bottom floor, Long, who had returned long ago, sat on a chair and looked at the woman in Hailshy handcuffs opposite, with a cup of steaming coffee in front of her. You can try it. Long also took a sip from his cup of coffee on the table. That's right, it was Queen Kahara, the captain of the 3rd Fleet of the Air Pirates, who was knocked out by a dragon and taken away. When he woke up, he appeared here, and he still didn't understand the situation. The identity of the dragon is still unknown. Who are you and what do you want to do? Instead of the anger he imagined, Kahara stared at the dragon with a frown. The other party did not kill her, which has already explained a lot of problems. She is safe for now. Introduce myself, my name is Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As for what I want to do, I won't beat around the bush. Just want you to join the Revolutionary Army and overthrow the world government and restore order and equality to the sea. The dragon put down the coffee cup and looked straight into Kahara's eyes with a serious tone, full of sincerity. Monkey, you are? Kahara's serious face suddenly lost control, even a little unbelievable. Revolutionary Army. She also heard Zhang Jessica mention it. It seems that it is an organization that suddenly appeared in the past few years, and its mission is to overthrow the rule of the world government. The specific situation is unknown. In contrast, the surname Munchie has some impact. as you think. What about my proposal? The dragon seemed to know what Kehira was thinking, and gave it a generous affirmation. Why do you think I'll agree to you? Threats. I'm the captain of the Third Fleet of the Air Pirates. Are you ready to bear the wrath of the Admiral? Kehira pondered for a few minutes, sneering all over his face. If you're not sure, you won't be sitting here. After all, the world government has been staring at the Revolutionary Army, and I'm still under a lot of pressure. Long knocked on the table, and after the door was opened, a revolutionary soldier came in and put a stack of documents on the table. Your hometown is the kingdom of, for the annual gold in the sky, the king squeezes. So you went out to sea and became a pirate, and established the Kehira Pirates. After a few years, you killed all the nobles in the kingdom, so you were rewarded by the world government. Afterwards, you were defeated by the Golden Lion and joined the Flying Sky Pirates. Maybe, we can change the world together. Come and help me. Build an orderly and peaceful world and overthrow the tyranny of the world government. Long gave a passionate speech, and after investigating the information about Kehira, he was warmly invited again. Kehira didn't speak, just looked at the dragon coldly. There were some things about the information on the table that she even forgot about, but she didn't expect it to be revealed at this time. Poor people must have something to hate, and vice versa. No one is a villain in the first place. In this unordered world of the law of the jungle, there will always be a group of people who are forced into a corner and become extreme and stubborn. And Kehira falls into this category. Ridiculous. Kehira wouldn't be captured by a few words, but just looked at the dragon sarcastically. Long was not angry either. If Kehira just agreed, he would not be relieved. Come to Japan for a long time, there is time. X. Chapter 337 _ There is a way but death. 20,210,320. Chapter 337 _ There is a way but death. 3 tubes. Bang. 2. What cards are you playing, old lady? The night is dark, and the sky is dotted with stars. The entire Poppy Island was brightly lit, and there was no chaos. In the manner that has been renovated, the sound of Mahjong and Betty's hot temper can be heard from far away. Not far away, Stussy and Baccarat were grilling kebabs, while Bonus was hitting. As for Anilu, Crocodile, and Aquino, they were either standing by and watching chaos, Betty, Zing, and Ivankov playing cards, or they were sitting on the sofa drinking red wine silently. It was supposed to be a party. But Zing thought it was a waste of time, so he directly set up a game and waited while playing. Chaos was forced to leave the stage, wearing flip-flops, colorful beach shorts, and a cigarette with his legs crossed, like a second-rate who didn't do his job properly. Hurry up and play cards. Ivankov didn't like Betty a little bit. He played the toty just now. He lost 10 million Baileys after being hit by Betty like this, and it hurts. Even though the richest man group is very rich, it is Stussy who can manage funds. That is to say, the living expenses and pocket money of a group of people are limited, and it is impossible to spend as much as they want, and there must be rules. This is what Stussy said. Betty used to make trouble. But Stuart said you have the ability. And then there is no more. If you want her to work overtime, don't even think about it. What are you urging? My mother thinks about it. I feel like this card is going to be shot on the Kong. Betty was very tangled, looking at the bear, Chaos and Ivankov with one eye, trying to find some information from the face. Crocodile and Anilu maintained the integrity of watching the cards without saying a word, so they did not speak. Please hurry up. The bear was also in a hurry. I hate those who think about playing cards for a long time, and they are not at all straightforward. He has already lost 100 million Bailey. What a panic, hurry to reincarnate. 20,000. Touch. Chaos flicked the soot and stopped Ivankov, who was about to draw a card. 8 tubes. 50,000. Fuck. The bloody battle to the end. Continue. Mahjong is playing vigorously here, and Baccarat, who is grilling, can't stop muttering and cursing. Bastard, why do you want me to grill? Looking at the group of people fiercely, Baccarat not to mention how angry. You'll get used to it later. Stussy skillfully put down a piece of sea king meat and began to brush with various seasonings. This woman is still too young. This is just the beginning, and there will be some government affairs to deal with in the future, but with this woman, she will be more relaxed. But before that, I am afraid to have a special training. Seek truth from facts, it is a little weak. If you want to take this position, you must have a matching combat power. Lord Stussy, these are all washed. Bowness brought a basin of washed ingredients, but did not complain as much as Baccarat. Thank you. Stuart smiled back, elegant and mature. Now Stussy was wearing home clothes, with an apron in front of her, and tied her long golden wavy hair into a single ponytail, bubbling clean, refreshing and beautiful. Baccarat felt the pressure. This woman deserves to be responsible for her beauty. After less than a day of observation, Baccarat found that this woman was not simple, she was completely in the hall and down the kitchen. It is said that all the forces of the Richest Group are handled by this woman. It also has super combat power. The most important thing is status. As the titular boss Golden Emperor of the Richest Man Group, sometimes he would not refute, on the contrary, he would listen to this woman's words. The same goes for other responsibilities. You must know that in the ocean, when you mention the Golden Emperor and all the responsibilities of the Richest Group, the impression is that he is arrogant, domineering, high profile and domineering, not afraid of the sky and the earth, and dares to step on anything. For example, Thor, who dared to go to Marine Fando, the naval base, came to punish him. It's hard to imagine that these arrogant people would be suppressed by this woman. These are what Baccarat sees from the details, so she has the illusion that this woman is the real talker of the Richest Group. This woman is so perfect. You're going to be muddy over there. Ah. Oh. Baccarat came back to his senses and hurriedly flipped over his barbecue, but still sighed. Seeing Baccarat, who was absent-minded and couldn't stop sighing, Stussy couldn't help but smile. Back then, I was like you, controlled by that stupid man and forced to join this group, not only you and me, but also other responsibilities. Now that I think about it, it's a good memory. Hearing Stussy's words, Baccarat hesitated. Do you want to ask me why I didn't run away? Perhaps seeing what Baccarat had in mind, Stussy smiled and took the initiative to speak. Slowly turning the meat over, showing elegance and maturity in every gesture. Baccarat didn't answer, and she was still very wary. Don't worry. Everyone here knows you want to escape, so be bold. Who said I wanted to run away? Baccarat was frightened, and quickly glanced at the few people playing mahjong over there. This woman also said that it was too scary. Did she reveal herself so early? Don't panic, we've all had this idea before. Stussy brushed the strands of hair that fell from his forehead to the roots of his ears, and the long gold earrings he was wearing swayed from side to side. Baccarat is still very vigilant. And did not answer. Stussy just smiled, as if remembering something, and continued, next, you have to prepare yourself. You may live a life like hell, I hope you can persevere. What do you mean? Baccarat had an ominous foreboding. If you want to be responsible, your strength is not enough. According to the past situation, you will be trained for a while. Good luck in Stussy's eyes, and pity in her perfect face. Do you think I want to join the Richest Man Group to be responsible? I was forced by that man. Being stabbed in the foot hurts, and Baccarat's lungs feel exploding. She shouldn't be roasting meat here at all, It's not the life she wants. Yes, I was forced like this back then. Why can you say it so calmly? Don't you hate that man and don't want to leave? Baccarat could not understand this woman at all, because she could not feel any hatred from this woman. Wasn't it forced? Then why is it so breezy? You should understand in the future. Good luck to you next. I hope we can really become partners. Stussy didn't explain much, put the roasted meat on a plate, and let Bowness serve the long table beside it, on which all kinds of precious wines or desserts were already placed. Is there any other choice? Baccarat is still not reconciled. Her life should not be like this. Yes. Stussy picked up another piece of meat, and what he said made Baccarat's heart beat. What is it? Baccarat was a little excited. No matter what path she would choose, instead of joining the richest group as a so-called responsibility. However, Stussy's answer made Baccarat feel a chill in his heart. Die. Stussy spoke calmly, without any fluctuations in his tone. Of course, there is a way other than death. That is to become stronger, to be able to defeat that man, then do whatever you want, and conversely be the boss of that man. Baccarat's heart is even colder. That guy is a beast who can fight with a golden lion, even if she is given 10 years to fight. Baccarat still has this self-knowledge. Is it? Is this your destiny? X. Chapter 338 I really can't lift it up. 20,210,321. Chapter 338 I really can't lift it up. Outside the number? Outside the number? The richest group and the Flying Sky Pirates fought each other, and all the members of the richest group successfully retreated. The Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion fought, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Everyone in charge and fleet captains. A new day came, and a large number of newsbirds flew towards the sea, selling the information about the possible battle between the richest group and the flying pirates. There was no accident. This incident directly caused a lot of waves, and the popularity skyrocketed. Various forces or pirate groups, whether strong or weak, look at this news report with disbelief or disdain. The Golden Emperor is famous. Crocodile et al. Are also famous. Of course, there is no shortage of members of such a hot-searched richest man group, but the enemy is the Flying Sky Pirates, and being able to successfully retreat from this pirate group is enough to show that the richest man group has the power to rival the Flying Sky Pirates. This is the most terrifying. Some forces and powerhouses, when they saw the news, the first thought was that the richest man group already had the power to fight or even rival the flying pirates. This means that the richest group in the sea already belongs to the level of hegemonic forces. A pirate group like this overlord level can be counted with both hands on the sea. The strongest are the Flying Sky Pirates and Roger Pirates, as well as the Whitebeard Pirates, and the slightly weaker Explosion Pirates, Beast Pirates, and Big Mum Pirates. According to the future 4 emperors. Now the richest group is equivalent to the level of the 4 emperors. Artilda. Poppy Island, the golden training ground in the back mountain. Early in the morning, there were 2 hysterical screams, including yelling. "It hurts, you bastards. I will get revenge sooner or later." Clap clap clap. Those angry insults were gradually overshadowed by the deafening thunder, only to see the originally cloudless sky. The training ground was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The azure blue thunderbolts with thick thighs slashed down and directly hit the 2 people on the golden square. It's Baccarat and Bowness. All wearing halo stone bracelets, they fell to the ground with smoke and twitched, like having epilepsy. This capacity is too weak, only 100,000 volts. Outside the training ground, Admiral was sitting under a sun umbrella drinking juice, his eyes full of dissatisfaction and disdain. Today is a rare good weather, and it is a good time to go out and be arrogant, but it was drawn and the first to train these two guys. It's really frustrating. Damn. Baccarat fell to the ground powerless, with black smoke in his mouth, his long hair exploded, and he looked fiercely at the beautiful girl who was drinking juice leisurely. For Anilu. You'd better stick to it till evening, 100,000 volts today, 500,000 volts next time. If you die in the middle, then there is nothing you can do. In the face of Baccarat's hostile gaze, Anilu yawned and pressed his fingers down. The sky fell again with thunder, and the entire back mountain was roaring continuously for a while. In the manor, Chaos sat on the sofa in Stuss's office dealing with government affairs, drinking red wine and reading the news. This news is too unattractive. Chaos lacks interest. This news report has no bright spots, it is almost the same as before. Can't even write a title. If he is the editor-in-chief, he will definitely write down the love-hate relationship between the Richest Man Group and the Flying Pirates. The Golden Lion turned out to be the illegitimate son of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Lion was beaten by the Golden Emperor and called his father. Shock. The Golden Emperor actually did such an unconscionable thing to the Golden Lion. Any of the above headlines can increase sales. Forget the title, and even the content is boring. Boss, please don't disturb my work. Stussy took a deep breath and put down the quill in his hand, his beautiful big eyes full of murderous intent. Opposite Betty is also lazy, and she is eating snacks during a good work time, like a little squirrel stealing food, and she will make noise. The key point is that these snacks were brought back by Chaos. Originally, Betty was the kind of person who fished for 3 days and basked in the net for 2 days. If Chaos hadn't come, he might have been at ease for a while, but when Chaos came, he wouldn't be in the mood for leisure. Baccarat is also unreliable in a short time, because the most important thing now is to improve his strength. Therefore, most of the government affairs of the Richest Group are on Stussy. As the boss of Chaos, there is no pressing in his heart, and it is too hateful to disturb her work and affect Betty. I just read a newspaper. Chaos was stunned, and looked at Stutsy's eyes innocently. Boss, please disappear into my office, now immediately. Or else you'll deal with it yourself. Stussy stared, and was convinced by this group of people. Let's go. Chaos spouted, stood up from the sofa and stretched, planning to study the awakening of the golden fruit. Stussy didn't even bother to answer, just gave her a hygienic eye and continued to deal with government affairs. At that time, her brows frowned from time to time, and her serious appearance couldn't help making people fascinated. Chaos, who left the office, looked up at the mountain behind the lightning and thunder. Baccarat and Bonis are working hard. Crocodile seems to be studying the truth and is about to publish a book. Aquino is still so social, practicing on the other side of the island. Ivankov changed his identity, caused trouble in the city, and was currently being hunted and killed, but after careful observation, he found that he was not simply causing trouble, but deliberately causing trouble and being chased to cultivate. Zing is playing mahjong in the casino. If it was before, he should be sitting on a hillside full of flowers and reading the Bible. Quietness is in line with Zing's original character. Just now? Well, it's hard to say. The highest mountain on Poppy Island. From standing here, Chaos can overlook the entire Poppy Island. It is a rare sight to see the sea and the sky. But Chaos didn't want to appreciate it. I sat down on the spot, subconsciously lit a cigarette and smoked, and then I started to think. During the battle with the Golden Lion, Chaos had an inexplicable feeling that he might be able to affect the changes in the surrounding environment. It's a natural feeling. Fantastic. But every time this feeling is fleeting, I want to catch it but I can't. Similar to constipation, if you want to pull it at the critical moment, you can't pull it out, which is a bit frustrating. Clang clang. Jingle bell. Two locks of the sky flew from the foot of the mountain, and Chaos waved it left and right. Can be hard or soft. It's weird. After playing for a while, Chaos didn't feel anything, and his heart was completely calm. Arm-driven as usual. The flexing of the fingers was another move. Shakyamuni, the goddess of gods, angels, and goblins, who were originally dead objects in the extreme distance, also began to open their eyes and flew into the sky, and finally appeared in front of Chaos. Isn't it the limit? Controlling the four statues, Chaos did not feel too much pressure. So think about whether to operate more gold to see. There is no reference for this devil fruit awakening, and Chaos is also crossing the river by feeling the stones, completely by feeling. Suddenly disappearing on the top of the mountain, Chaos stood on the head of Sakyamuni, and finally came to the treasure house behind the manor, which contained a lot of gold. Chaos is going to retreat here for a while. X. Chapter 339 _ Since you want to play like this, then Bendy will play with you. 20,210,321. Chapter 339 _ Since you want to play like this, then Bendy will play with you. The rising sun is rising. Chaos has been in the treasury for 2 days. No one bothers, and everyone else has nothing to do. The news of the battle between the Richest Man Group and the Flying Sky Pirates, if there is no other big news, will definitely become a hot search. But just yesterday, news of the collision between the warring states of the Navy, Garp and the Roger Pirates, and the conflict between Kaido and the Exploding Monarch came from the second half of the Great Route. There is also the General Black Arms F2 captured the big pirate with a reward of 2 billion and so on. All these news together made the sea extremely lively these 2 days. In contrast, the news of the 3 major female major generals of the Navy, the Moria Pirates, and so on, seems a bit insignificant. But accidents always fall from the sky. On this day, Chaos was thinking about the awakening of the golden fruit, and suddenly raised his head, passing through the golden roof as if he could see the atmosphere. Buzz. The suffocating heavy sound was like a meteorite from outside the sky. The air rips and the hurricane rolls back. Chaos's face changed in shock, and the afterimage disappeared. At the same time, Zing, who was playing mahjong in the casino, Akino, who taught Baccarat, Bowness, Stussy, Betty, and Ivankov all thought of Chaos' voice in their ears. At this time, 1,000 meters high in the sky, a small island covered by clouds, carrying the power of 1 Jun, turned into a meteor, and smashed straight towards Poppy Island. If this small island is not destroyed, the entire Poppy Island will be razed to the ground, or even completely disappeared into the sea. And the hundreds of millions of lives above will also be annihilated by fly ash. Clang clang. A large piece of gold flew high in the sky, and finally turned into a huge Shakyamuni, holding a mace like a small mountain in his hand, splashing flames and baking the atmosphere. Chaos stood on the top of Sakyamuni's head, looking up at the shadow that broke through the clouds and fell. Damn. How come? Stussy, Akino, Anilu and others appeared in midair one after another, looking at the falling small islands with extremely bad expressions. In this way of attack, there is only one person on the sea. Then what is that? Island, the sky has fallen to the island. Run, run, run. Help. The entire Poppy Island was in chaos. Whether it was a pirate thug or a wealthy aristocrat, they all turned pale and desperate. Who has seen such a scene? Simply the end. If the huge and boundless island with no end in sight is smashed down, everything will turn into nothingness. This is a catastrophe that destroys life. Fear, panic, despair. Human beings can be seen everywhere. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. A low and solemn voice resounded in the sky, and Sakyamuni held a volcanic mace in both hands, and from top to bottom, facing the falling island, he swept away thousands of troops with one blow. In an instant, the ultimate light appeared. A mighty golden red torrent collided with the falling island, and the trend continued to force through, causing the entire small island to split and form a meteor shower. Lightning and thundering. One Sun Apollo. Death wink. Bear's paw impact. Boom. For a time, the whole sky was colorful, and explosions continued across the sky one after another, destroying 90% of the island fragments, and only a handful of them were smashed into the mountains. The town at the foot of the mountain was well protected, but it was swept away by wind pressure and collapsed in some places. A small island was just wiped out and resisted. Those who were originally desperate, now their eyes are full of desire for survival and the rest of their lives, shouting the names of the Golden Emperor, the Tsar, the Sun King and others. They survived. But the cheering came to an abrupt end in the next second, because the cloud layer that began to flash and thunder again formed a new island with a deafening humming sound. Golden Lion. Chaos was furious, and his eyes shifted to the clouds, where a figure was laughing wantonly. Whoa! Jingle! The explosion of Shakyamuni turned into a golden flower sea. Chaos rose with Spiral's steam, automatically climbed into the golden armor, and rushed towards the Golden Lion. Mainly on defense, and gather at the empty island afterwards. Before Chaos left, an order was given. He didn't expect the Golden Lion to come to trouble so soon, and it seemed that he was determined to destroy him. That being the case, it depends on who can't hold on. Although it can't be beaten, no one should think about it. Listen to the boss's orders, don't fight, and save your life. Stussy looked at the roaring sky, where not only an island fell, but also pirate ships, all of which were members of the Flying Sky Pirates. What is even more terrifying is that there are two strange and powerful breaths on it. That's the captain of the First Fleet and the captain of the Second Fleet. Brutal sun. The high temperature spray that burned everything. Aquino raised his hands to the sky, and a large group of flames began to rotate and condense, and finally expanded to a size of 100 meters or kilometers, like a real sun. Thunder Dragon. Sword of Promised Victory. Sand Fist. Bear's Paw Impact. Withdraw. When everyone released the ultimate move, Stussy gave an order and fled to the outside of Poppy Island as soon as possible. So are others. Even though he was very unwilling, he still obeyed the order. Now is not the time to die. The opponent's powerhouse is far superior to their side, and this time the air pirates attacked so fast, without the support of the Revolutionary Army. If they were to fight, they would have to face at least 2 fleet captains, and they would definitely lose. Only temporarily abandon Poppy Island. However, while escaping, Aquino and others zoomed in and destroyed the second island that fell, which was considered to have saved Poppy Island. As long as Poppy Island is still there, they will be able to get it back sooner or later. There is no doubt that the big crisis ushered in by the Richest Group may be destroyed if it is not careful. All responsibility is like a goddess' scattered flowers, quickly disappearing in different directions. This is a great shame. Ah! Help! Why did it become like this? As soon as the scream broke, Baccarat lay in the transparent bear's paw completely uncontrollably, and was flying towards an unknown place at a very fast speed. Next to it is Bowness. The two were just slapped by a bear, and then it became the current situation. Whether it is Baccarat or Bowness, they are very embarrassed and tired. After all, before the air pirates attacked, they were all forced to practice oppressive training. It can be said that they were covered in bruises and wounds, and now they have no resistance at all. Lying in the transparent bear's paw, I don't know where to fly. Really enough. Forced to join the Richest Man group, Baccarat felt that his soul was not in his body every day. That kind of insecure experience was extremely poor. At this time, above the clouds, the dazzling sunlight shone down lightly. Chaos, with his blonde hair hanging down, stood on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue and looked at the Golden Lion lightly. The corners of his mouth were full of cruelty and madness. "Since you want to play like this, then Bendy will play with you. Jai ha ha tilde. Kill my subordinates, you don't think that's it?" Facing the threat of chaos, the Golden Lion blew a smoke ring. In addition to the fact that the last battle was not completely over, there were two other reasons for coming to the Richest Group this time. The first is naturally to continue to subdue the Golden Emperor, and the second is Queen Kahara. The Golden Lion already thought that Kahara was killed in the last battle, especially within the air pirates. The fleet captains had to take revenge to make the Richest Group look good. Coupled with the bullshit news, it once stimulated everyone. Therefore, the Flying Sky Pirates took the initiative to attack this time. In the face of the menacing Flying Sky Pirates, the Richest Group has no choice but to temporarily avoid the edge. Humph. Chaos snorted coldly. He didn't understand what the Golden Lion was saying at all, so just do it if he doesn't agree. Take the lead in launching the attack, and go all out as soon as you come up. As they fought, the two began to stay away from the sky over Poppy Island. And in this chaotic situation, in the treasure house of the Richest Man Group, there is another house-sized gold soaring into the sky, which are all filled with various ancient medicinal materials. Hanging far behind the battle between Chaos and the Golden Lion. Starting point, deep deduction Carnegie, 10,000 starting coins, 201911122035281139. Oh, you just owe usually 1,500 starting coins. Zhang Jinwang, 1,000 starting coins. I really want to be a jerk. 200 starting coins. X. Chapter 340 _ a group of silly death experiences. 20,210,322. Chapter 340 _ a group of silly death experiences. Lieutenant General Crane, this is the latest news from Poppy Island. The Golden Lion attacked Poppy Island again, and all members of the Richest Group retreated. Chambord Island's Naval Division, a Rear Admiral walked into Crane's office with the latest information. What? Crane frowned. Wasn't the battle between the Richest Man Group and the Flying Sky Pirates just over? In the past few days, the Golden Lion has attacked the Golden Emperor again. Is it a will to win? This made the Crane's heart sink. At the same time, there was a Revolutionary Army base somewhere on the Great Air Route. Long also looked at the message from Poppy Island. With the passage of time, the news that the Golden Lion attacked the Richest Group again has been known by various forces, and finally spread all over the sea and caused an uproar. Once let the cooling heat instantly come to the first. Suppressed the news of Sengoku, Garp and Roger fighting. After all, the Richest Man Group and the Flying Sky Pirates have just fought each other for a long time, and the Golden Lion has shot against the Richest Man Group again in the past few days. Do you want to be so exciting? It seems that this attack caught the Richest Group by surprise, causing Poppy Island to fall into the hands of the Flying Sky Pirates, and all the responsibilities of the Richest Group are being hunted down. This news is a big melon. The Richest Group has always been arrogant and domineering. I didn't expect that this time, even the base camp, Poppy Island, would fall into the hands of the enemy, and all the members were chased and killed. What a shame. Sure enough, the Flying Sky Pirates are still the super overlords in the second half of the Great Route, and even the Richest Group is forced to such a situation. The second half of the Great Route, a certain sea area. The originally windy and sunny sky, in vain, lightning, thunder and black clouds rolled up, and black and red thunder snakes splashed in it. A very shabby-looking pirate ship, whether it is canvas or hull, has patches. This looks like a very poor group of pirates. The captain is bad, we have a storm. What to do, what to do? Why did the storm suddenly appear? The weather is scary. It is said that the second half of the Great Route is very dangerous. We should not have come if we knew earlier. On the dilapidated deck, many pirates panicked, fearing that the pirate ship would be smashed by the waves and would only sink to the bottom of the sea. After all, the pirate ship has been patched up hundreds of times. I believe our pirate ship can hold on. A sonorous and powerful sound of weng sounded, and just by listening to the sound, you could know the character of this person. It must belong to the kind of naive, stupid. A bolt of lightning fell, illuminating the sturdy body wet with rain. This is a 6-meter tall man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a nose ring on his nose, and a big face that looks harmless to humans and animals, like a stupid cow. Dressed a bit like a Viking, those leather skirts are also sewn up, and the most attractive thing should be the mace hanging around the waist. A pure gold mace, 4 meters long, with a cold light shining on its thorny fangs. If Chaos saw it, he would definitely have a vague impression. This Han is no one else. It was at the Post Island that he fought with the Golden Warriors for an hour and fought each other for an hour. He fought a fair duel and admitted death. Just like the buffalo fruit and buffalo you eat, stupid and poor. All these years have passed, and there are still a few cats, big and small, all wearing patched clothes, and they are all poor from top to bottom. The pirate ship has not fallen apart so far, and it even came to the second half of the Great Route, which can be called a miracle among miracles. Just when everyone was in a panic, the sky with lightning and thunder suddenly swooped down to the next extreme light, connecting the sky and the earth for thousands of meters, and the clouds and the sea were all cut open. This picture is too scary. Like the end of the world is opening up. All the pirates were dumbfounded, just staring at the slash as they passed by. The sea split into 2 halves to form an abyss, and the entire patch pirate ship creaked as if it would disintegrate in the next moment. Turn the rudder. My mother. All the pirates were cold all over, looking at the dark abyss ahead, and they were about to hit it. In an emergency, the helmsman used all his strength to suckle, and he swore that he had never turned the rudder so fast, and he began to emit sparks. But the helmsman couldn't care so much, his face turned pale and his hands turned like Hot Wheels. Dangerous and dangerous, the tattered pirate ship diverted its direction at the edge of the abyss and drifted. This looks like an old driver. Without more than 10 years of steering wheel technology, there will never be such an achievement. Wootilda. Everyone's sighs for the rest of their lives almost rose to the sky just now. It's good to be alive. The second half of the Great Route was horrible. Boom. Just before everyone's hearts were suspended, a sun suddenly rose in the sky that was upside down, and then it became bigger and bigger and began to expand, and finally turned into a mushroom cloud. A subversive scene appeared. The entire atmosphere of lightning and thunder began to be pushed horizontally, and it looked like the sky was spinning around the mushroom cloud from a distance. The catastrophe will come in the next second. The storm turned into an invisible tsunami and swooped down. The entire pirate ship sank to the sea, and then was carried away by the storm, and disappeared like a plane. Ah! Help! The hysterical screams resounded under the sky, and a group of pirates were holding the rails or ropes tightly, their bodies flying in front, and their souls chasing behind. One by one weeping, tears and snot. Even Buffalo Arquette, a naive person, is now holding the pole of the boat tightly with both hands and feet in fright. I don't know if it's an illusion, but time seems to slow down all of a sudden. Arquette held onto the pole of the boat, and the originally frightened Han face suddenly froze. In his sight, a man with steam and flames rising all over his body, wearing tattered golden armor, dancing wildly with long golden hair, and a tattered golden halo spinning behind his back, showed a horrified smile at him with blood on his mouth. Quickly flew over the pirate ship. He can't get it wrong. It was the man who gave him the golden mace weapon at the beginning. Even if it was just a flash, Arquette could see it clearly. But after the man blinked, a man with a sword in both hands appeared behind him. It seemed that he was being hunted down. Boom! With the continuous roar of the sky, the pirate ship did not know how far it flew, and finally smashed into the rough sea, miraculously not falling apart. And all the pirates are safe and sound. In addition, they also escaped from the center of the storm. It didn't take long for the dark sky to subside. The sun shone down lightly, and everything was calm. And a group of pirates sat blankly on the deck, and it seemed that they had not recovered. Until a few minutes later there was a cry. We survived. Woo-oo! The second half of the great route was scary. Captain, let's go back. It's horrible. Some pirates are sluggish, some are crying, some are stunned, and some have no love. Everyone was terrified. Never want to experience this experience again. Arquette blinked, and the naivety on his face had not dissipated. He suddenly got up from the ground and ran to the bow to look at the clouds where the lightning and thunder quickly disappeared. On that side, from time to time a bright light flashed away. There are also vast mushroom clouds connecting the world. Can't go wrong. What I just saw is true. X. Chapter 341_1 Zone. 20,210,322. Chapter 341_1 Zone. 10,000 meters in the sky. Sky Island. Since being ruled by the Golden God, everything has been developing in an orderly, stable and harmonious way. The Shandians and Angel Islanders who were originally hostile to each other were also completely integrated. After all those who threatened the harmonious development of the society have been cleaned up. The current life is very happy for the entire Sky Island residents. For this reason, I have great respect for the Golden God, everyone in charge. Above the white sea, the island of God. A golden palace, the highest place where you can't see the head, is the place where the Golden God lives. It's just that Lord Gold God hasn't come back for a long time. As a representative of the original God Ganfu, who governed the Sky Island, and the original Shandian chief, they were handling government affairs in a palace, and they were authorized to work here. All things are mainly based on the appearance of the Queen of Joy, Mrs. Stussy. Over the years, under the guidance of Lord Stussy, Sky Island is developing rapidly. Such as the entertainment industry, buildings, roads, bridges and more. Among them, the way of music and the industry of singers are unprecedentedly prosperous, that is, the entertainment industry. In the past few years, the entertainment industry has not been paid much attention to the development of Sky Island, but it became inexplicable without knowing what was going on. Then it starts to develop. It is necessary to have a video conference every 2 weeks, which is a work that Stussy has been unable to do all these years. At present, Sky Island is still under the control of the Richest Group, and there have been small riots, but they were quickly suppressed. Most of them are some lucky pirates who escaped from King High, and they can be solved only by the soldiers on the island. Some powerful ones will let Crocodile, Aquino and others go into action. That is to say, all the responsibilities of the Richest Group have been to the empty island in these years. On this day, in the cloudy sky, 2 transparent bear paws wrapped 2 people and smashed straight towards the golden square of the Palace of God's Island. It was discovered by Shenwei before it landed. Boom! Accompanied by a painful groan, Baccarat and Bowness, who were sleeping, suddenly woke up, got up from the golden ground, and stared at the golden scene around them with a dazed expression. It was like coming to a golden country. Where is this place? Baccarat and Bounus were stunned, until a large number of divine guards wearing golden armor and holding golden spears came from afar, directly surrounding them. Who dares to trespass on the island of God? The headed guard has a serious face, knowing that the island of God is forbidden to enter. This is the consensus of the entire Sky Island. Because this is the temple where the golden god Lord lives. Island of the gods? Baccarat and Bounus got up quickly, and also made an attack or defense. This place is too strange and weird. These people in golden armor actually have wings behind their backs. And when he looked away, there was a sea of clouds in the distance, and Neiman knew it was in the sky at a glance. But how could there be a palace in the sky, and it was all gold? Even the ground under your feet is covered in gold. This level of wealth is not even comparable to Poppy Island. Damn it, that bastard, Bartholomew Bear, sent us to some damn place. Baccarat couldn't stop cursing. This was like a wolf's den just after escaping from the tiger's den. To be so unlucky. The stimulation did not stop every day, which made her mentally collapse. Did you just say something about Lord Bartholomew Bear? Lord Ganfer. The surrounding guards separated a path, and a thin old man appeared, watching Baccarat and Bounus twinkling with wise eyes. According to the Shenway who just came to report, the two came by flying. Most importantly, he heard the name Bartholomew Bear. This is the name of the adult in charge of the bug. In the past few years, when he reported his work with Master Stussy, he had the honor to meet several adults in charge of the Lord Gold God one after another. For example, the Scorching Sun King, Donachino, the Sexy Dance Queen, Bello Betty, the Bug Tyrant, Bartholomew, the Bear, and the perverted Shemailing, Ivankov. It can be said that all the people in charge have met 2 or 3 times. Even received it in person. But the Tiganford were not impressed. But listening to this woman's tone, it seems that she knows the adult in charge of Bug. Although she is scolding, you may hear that the relationship is not unfamiliar. Ganfa has lived for so many years, and some of the world's sophistication can still be heard. On the contrary, some divine guards glared at Baccarat. Sir? Baccarat wasn't stupid either, and grabbed the name of Ganfa right away. Don't you say? Is it your own? The bear probably wouldn't push her to the fire on purpose. She is also lucky to be responsible, and her status is equal. Thinking of this, Baccarat coughed. However, as we all know, she has always been steady, so she did not answer. What if the other party is the enemy of the bear? If she gets involved, I am afraid that these people will stab her a few holes in the first time. Baccarat knows how many enemies the Richest Group has. After all, before they joined, those guys were on the sea, making a mess, either fighting or on the way. It can be said that people and gods are angry. Carefully sail the ship for 10,000 years, and don't be impulsive. Baccarat thought a lot at this moment. Bounus, who was next to him, didn't speak either. His hands turned into cold lightling's blades, and his vigilance was no less than that of Baccarat. Even though he was just a teenager, he lived a hard life since he was a child, so that Bounus also knew that many people's hearts were sinister. We have no malice, this is the base of the Richest Group. I'm Ganfa, one of the leaders of Sky Island. Ganfa could see the vigilance of the two and also judged that they were not enemies, so he showed a kind smile, but did not order the surrounding guards to lay down their weapons. Ginger is still old and spicy. The base camp of the Richest Man Group? Hearing Ganfa's words, Baccarat and Bounus looked at each other subconsciously, their pupils dilated slightly. They haven't heard that the Richest Man Group still has a base camp, even if there isn't that Poppy Island? What's the situation? Are you sure this is the base camp of the Richest Man Group? Do you know the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos? Baccarat still did not let down his guard. Bold, how dare you call the name of the Golden God? A kind of divine guard was furious, and he was about to take down this unreasonable woman. You must know that after years of propaganda by Stussy, the name of the golden god Gaia Chaos has become the belief of all the residents of the sky, and anyone who dares to be disrespectful will be punished. As for the propaganda plan, it was planned by Crocodile. The effect is remarkable. Stop. It was only at the critical moment that Ganfia stopped the indignant guards to appease them. Golden God! Baccarat muttered in her heart, and then she was convinced. This might really be the man's base camp. The admiration and indignation on these people's faces don't seem to be acting. If so, you are the bold. Do you know who the old lady is? Baccarat scolded with a louder voice, and that arrogant attitude could be described as domineering. If it is the base camp of the Richest Group, then as one of her responsibilities, her status is only under the Golden Emperor, and no one should have a higher status than her. At least in the power of the Richest Group. Excuse me. Ganfia already had a conjecture in his heart, but the Richest Group is lucky, Queen of Fortune. Baccarat. Baccarat raised her head slightly, her eyes squinting, and her face was full of pride, but she was still beating drums in her heart. But what I fear most is the sudden silence. The arrogance on Baccarat's face gradually disappeared, because the people headed by Ganfia were all staring at her without speaking, which put a lot of pressure on Baccarat. Is the estimate wrong? Baccarat's heart was suspended. Are you running away again? X. Chapter 342 _ The sun is about to set. 20,210,323. Chapter 342 _ The sun is about to set. Have you heard? The Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion appeared in the kingdom of Stussy. The aftermath of the battle destroyed almost half of the kingdom's cities, even the island was torn apart, and the death toll was countless. The strong fight is terrible. If I remember correctly, they have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. They crossed the Red Soil continent from the second half of the Great Route and appeared in the first half of the road. Some pirates were unlucky. They encountered a battle between 2 people at sea, and they were instantly submerged by the tsunami. Someone saw that the Golden Emperor was covered in bruises and was almost chased by a Golden Lion. You must know that it is a Golden Lion, and it is normal that the Golden Emperor is not an opponent. Let's see how long the Golden Emperor can last in the hands of the Golden Lion. I'm afraid the Golden Emperor will be in trouble this time. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since the Golden Lion visited Poppy Island for the second time. During the 3-day battle between Chaos and the Golden Lion, they switched positions while fighting, and none of the islands or pirate ships encountered along the way were spared. All were turned upside down by the aftermath of the battle, and the casualties and property losses caused are difficult to count. The battle at the top of the pyramid was so terrifying, it was like a walking nuclear bomb. For ordinary people living in this world, no one knows when the catastrophe will come. It looks so sad. They don't even have the right to choose how to die. It is also the proof of that sentence, weakness is the original sin. In addition to the reports of the battle between the Golden Lion and the Golden Emperor, there are also news reports from time to time about the roles of the Richest Man Group, all of whom are fighting with a certain fleet captain of the air pirates. Meanwhile, Sky Island. The Island of God. The edge of the Golden Square. A sun umbrella, a table and chairs, covered with all kinds of snacks and snacks unique to the island, Baccarat wearing a swimsuit and sunglasses, lying comfortably on the reclining chair, taking a sip of juice from time to time, and living a leisurely life. Just don't enjoy it too much. Now she is here like a queen. Whatever you want. Everyone respected her very much. It was only now that she realized the influence of the word, responsibility. Everything is under the influence of the Richest Group, power and money are at your fingertips. Since reporting that they are lucky, The attitude of this group of Sky Islanders has changed 360 degrees. But in the past 2 days, she has probably learned a little about this, and it would be false to say that it is not shocking. This world actually has islands in the sky, and the most important thing is the real base camp of the Richest Group. Baccarat found that he knew very little about the Richest Group, many of which were learned from the news, but knew nothing about the empty island. It can be seen that the Richest Group has many secrets. It's just that those guys can survive the pursuit of the flying sky pirates. Call out. Just when Baccarat was thinking about things, a whistling sound came from the clouds below, and a figure was covered with steam, and the rapid breathing caused the two weapons to beat violently. It's Betty. It's just that the current image is a little embarrassed, the clothes are ragged and spring is full, the blood on the corners of the mouth is full of exhaustion, and the situation does not look very good. Falling on the golden square, he almost collapsed to the ground. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Coughing in the mouth. Scare me. Baccarat stood up from the reclining chair, took off her sunglasses and looked at the miserable Betty, and patted the proud weapon. What did she think it was? You are having a good time. With cold eyes, Betty reached out and wiped the blood from her mouth, her tone a little rushed. They are fighting to the death, and this stupid woman is so good, it's like a vacation. It was weak in the first place, but there was no force at all. If you don't have time to practice, you will waste your time basking in the sun here. It's really Lord Betty. Lord Betty. In the Golden Temple, Ganfeur brought people out again, and his expression was a little excited. Prepare me a lot of meat and old-fashioned herbs. Betty looked at Ganfeur, coughed and walked towards the Golden Temple, without even looking at Baccarat. In the past 3 days, she has been in danger of life several times, otherwise she would not be so embarrassed. There is an urgent need for energy and rest through the return of life. It seems that the others haven't come back yet. Based on Betty's understanding of those guys, I'm afraid she didn't come back on purpose, but she was still enjoying the fun of being hunted down. Especially the 3 guys Crocodile, Archino, and Anilu. Yes. Go and prepare for Lord Betty. The group quickly disappeared from the Golden Square again, leaving only Baccarat alone in the wind. Yin-yang weird, neurotic. Baccarat just felt inexplicable, muttering to lie back on the reclining chair, putting on sunglasses and continuing to spend her leisurely days. Unconsciously, Baccarat began to fall asleep in a daze. I don't know if it was an hour or half an hour, but a familiar cracking sound suddenly exploded in my ears, and then smashed it next to it, which almost scared Baccarat to death. Who is it? The anger that got up was terrifying, and Baccarat opened her eyes angrily. Hifapdilda. Cough cough. Another even more miserable person came, covered with bruises and steam spreading from his body, unable to stop paralyzing on the ground and vomiting blood. It's Ivankov. Almost died. Ivankov breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Baccarat. These 3 days of fleeing life can be described as dancing on the edge of a knife, and the thief is very exciting. Master Ivankov. Ganfeur came out with someone again, and he knew both Betty and Ivankov. Prepare me a lot of meat and old-fashioned herbs. Yes. Baccarat stared blankly at Ivankov being helped away. Why is this scene so familiar? Never mind. Go on naps. For the next few hours, no one showed up. Baccarat also had a dream that she escaped from the neurotic organization of the Richest Man Group, and also looted all the treasures. She once became the richest woman in the world. But just when she was ready to enjoy it, she suddenly woke up. In the hazy sight, a sturdy figure gradually took shape. It's a bear. The situation is not very good, there is a pungent bloody smell, but the overall situation is much better than Betty and Ivankov. Has anyone else returned? The bear looked blankly at Baccarat. Bello Betty and Ivankov far back. Baccarat sat up and replied, subconsciously wearing sunglasses. The bear didn't answer. He walked directly towards the Golden Temple, and he was greeted by Ganver just halfway there. Woo! Baccarat pouted, walked to the edge of the big square and looked at the endless sea of clouds, and could vaguely see the town on the island below, stretched out and showed the bumpy body to the fullest. These guys were more powerful than she thought, and they came back very successfully. The sun is about to set, it's time for dinner. Turned around and walked towards the Golden Temple, and came to the lounge with ease. Betty, Ivankov, and the bear were all there. It's just that Stussy and Ivankov are sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and the bear is eating slowly. After the bear came back, he could clearly feel that both Ivankov and Betty's faces were much more rosy, and there were no bandages on their bodies, and their breath recovered quickly. I am afraid that if you sleep tonight, you will be alive tomorrow. This is the value of bears, not to mention the return of life. X. Chapter 343 I can't stand these lunatics. 20,210,323. Chapter 343 I can't stand these lunatics. That night, Stussy also came back scarred. At this point, only Chaos, Crocodile, Aquino, and Admiral have not returned, and the situation seems to be very unfavorable. And this wait is 5 days. These four guys. Early this morning, Stussy received the news, her brows furrowed and her face a little unsightly. As she expected, these guys didn't have the chance to come back, but didn't want to come back. Judging from the latest news, whether it was Crocodile, Aquino, or Admiral, the fleet captains who were chasing them all gave up. But these three guys are good. Seeing that the other party is no longer chasing, they even go to chase and kill others. Just don't let others go. Attitude is horrible. At present, there is a lot of wind and water in the sea, and I don't know what the situation is. Still alive anyway. In addition, it was the battle between Chaos and the Golden Lion, because the situation was getting worse and worse for Chaos. It had been 8 days before and after. If it wasn't for Chaos to fight and retreat, it would not have been possible for him to persist for so long. Somewhere on a desert island in the first half of the Great Route, with a mushroom cloud rising, a figure smashed through the mountains and smashed to the ground, causing a lot of flying sand and rocks to be buried. The powerful air waves spread, and Chaos' face was pale, and the whole person was thin like a skeleton, exuding exhaustion and decadence inside and outside. It's like a completely hollowed out body. A golden package flew down from the sky of lightning and thunder, and without even looking at it, Chaos took out various ginseng and polygonum multiflorum tonics, and stuffed it into his throat without chewing it. The golden package was fused with the tattered armor on Chaos' body and turned into a new armor. Spiral steam began to float out of the gap in the battle armor, and Chaos's breath began to gradually rise. The return of life is rapidly absorbing the energy of these herbs. The reason why Chaos was able to persist for 8 days was that he was taking drugs while fighting. He is on a collision course with the Golden Lion. When the enemy advances, we retreat, and when the enemy retreats, we advance. Now he will not confront the Golden Lion head-on, but fight guerrilla warfare. Don't think about it for anyone. Men have to be hard on themselves. The most important thing is the sign of the awakening of the golden fruit, which became more and more obvious in these 8 days. This is also the real reason why Chaos made up his mind to spend with the Golden Lion. So the protracted war has just begun. A dazzling sword light pierced through the atmosphere, and it moved forward in a menacing manner. The Golden Lion flew from a distance, his chest heaving and panting. He could see exhaustion in his eyes when he looked closely, and even the dark circles under his eyes. His appearance was also embarrassed. As the king who rules the sky, He has not taken down the opponent for 8 days, which is a great shame for the Golden Lion. So getting more and more angry. Not hurt badly. You can't escape. When the mushroom cloud rose again, the Golden Lion quickly chased out with a sonic boom through the billowing gunpowder. Meanwhile, the second half of the Great Route. Several islands are not covered with huge thunder pillars, or sandstorms connect the heavens and the earth, or the sun is falling. It was in Ilu, Crocodile, and Aquino. Now it is also on the opponent's side. At present, it is impossible to see who is chasing who. This circle is already in chaos. Time just passed by day. Did you make a mistake? It's been a whole month. Why is the battle still going on? Are they all a bunch of devils? These lunatics. It won't be sudden death if it goes on like this. The Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion have appeared in Bihai. Thor, the Tsar, and the Sun King have also appeared elsewhere, and are still fighting against the captain of the air pirates fleet. A month, a whole month. The battle in all 4 directions is not over. The richest group represented by chaos still stubbornly realized the true meaning of life in the pursuit, especially the 3 of Crocodile, Aquino, and Anilu, who all changed their opponents. Certainly. This battle that lasts for a month is not a battle all the time, but you come and go, and there is time to rest in the middle. Otherwise, the high-intensity battle will continue for a month without sleep, even the hard-hitting person will kneel, or even die suddenly, and the grave grass will probably germinate. This battle should have ended long ago. Moreover, it was the Flying Sky Pirates who took the initiative to back down, and they really couldn't survive with these lunatics. They were heartbroken by the guerrilla warfare. Can't kill, can't be killed, can't be withdrawn. Now it is not the air pirates who harass the richest group, but the richest group in turn harassing. Really exhausted. It is still going on. Marinfando, office of the Marshal of the headquarters building. Sora looked at the information in his hand. There was a hint of solemnity on Gang Yi's face, but also a hint of surprise and speechlessness. He did not expect that a month later, the Golden Lion had not taken down the Golden Emperor, which was unexpected. Many people in the sea are not optimistic about the Golden Emperor, thinking that the Golden Lion will only need 2 or 3 days to end the battle, but who would have thought that the Golden Emperor would last so long? It has been a whole month, and he is still stubbornly fleeing. This has to be admirable. It can only be said that the Golden Emperor is a real man. It is simply refreshing all the records of the Golden Lions since their debut. As dazzling as the Golden Emperor, there are naturally 3 of them, Crocodile, Anilu and Aquino. The reverse operation to chase and kill has caused a lot of trends in the sea. The hot search is layer upon layer. Especially the fans of Crocodile, just like the Chinese New Year. They are more excited than anyone else. Unexpectedly, Crane was also in the office, looking at the intelligence and sighing. The Golden Emperor has also been refreshing her judgment. What's going on over there in the warring states? Sora put down the information in his hand. He just paid attention to the battle between the Golden Emperor and the Golden Lion, and he was most concerned about the Roger Pirates. The 5 old stars are getting more and more impatient. Because it has been so long, Sengoku and Garp still haven't caught the Roger Pirates. It's very stressful right now. According to the latest news, the Roger Pirates have entered a mysterious sea, and Sengoku and Garp are lost again. Sora reached out and rubbed his forehead, sighing uncontrollably. How much information about the Revolutionary Army has been investigated? Now the biggest target of the Navy is the Roger Pirates and the Revolutionary Army that has begun to be ignored. This force has grown rapidly, and several World Alliance countries have separated from the world government, and there is a shadow of this force behind them. To this end, the world government sent the spy agency CP0 and the Navy to investigate, but the results were not great. The only certainty is that this force aims to overthrow the world government. It can be said that the threat is greater than that of pirates, because this is an organized, disciplined, and well-defined organization, and the world government wants to nip in the bud at the first time. Obviously, the effect is still not great. The core information is not available, but if the latest news from CP0 is true, then the leader of the Revolutionary Army can already be identified. Although the crane's face remained calm, complete tangled emotions could still be seen in his eyes. Who is it? Monkey D. Dragon. Sora was stunned for a while, then stared at the crane, as if he was sure. When Crane nodded, Sora's face suddenly sank. This news is bad. Not just plain bad, but horribly bad. In addition, it was also investigated that the Golden Emperor may have a relationship with the Revolutionary Army. The whole office was completely silent, and the heartbeat of Sora and he could even be heard, so obviously the two of them were not very calm. Because of the emergence of chaos, the shit-stirring stick, the Revolutionary Army not only was born ahead of schedule, but also expanded rapidly with lightning speed, and the development speed was no different from that of a rocket. X. Chapter 344 usually flat A. 20,210,324. Chapter 344 usually flat A. Damn. 10,000 meters in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. A hysterical voice came from Shan, the island of God, early in the morning. It's Baccarat. At this moment, Fe shot out and smashed the towering trees, fell to the ground and tumbled and ate a mouthful of mud, his face pale and constantly coughing blood. Since the return of Stussy, Betty, Bear, and Ivankov, her life has been in hell mode. Stinky motherfucker, sooner or later I will get my revenge. Baccarat lay on the ground and slammed her hands into the soil hard, looking at Betty with anger in her eyes. It's useless for you to hate this queen. If you want to hate me, hate the man who didn't come back. This queen is just carrying out orders. Betty landed from the air, clasping her shoulders with her hands in a swimsuit, fluffing her long hair and ignoring Baccarat's anger. Her light description shifted her hatred. But you're too weak. It took a month to learn how to shave. Betty had contempt in her eyes, thinking that she only spent 10 days and a half months. It should be 10 days and a half months. I don't remember anyway. Asshole. Baccarat's chest was burning with raging fire, and he gritted his teeth and wished to destroy the world. This month she can only sleep 4 hours a day, and spend the rest of the time training. Being tortured by this stinky mother-in-law, a dead Shemale, and a silly bear in turn made me physically and mentally exhausted, my nerves weakened, and even irregular menstruation appeared. Relatives are coming later than usual. Because of the bear and Ivankov, every time he was bruised or tired, he would use his ability to eject all the negatives, so that he could only rest for 4 hours. Every day you open your eyes is to practice, practice, practice. Baccarat feels that life is dark. Look at what, practice your own. If you don't hit 500,000 times today, believe it or not, the old lady is hanging on you. Betty slammed her head to look not far away, and Bowness shrank her neck in fright, and quickly corrected her attitude and started swinging the knife mechanically. Strictly speaking, the hands become blades, and they are tediously swung out over and over again. Regarding the training direction with Bowness, everyone agrees to cultivate in the direction of the great swordsman. It is a pity that no one in the Richest Group has practiced kendo, so he can only let Bowness practice the recognized foundation of the sea over and over again, that is, swinging the knife for many years. After all, swordsman's attacks are generally flat A. Of course, the sixth form will definitely not fall. Hurry up and continue, Tilda. As soon as Betty finished speaking, she suddenly looked in the direction of the golden square, where the white sea of clouds suddenly lit up with dazzling light, like a sun rising from it. This breath. It's Aquino. It's just that the breath is not right. You two are free for a while. Leaving a sentence, Betty disappeared out of thin air. This surprised Baccarat and Bowness. But when I saw the abnormal light in the sky, I glanced at each other and hurriedly ran towards the Golden Temple. Unsurprisingly, someone in charge should have returned. 1 month. After a whole month, someone finally came back. At this time, on the Golden Square, Stussy, Zing, Ivankov, and Ganfer appeared one after another. When they watched Aquino, who was lying in a coma as the ground melted, his expressions changed. Old Bear, Lao Wan. Stussy stepped aside and let Zing and Ivankov come forward for treatment. Ganfer, go and prepare a lot of meat and herbs. Yes, Lord Stussy. Ganfer left with someone again. It's okay. At this time, Betty fell from the air and looked at the bear and Ivankov who were rescuing Aquino. Just now, she sensed that Aquino's life breath was rapidly weakening. Seeing to be breathless. The injuries were worse than expected. However, when Zing and Ivankov cooperated in the treatment, Aquino's breath began to slowly recover. And people are awake. Half an hour later, in the palace, Baccarat and Bowness opened their mouths slightly, staring at Aquino, who was constantly stuffing food into his mouth on the dining table, as if he was reincarnated from starvation and hadn't eaten in 1,000 years, just stuffed it into his throat. Correct. The two of them watched for a full 25 minutes, during which the other kept stuffing their throats. The food as high as the hill has been served 3 times. But the other party's stomach didn't change at all, which was amazing. The body was still steaming, and the temperature was a little high. On the sofa, Stussy closed his eyes and seemed to be resting, rubbing his forehead from time to time. Looking tired and tired. Even in the empty island, she is dealing with the power of the richest man group, through the video call bug. This month can also be said to be battered. After all, many forces are not optimistic that the richest group can survive under the attack of the flying sky pirates, so there are countless incidents of falling into the ground and grabbing territory and business. The bear sat on the opposite sofa, quietly flipping through the Bible. There are also casinos and mahjong halls in the empty island. If Aquino hadn't come back, he should be inside. As for Betty and Ivankov, one was lying on the sofa breathing heavily, and the other was shaking a glass of red wine. Finally, another 10 minutes passed, and the sound of eating and drinking disappeared. Aquino's originally pale face was completely ruddy, and he looked no different from usual. Isn't the boss back yet? Aquino left the table and went to the sofa to sit down and look at the Stuts. Lao Shan's Aoijang didn't come back either. Betty poked a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and danced while chewing. Really? Aquino frowned at first, then relaxed. This month he can be said to be in danger. At first, only one fleet captain chased and killed him, and then he chased and killed others, and then 2 fleet captains chased and killed him. After fighting and retreating, they couldn't stand it and came back. Aquino is not like the natural ability of Crocodile and Anilu, such as the elementalization of immunity to physical attacks, and the ability to fly without consumption. Otherwise, with Aquino's character, he will never come back so soon. It seems that we need to develop a set of low-cost flight capabilities. Next, Ivankov asked a few questions about the specific situation. After listening to the ins and outs of what Aquino said, the expressions on several people's faces were as expected. This is indeed something that Aquino can do. Only Baccarat has a huge wave in his heart, and none of this group is normal. Even if she was chased and killed, the enemy gave up in the end. She would definitely breathe a sigh of relief, but this man was a good man, and he chased and killed others instead of letting them go. She couldn't understand this strange thinking. In the end, The two captains of the fleet were provoked, and it is a miracle that they are still alive now. In contrast, Bowness's eyes are full of worship, and this is the powerhouse in his heart. One day he will become so powerful. I'm going to bed. When all was said and done, Aquino went straight to bed. This sleep is 3 days and 3 nights. What are you doing sitting here? Betty squinted slightly and looked sharply at Baccarat and Bowness, who were stunned or looked in the direction Aquino left. She only noticed these two guys now. When did it come? Baccarat and Bowness came back to their senses, their faces stiffened. Immediately, he left the palace dejected and indignant, and went to the back mountain for another inhumane practice. Bear and Ivankov also left the island of the gods for the island below. Stussy is back at work, too. X. Chapter 345 _ The golden fruit is fully awakened. 20,210,324. Chapter 345 _ The golden fruit is fully awakened. Great root, some deserted island. At this moment, a mushroom cloud stood up, and the whole island began to fall apart. A large number of mountains collapsed and smoke billowed. One of the figures was buried in it, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. A figure flew from the sky in the distance, standing in midair, bleeding continuously. It's the golden lion. The image is not generally embarrassed. The most important thing is that the breath is very unstable. Under the tattered orange-yellow kimono, there were wounds of different sizes, and some even saw bones. His eyes were not as fierce and domineering as before, but full of exhaustion. Looking at the billowing smoke that gradually dissipated, a figure walked out of it, holding a tattered mace with one hand to maintain the center of gravity, otherwise it might become unstable. You won't stand a chance. The golden lion's eyes were indifferent, and the victory was on his side from beginning to end. This month, the other party can only run away like a dog. Drop drop. The blood full of sticky and fishy smell dripped to the ground, and Chaos coughed and coughed, bleeding from his nose and mouth, and his left hand was broken off at the shoulder. The minced flesh and blood bones looked so terrifying. There is a plus-shaped wound on the chest, and the bone can be seen deep. Chaos paid an unimaginable price this month. Golden Lion, Bendy should really thank you. Exchanging an arm for a devil fruit awakening is a great deal. Chaos's spirit was not as decadent and weak as he imagined, but was unusually bright and excited. Lifting his right foot and stepping lightly, the hill on the ground centered on Chaos began to radiate golden yellow, and finally remained within a range of 50 meters. The surrounding environment was assimilated and turned into a golden world. The brink of life and death this month made Chaos embrace the true meaning of life at close range. After paying an arm and covering his body with bruises, he successfully initially awakened the golden fruit. In Chaos' view, the awakening of an arm in exchange for the golden fruit is simply not too cost-effective. Just give him a period of time, and he will be able to grow an arm again with the return of life. He has many ideas about returning to Chaos with life, and the regeneration of flesh and blood has proved to be feasible. The only difference is the length of time. What's more, there are still many devil fruits in this world, and he won't be the hero of the Condor for too long. Clang clang. The golden ground under Chaos's feet wriggled, quickly climbed up the body and flowed to the left arm, and finally intertwined and merged, gradually forming a golden left hand. Mobility activity was no different from a normal arm. What about the awakening of the devil fruit? With your current appearance, do you still want to defeat me? The golden lion was extremely domineering, disregarding Chaos, and could hear contempt and disdain in his voice. Not to mention that Chaos is scarred now. Even in his heyday, he still maintains the awakening of the devil fruit, and he can still suppress it. This is the arrogance of the golden lion, and it is even more confident. It is impossible to defeat, But it is impossible for you to keep Ben Emperor. Golden Lion, Ben Emperor is looking forward to the next meeting. Jin Jiangyue has been initially awakened, and the goal has been achieved. Chaos has no need to stay, after all, his injury is too serious. What's more, he needs time to consolidate and digest the gains from this battle. His stamina was running out. If it wasn't for the medicinal herbs hanging all the time, he would have been cold long ago. His body has reached the limit of the limit, and if it continues like this, he will die. As soon as the words fell, chaos flew into the sky, and only a few traces of power were left. The right foot splashed flames and entered the golden molten fire mode, and with the mushroom cloud towering, he quickly retreated with that power. In order not to be entangled by the golden lion, chaos used the golden molten fire mode to escape. That speed has reached its limit. Like light. As long as you slow down, you will change your foot to explode. In short, you can't reduce the speed. Otherwise, once he was entangled by the golden lion, he would be powerless to resist. Naturally, the golden lion would not let chaos leave, but chaos used the golden molten fire mode to escape, which would not only form a huge explosion to stop him, but also use the explosive thrust to speed up. It disappeared without chaos for even a minute. Until it completely disappears in the perception of seeing, hearing and color. A new day has come. Baccarat Bounus started training early in the morning. Go to bed later than a dog and get up earlier than a chicken every day. Today is bear training. Yesterday was Betty. Tomorrow should be Ivankov. According to the prescribed training task, Betty was to teach the two of them to practice the C forms, while Zin taught the basics. This foundation is established in the case of Dai Hai Lushi. At present, Baccarat Bounus are wearing stilettos, barely able to do push-ups, etc., which are usually easy to achieve without collapsing. But now it's as hard as it gets. Even if there is about 10 days of buffer time, it is not so easy to finish 10 push-ups. As far as they are concerned, the foundation and physique of Baccarat Bounus are very weak, unlike Bear, Aquino, and Betty, who have adapted to the weakness caused by the seafloor stone. Now even if they wear the Shanghai Tower stone, at most the devil fruit cannot be used, but the physical skills and combat power will not be affected too much, at least they can maintain the level of 80%. This difference is not so big. But Betty and others also came here. Asshole. Baccarat was still cursing. But I still do the training according to the requirements, but it is too hard and too tiring. But I don't know that compared to before joining the Richest Group, Baccarat is gradually strengthening in terms of will and strength, but Baccarat himself has not noticed it at all. Sometimes, people have to be forced. Whether it's by yourself or external forces, you don't know that you're such a rubbish if you don't force it. And so the sun rose until dusk fell. Looking down at the dusk from the main square of the Island of God, the beautiful scenery of the circling red clouds can be said to be the ultimate in the world, and it only exists in imagination. But this kind of fairyland scenery, but no one appreciates it. Until... boom. In the cloudy red sky, a sonic boom suddenly came, and a figure covered in bruises was like a launched missile. Unable to stop its body, it slammed into the square, leaving a hollow hole, and then bounced and finally smashed into the square. On the Golden Palace, there was quite roar. Stussy was the first to notice, and when he came to the accident site and saw chaos lying inside, his delicate face panicked. Boss. Chaos has been unable to speak, allowing Stussy to deduct him from the gold, and being able to stay awake is already considered a cow of chaos. SHHHHH. Betty, Ivankov, and Bear also arrived one after another. After more than 10 minutes, Chaos's face gradually recovered a little rosy. But the situation is still a little bad, because Chaos consumes too much vitality, and only the damage of the bear and the injection of healing hormones by Ivankov cannot make up for the sequelae caused by the return of life. Chaos has overdrawn too much and has been hollowed out. This situation can only be recovered slowly. So, come on over there. At the dining table, Chaos rolled his head and motioned to Stussy to feed him some oolong fish, a specialty of Sky Island. A kind of fish that lives in the White Sea. The meat is delicious and has high nutritional value. From the beginning to the present, Stussy had a sullen face, while serving Chaos to eat, and looking at Chaos' left hand from time to time, his face became even more gloomy. Betty and others on the sofa also sullen. It's really that the image of Chaos is too miserable, and it's really unacceptable for a while. Don't ask anything, let me sleep first. After eating and drinking, Chaos directly blocked Betty's question. In the end, with the help of Stussy, he got to the room, fell asleep on the bed as soon as he fell. Starting point, Shenku, Jiangjinwang, the ocean is all water, 1,500 starting coins, Pink Big Cat Chef, 333 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 346_disabled. 20,210,325. Chapter 346_disabled. Tilde. Stussy looked at Chaos, who was lying on the bed and fell asleep for almost 3 seconds, and sighed for some reason. This stupid man is so embarrassing. In this atmosphere, if she were an ordinary intellectual woman, she would definitely cover Chaos with a quilt very gently, but Stussy was obviously not an ordinary woman. Instead, he stood by the bed and stared at Chaos' broken left arm with a frown. After about a minute, stepping on high heels gradually disappeared with a sense of rhythm. Cover the quilt, think too much. And those people in the hall outside are also doing their own thing. Although there are many doubts in my heart, I can bear it all. After all, the person involved is sleeping. Just like that, the sun goes down and the 5 days are gone. In these 5 days, Aquino also woke up, slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and he was a wolf again. In addition, Crocodile also came back injured. He came back 4 days ago. He was also scarred and embarrassed. After treatment, he slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Wake up earlier than Chaos. Only Admiral is still out there so far, and from time to time Stussy can receive some relevant information and is still alive and well. After all, as long as you don't really want to die, there are very few people in the sea who can keep the thundering fruit of Anilu. Annie is not a fool either. At this moment, in the mountains behind the island of God, Baccarat and Bounus were wailing. Still unshakable to practice to death. Not far away, Aquino and Crocodile are also cultivating, as if they are answering something. Obviously digesting this month's battle. Even Ivankov, Zing, and Betty are like this. After returning from time to time, they will practice or develop devil fruits alone, and occasionally Stussy is the same. Everyone has varying degrees of gain. After all, experiencing the true meaning of life up close often makes it easier for people to grow, become stronger, and have an epiphany. At 8 in the morning, the sun had already risen. In the Golden Temple, Stussy is dealing with government affairs. Answering phone calls from time to time, looking down at the information or documents in his hands from time to time, his curved eyebrows never stretched, and he seemed to be in a lot of trouble. So early, Betty probably hasn't gotten up yet. So sad, it seems that I have encountered a lot of trouble. Suddenly, there was a playful sound in the office, and a hazy yawn was heard. Boss. Stussy raised his head when he heard the voice, and looked at Chaos who came in from outside the door, especially the broken arm, and his frown became even tighter. Morning wow, Zoxixi. Chaos waved his hand in greeting, then walked to the sofa and sat down to pour himself a glass of water, ignoring Stussy's cold eyes with his feet on the tea table. "Boss, I will kill you sooner or later." Stussy was very unhappy with the name Zoxixi and felt awkward. Especially when it came out of this man's mouth, it couldn't stop giving people goosebumps. It was too tired and crooked. However, she protested many times, but the effect was zero. Don't pay attention to the details. After drinking the water, Chaos waved his hand indifferently and continued, "How long have I slept?" 5 days. Stussy brushed the hair that fell from his forehead to his ear, and continued to handle government affairs without raising his head. Chaos was a little stunned, and subconsciously wanted to squeeze his chin, but found that his left hand was broken at the shoulder level, and there was a vague pain, so he directly changed his right hand to squeeze his chin. He slept really long this time. But the effect is very good, now full of energy, can be said to be radiant, no different from the second spring. He is still the handsome guy who is wise and martial. Zai hasn't come back yet? Seeing the color radiating the entire Sky Island, Chaos found that except for Anilu, everyone else was there. At the same time, Chaos's voice sounded in everyone's ears. From the latest news 2 days ago, the guy is still alive and well. Stussy still did not look up and continued to deal with government affairs. Whether it is workability or professional ethics, it can be said to be dedicated and painstaking. Not long after, the office door was pushed open suddenly, causing the whole room to seem to be moving, and Betty's carefree voice came, full of disappointment and pity. "Boss, why are you still alive? Look at this sentence, I wish Chaos could not wake up." Chaos took out a cigarette from under the tea table, smothered it and puffed, ignoring Betty's words directly. "Boss, you are disabled." Seeing that Chaos ignored her, Betty hurriedly sat across from the sofa, gleefully pointing at Chaos's broken left hand, her eyes twitching, wondering whether to take this opportunity to challenge. Now that this man has lost an arm, his combat effectiveness must have dropped a lot. As long as she beats her, she is the boss of the Richest Man Group, and this man wants to be her little brother, so Betty can't help but get excited when she thinks of it. She, below Betty, is not an unsympathetic woman, and she will definitely use this man to her death. Let this man do all the dirty work. Also called the Queen of Dance. So those eyes became brighter and brighter. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, Betty had already thought of all kinds of ideas for calling Chaos. Chaos leaned back on the sofa and was speechless with a love smoke ring. It wasn't that he could read people's hearts, but Betty was now stupid and cute, and everything was written on his face. He can see right through it. This woman's ick can be regarded as living more and more back. Think about it before you speak. It's not that easy to challenge me. Chaos is half smiling, not to mention just breaking one arm, even two will not affect his combat effectiveness too much. It can only be said that Betty is still too young. Humph. I'm below Betty. Before Betty finished speaking, several figures came back one after another. It's Ivankov, Aquino, Crocodile, Baccarat, Bowness. Boss. A few people said hello and sat on the sofa around the tea table. The spirit is very good. Chaos could detect some subtle changes. Apparently, Aquino and the others had gained a lot in this battle, and their breath was deeper and deeper than before. Boss, what happened to your fight with the Golden Lion? Crocodile thwarted a cigar and looked away from Chaos's severed arm. He was very interested in this fight. After all, Chaos's current situation was somewhat unexpected, and he was left with a left arm. This unscientific. In Crocodile's vision, Chaos might lose, but not so badly. From the side, is the Golden Lion really that strong? Failed, but also won. Chaos showed a honeyed smile. Normally, he did fail, and he failed completely. He was not the opponent of the Golden Lion. But so what? He also awakened the devil fruit, causing his combat power to increase again. The next time you fight against the golden lion, it won't be so embarrassing to lose. No matter how bad it will be 5.6 or 5.56. The golden lion will definitely have to pay a huge price to kill him. It's not that Chaos's ambition destroys his own prestige, but that the golden lion's resume is so terrifying. A group of top swordsmen with powerful attack power. The top three color domineering, whether it is the overlord color or the armed color, is a little stronger than Chaos, and the knowledge color is probably comparable. Coupled with the natural disaster like fluttering fruit, combat experience, etc., it is not something that Chaos can completely balance in a short period of time. How long does it take for the golden lion to traverse the sea? How long does it take for Chaos? People eat more salt than Chaos walks on the bridge. The most important thing is that the golden lion is at its peak during this period. Under such circumstances, Chaos can still achieve the current record, which has been blown for several years. Some readers think I've written the golden lion too well. But the real situation is that the golden lion is indeed a formidable force during this period. Can any reader explain? X. Chapter 347 Develop the whimsical idea of Jinjin Fruit Awakening. 20,210,325. Chapter 347 Develop the whimsical idea of Golden Fruit Awakening. Clap. The towering trees in the primeval forest collapsed one by one, as if some wild beasts were crawling out from the depths. A large number of birds and beasts were startled, and the surrounding earth was shaking. The picture is zoomed in. This is a python like a small mountain. It's Nolan. At the beginning, it was often used as a sandbag for Chaos to develop the control of God. Nolan is bigger now than it was a few years ago. Stop right here. Chaos sat cross-legged on Nolan's head, looking at the mountains and valleys in front of him, and a waterfall roaring loudly. The surrounding greenery was a place with extremely beautiful scenery. Suitable for a picnic. Field battle is better. Probably explain the battle with the golden lion to Crocodile, and Chaos came to the back mountain to prepare to practice and develop some abilities. As a result, Nolan, who was sleeping originally, didn't know if it was because of the beast's intuition that he found Chaos at once. You play while you play. After jumping off Nolan's snake head, Chaos stood on the grass full of flowers, took a deep breath and closed his eyes, opened his arms and a breeze hit, blowing the vertical hair with a hint of coolness. Hearing the slightly disgusting voice of Chaos, Nolan spit out a fishy tongue, and his eyes were full of grievances, and then he climbed aside like an abandoned child. His big head was like a hill, and his mouth was open. Baring his fangs, he yawned. Even a little cute. What the hell? Clang clang jingle. Here, Chaos has opened his eyes, raised his right foot and gently stepped on the ground. In an instant, the grass centered on Chaos was quickly dyed with a golden yellow, and the sound of metal collision radiated out. The eye is golden. Whether it is flowers, trees or soil and gravel, they have been temporarily assimilated into gold, and they seem to glow with golden light in the bright sunlight. No more, no less, the range is 50 meters. Chaos felt that within 50 meters, he was a god and could control everything. Just like being a part of the body, it takes only one thought to act as an arm. The gold under his feet squirmed and climbed up Chaos' left foot like a liquid, all the way up to the broken arm, and then entangled and melted into a golden left hand. Activities are no different from real arms anyway. With a thought, the golden ground of assimilation with a radius of 50 meters began to wriggle, and the miniature Sakyamuni, goddess of God, fairy, angel, golden warrior, Stussy, Betty, and Crocodile began to take shape, and they were lifelike. Really the same. Only the skin is golden. In this field, the control of chaos is significantly more diverse. Softening, stretching, and deforming, chaos experimented the same, and found that it was easier and less expensive than before. I no longer need to bring gold with me when I go out in the future. After all, I am mobile gold, and I can temporarily produce a large amount of gold for battle through assimilation at any time. It's a pity that chaos still can't make gold out of thin air, just like the biscuit warrior of the cradle. Even if he wakes up, chaos only temporarily assimilates the surrounding objects, and as long as he leaves the assimilated environment, it will return to normal. For Eugen Zhang Yuo, chaos had a lot of development ideas from the very beginning, and he has been steadily researching and developing in those directions over the years. For example, the most basic hardness. Like the Zhenjin and Edmund alloys in a certain marvel, as long as the hardness goes up, the defense goes up. There are also transformations, such as Shakyamuni, God's Goddess, King's Treasure, and bird cages. As for softening and stretching, chaos rarely used it. The most basic thing was to bind people. Whether it's flat or round, it's all in the mind of chaos. Looking at it like this, it seems that the golden fruit is just like that. Chaos is also a transmigrator anyway, and there will never be a shortage of whimsy. You might as well imagine that you can develop the golden fruit to be made out of thin air like a crackle, or develop it to an element like the natural department. For example, the body is transformed into gold, and into golden sand to avoid physical attacks. Or see if it can be extended to manipulate other metals, such as steel, silver, copper, etc., or even magnetic fields. Be a little bolder, such as the gold, wood, water, fire, soil, and gold rules of Zeuxian shimmer. As long as she is brave, even Sadako can take maternity leave. Of course, these are all chaos fantasies, very unrealistic. Even if it can be extended in these directions, it is certain that it is as difficult as reaching the sky. After all, this is not cultivating immortals. In fact, as long as chaos increases the hardness and develops it to the level of vibrating metal, even harder than vibrating metal, he is already invincible. At least in defense, chaos is completely invincible. Next, chaos tested it again, and saw golden flowers or golden trees rising from time to time in a radius of 50 meters, flying in the sky and swimming on the ground, as if a picture scroll was allowed to be written by chaos. Unfortunately, it can only assimilate a radius of 50 meters so far. Chaos has tried it, but the assimilation environment has never been able to break through to 50 meters. He has a feeling that the scope of assimilation is equivalent to the field. The larger the area, the stronger the power. You have to find a way to assimilate the larger the area, such as a square kilometer, 10,000 meters, or even an island. At that time, it will be no different from mastering a small world. It seems that it is necessary to change the script to Zeuxian. Chaos pinched his chin, his eyes flickering with sparks. He has always been eclectic, and he does not play cards according to common sense. Since he has embarked on the road of being a great emperor, he must try it no matter what, in case it succeeds. Try and see the color combination of this aspect of development. Chaos once had a development direction, that is, taking the head of a person from 1,000 miles. For a while, the sight and hearing color expanded with the largest range, covering the entire sky island at once, and the range was still radiating outwards. Obviously, covering an empty island was less than the limit of Chaos's sight and color range. You must know that since Chaos awakened, he has maintained alwether even when he is sleeping, and it has long since formed a habit. Under such a long-term accumulation, one can imagine how huge the range of Chaos's vision is. It easily radiated to King High, 10,000 meters below, and continued to spread. Assimilate the ground squirming, form a golden warrior, and start to lift off the ground and quickly disappear into the sky. Really? The corners of Chaos' mouth rose. The golden warrior who had just left was only temporarily assimilated. In essence, it was just soil and gravel. According to normal circumstances, once he left the assimilation range, he should return to his essence. It still remains. But Chaos, who was smiling the next second, suddenly stiffened. Because the golden warrior had not yet left the island of God, he began to recover to the original appearance of soil and gravel, and he was out of control all of a sudden. Failed. The temporarily converted gold can only be maintained within a certain range of the maker, and as long as it exceeds that range, it will disintegrate and return to the original appearance of the object. Thinking about it too, Chaos's awakening only temporarily transformed the soil and gravel into gold. This was only temporary, rather than turning the soil and gravel into real gold. Chaos was still lucky, but it was a pity. Maybe when Chaos develops to the level where he can make gold out of thin air, then it won't be like this. You can speak freely about some ideas about the golden fruit. I would like to copy it. Starting point, Shenku, Jiang Jinwang, 2000 starting coins, African tribes welcome you, 1000 starting coins, Das Han is so stupid, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 348 Greedy Chaos. 20,210,326. Chapter 348 Greedy Chaos. Chaos's mind moved, and a golden warrior flew out from the golden temple far away again, and quickly flew out of the empty island. Up to the edge covered by the color of seeing and hearing, it is still in the grasp of Chaos. This is the gap. Because the golden warriors flying up from the golden temple are essentially real gold, and the gold that is temporarily assimilated by awakening is not really gold in nature. As long as they leave a certain range of the maker, they will fail to return to the object. Nature. It seems that the trick of taking the head from 1,000 miles can only use real gold, not the gold formed by temporarily assimilating awakening. In fact, the development of Canely level is really terrifying. In the future against the enemy, as long as he is within the range of seeing and hearing, Chaos does not need to go out in person. He only needs to control the Golden Warrior or other forms thousands of miles away to fight. Even if the Golden Warrior is dismantled into 8 pieces, it can be healed quickly. It is simply a killing machine that cannot be killed. But it all depends on how big the range of seeing and hearing is. It would be fun if it could radiate from the empty island all the way to Marinfando. The development of this trick alone, Chaos, has a lot of ideas. For example, the controlled Golden Warrior can use the armed color, which has been proved feasible, and has even been used, but there is also the flaw of scope. It is not very far from Chaos, but not beyond a certain range. Therefore, Chaos has to develop this range as much as possible. Since even the armed color can be used like this, what about awakening? Is it also possible? Think about controlling the Golden Warrior to fight the enemy thousands of miles away. Not only can he use the armed color, but he can also use the awakening, which is no different from himself. The most important thing is that he can't kill him. This is simply an incomprehensible ability. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. It is not so easy to develop to this point. But I have to mention that Kos really dared to think about it, and really dared to develop in this regard. Roughly sorting out the thoughts on the development direction of Jinjin fruit, Chaos sat cross-legged on the spot, his body began to be hot and steam was rising, and he entered the return of life. Looking at his severed arm, Chaos was concentrating all his strength and began to stimulate selectivity, regeneration and healing, in an attempt to regenerate his left arm. Regarding the development of the return of life, Chaos had a lot of ideas when he was not awakened. Cell regeneration, healing and recovery have also been proven feasible. It's just that with Chaos's current life return attainments, if he wants to grow his left arm, he must at least take years as a unit, and he needs to further develop life return. So Chaos had an idea, that is, to keep life returning to normal. Usually eating, drinking, sleeping, etc. all maintain the return of life, just like seeing, hearing, and see around the clock, to maximize the body to get used to the consumption of life return. It is not so easy to just maintain life and return. For example, now Chaos's heartbeat, blood flow, muscle activity, etc. are all very fast, and the whole person is in a state of excitement. Keeping it for a long time is like hypoxia, which will cause a huge load or even overdraft to the body. This is not something ordinary people can hold on to. In the absence of thorough habituation, it may affect life expectancy. In fact, in Chaos Heart, the golden fruit is not as important as the return of physical skills and life. The return of physical skills and life is the foundation of everything, and the power of the devil fruit depends on this foundation. When the physical skills become stronger, a punch and a kick can also cause the destruction of landslides and earth fissures, just like the slashing of a great swordsman. Let's officially enter the practice. Standing up again, Chaos stretched out and let out his sigh of relief. The high-temperature steam on his body erupts in a spiral, and the return of life runs to the extreme. As soon as he stepped on his right foot, the ground in a radius of 50 meters began to turn golden, trying to break through the range of 50 meters. The color of seeing and hearing also radiated out again, trying to make the scope wider and wider. Sakyamuni rose from the golden ground, and his body was full of armed domineering. At the same time, Chaos's eyes stared, and the overlord color formed a substantial black gold air pressure cover, which quickly expanded toward the entire island of God, so that the sky with the clear sky instantly dimmed with lightning and thunder. Come to the end of the world in an instant. Overlord color cannot be acquired, so there is no specific cultivation method. It can only be tempered by fighting against the will of the strong at the same level. The reason why Chaos will release the Overlord color is of course to baptize other people. After doing all this, Chaos began to perform the most basic exercises, such as doing push-ups. Chaos is very greedy. He even cultivated the return of life, the color of knowledge, the color of armed, and the awakening of the devil fruit at the same time, all of which are for consumption. Consume to the limit one by one, and then break through a little bit, and this little bit is progress. This kind of high-intensity training, even if it lasts for 10 minutes at the beginning, but as long as it breaks through 1 second every day, today reaches 10 minutes and 1 second, and tomorrow is 10 minutes and 2 seconds, then these 2 seconds are a huge improvement. Powerful. It can be said that at the level of Chaos, it can only be strengthened through watermill, time and years. Because the stronger the person, the more difficult it is to progress. After all, a limit has been reached. That's enough, and I'm playing bully again. In the office of the Golden Temple, Betty was rarely working, and suddenly felt that the sky had suddenly become dark and depressed, and that familiar arrogant will was filling every place. Aside from being a little uncomfortable at first, I quickly got used to it. Kirsten threw himself into work again. Stuart took a sip of his coffee, looked out the window and shook his head slightly, then buried himself in his work. At this moment, in the mountains behind the island of God, a large number of towering trees were bent down by the strong wind, and black and red lightnings fell from the dark sky. The apocalyptic scene made the lofty mountains and mountains that should have been lively now suddenly dead silent. Birds and animals foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, or else they shrank in their holes and shivered. What's the matter? Baccarat and Bowness, who were cultivating originally, collapsed to the ground, their teeth chattering, and their eyes were full of fear. Just like being stared at by a wild beast, The pressure that makes people unable to breathe makes the heart seem to stop beating. Thriller, despair, and collapse are signs of Baccarat bowness at this time. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise the two might have rolled their eyes and fainted. It was Ivankov who was training the two of them today, but Aquino was also practicing not far away. The two of them didn't have any major problems, and they were both uncomfortable at first, and then they didn't feel much. No way, you are almost used to it. Even Ivankov guessed that the purpose of chaos release of the Overlord was nothing more than to let Baccarat bowness adapt and get used to it. Just like he used to be. No problem. Hip-hop. It seems that today's training is impossible. Ivankov looked at Baccarat bowness, who were slumped to the ground with fear on their faces. It was a problem to stand up now, let alone continue training. Try to get used to it. This situation will continue to occur in the future. As a visitor, Ivankov still sympathized a little. It was tough at first, but once you get through it, it will be different. At least in the future, he will not be suppressed in the face of Overlord color powerhouses. Fight me. Aquino came over, just glanced at Baccarat bowness, and then looked at Ivankov. Hip-hop, you should go to Losha or Lok. Ivankov righteously refused, and it is better to have a cup of tea if you have this skill. But Aquino didn't give Ivankov a chance and punched him directly. X. Chapter 349 It's God's gonna kill him. 20,210,326. Chapter 349 It's God's gonna kill him. At night, the entire Golden Temple is brightly lit. The same is true for the islands of Angel Island and Sandora below. The development of Sky Island over the years has gradually moved towards modernization. It is no different from some prosperous islands in the sea, and there are entertainment measures and so on. The nightlife is naturally very lively. Because of the richest man group, Sky Island has more or less lost its face. As time goes by, I believe this situation will intensify, but at present, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Cough cough. In the Golden Hall, Chaos and his party were having dinner. The food on the table almost formed a hill, and more than 20 guards were still delivering food to it. When the food was almost done and everyone slowed down, Stussy coughed to indicate that he was about to speak. Boss, we are in a lot of trouble with our business now, we must solve it. It can't be dragged on. Although Stussy's tone was calm, a trace of anger could still be heard. Since the second attack by the Golden Lion more than a month ago, not only did Poppy Island fall into the hands of the Flying Sky Pirates, but the Red Light District, pharmaceutical production chain, and casino business of the Richest Group have all been attacked or robbed by other forces at sea. Now the Richest Group has only one Anilu outside, and the others are nowhere to be found. This gave the wrong signal to some forces, thinking that the Richest Group could no longer be the Golden Emperor, and it would be impossible for everyone to take the responsibility, and it began to breed ambitions beyond their means. Therefore, the Richest Group must take action, otherwise it will suffer great losses. Chaos sat in the first place, steam rising from time to time, apparently maintaining the return of life. He picked up the wineglass in front of him, drank the bright red liquid in it, and glanced at the smokers smoking on both sides of the long table, who chai drinking, and these guys with empty eyes. Chaos decided that these guys should be released for free-range living, and he couldn't be idle on the empty island anyway. But he still needs to stay on the island for a while. The bear stays, the others are your own arrangements. Chaos looked at the bear, who had already filled the temple with 5 internal organs and was flipping through the Bible. After speaking, he continued to slowly eat the unknown pieces of meat on his plate. The reason why he kept the bear was for Baccarat bowness. Chaos planned to train these 2 guys himself when he was bored. The bear's ability was just enough to allow them to recover quickly, so that they could train for 20 hours a day, without fear of physical collapse due to excessive training. Time, place, specific goals. Aquino has been a little impatient. A quiet and leisurely life is really not for him. Stussy didn't speak, just snapped his fingers, and the guard who had been waiting outside the door walked in with a few documents and placed them in front of Aquino, Crocodile and others according to the numbers above. Hip, mysterious. Ivankov took over his own document, and after opening it, there were tasks to be executed or solved in detail. It has been planned from head to toe. All he has to do is to solve the problem according to the above, and then achieve a certain purpose, the old tool man. Everyone's mission is obviously different. I don't ask you to do what you say above, but you must achieve the final effect I ask for. Stussy stared at these guys with serious eyes. Didn't he have any expectations for these guys from beginning to end? And this time she fought against the air pirates for 2 consecutive times, all because Crocodile killed their fleet captain last time. Originally, Stussy only asked Crocodile to investigate, but this guy is good, and he will kill them as soon as he goes up. So much so that the fuse was lit, so that the Richest Group did not know how much it lost, and now even the base camp has been lost. It's nothing, then I'll go. I don't know if I heard it or not. Aquino got up as soon as Stussy's words fell, said hello to Chaos and left. It didn't take long for a dazzling fire to cross the sky under the darkness of the night, leaving behind a long tail feather that disappeared. Next, Crocodile and Ivankov also left one after another. Even Betty had a mission this time, but it made her happy. Happy to leave. You two have a good rest tonight, and I will teach myself from tomorrow. In the end, Chaos also yawned and left his seat. Before leaving, he looked at Baccarat and Bowness, almost helpless and heartbroken. The cruelty of this world always comes so suddenly. Time passed by inadvertently. It has been 2 months since I returned to the empty island from Chaos. A lot has happened at sea in the past 2 months. For example, the brainwashed Tsar of the Richest Man Group, the Dance Queen of Buff, the Hot Sun King, and the perverted Sheme King have appeared in the sea one after another, destroying a large number of pirate groups that offered a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys. There are even some organizations in the underground world, the royal family of a certain kingdom, and all those who did anything to the Richest Group during the period were ruthlessly wiped out. Rear Admirals Sarkasji, Paul Salino, and Kuzan also fought against the Sheme, Tsar, and Sun King in the past 2 months. Thor Inilui has been out in the waves all the time. I don't know how it could have been the Fenith the Whitebeard pirates for half a month. In addition to this, there are news about Kaido, Big Mom, Blast pirates, and more. The world government also collided with the Revolutionary Army, but it was not reported. In addition to this, there is Barrett, the heir of the Devil, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, who fought against the Navy's Blacklist and is said to have destroyed an island. Lonely Red clashes with Admiral Sora. One news after another. On the other hand, the Flying Sky Pirates, since the end of the battle with the Richest Group 2 months ago, have not started anymore. In the past 2 months, there has been no fleet captain's role in chasing down the Richest Group. A little weird. It always feels like the last calm when a storm comes. In addition to the more sensational news above, there are also some that are less popular or spread in a small area. For example, there's Zebra Killer Bunks, the Octopus Madman Rotes, the Swordsman Crews, the Buffalo Arquette, the Slippery Pirates, and the Burst Bear Pirates, who once helped Chaos to practice say, Obsidian Pirates, Brother Pirate Hunters, Ghost Pirates, these pirates or pirates who have had communication with Chaos. There are some that can't be ignored now. Some of them offered a reward of 400 million to 500 million yuan, and some came to the second half of the great route to make a name for themselves. Everyone is growing and becoming stronger, which can be said to be full of potential. It is worth mentioning that the thief Costellaris, that is, the door fruit ability, once escaped from chaos. But just half a month ago, he dared to sneak into the Whitebeard pirates to steal the treasure. Who is Whitebeard? He was a man who raised his hometown, and he valued treasure very much. It's worth it. He was furious on the spot, and then nothing. Even if the thief Costellaris hid in the different space of the door fruit, he was forced out by the shock fruit, and finally ended up in a sea of corpses. Very dramatic. It's not good to steal someone's treasure, but the one who steals the Whitebeard, can't the shock fruit shock you? God is going to kill him. There are many people who act like this, not only the thief Costellaris, but also many people with superior X. Chapter 350 Roger is surrounded. 20,210,327. Chapter 350 Roger is surrounded. Crack. The mountain behind the island of the gods, in the past 2 months, was mostly covered with lightning, thunder, and dark clouds, and the darkness was still a little creepy. Especially the black and red lightning strikes down, like the scenery that hell should have. On this day, Stussy fell from the sky with a celestial air. First, he glanced at Baccarat and Bowness, who were sweating and gritted their teeth under the impact of the Overlord, doing basic exercises. Finally, he turned his attention to sitting not far away at the place, Chaos, who was developing the golden fruit with steam rising all over his body. Into months, Baccarat and Bowness have undergone earth-shaking changes, which can be seen from the temperament. When Chaos first started to release the Overlord color at close range, the two of them were directly stunned. It took 2 months for them to get used to it, and now they are barely able to slowly cultivate in the impact of the Overlord color. Not to mention, this will alone does not know how tough it is. Boss, there is the latest news. Stussy landed next to Chaos, just a few minutes before she had received a message. It was Chaos who made her pay attention to the information of the Roger pirates. Who is being hunted down again? Chaos breathed a sigh of relief. His upper body was covered in hot sweat. He had been practicing extreme training for the past 2 months, and the return of life, domineering, and golden fruit were all carried out at the same time. A little bit crazy. It's not from Lausch and the others, it's from the Roger pirates. Stussy shook his head first, then followed Chaos to the resting place, picked up the towel from the chair and handed it to Chaos. Have they reached the final island of Ralph Drew? Chaos took the towel and wiped the hot sweat, a little careless. He didn't know exactly when Roger reached Ralph Drew, but it had been a long time since Roger got the guiding stone from him. Logically, it should be about the same. Not yet. The Roger pirates have been besieged by Admiral Sengoku and Hero Lieutenant General Garp on Meteor Island for 3 days, and the situation looks bad. Stussy shook his head, pulled out his chair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea from the table. Chaos continued to wipe the hot sweat from his body, but his brows were frowned. The original book doesn't seem to say that the Roger pirates were once besieged by Sengoku and Garp. It has always been Garp's pursuit. Boss, if there is no external intervention, the future you foresee will be in vain. Admirals Sengoku and Garp brought at least 20 lieutenant generals and hundreds of elite major generals this time. It seems that they intend to really arrest the Roger pirates, especially even the Chief of Staff of the Navy. He also led the team to set off from Marin Vando, and it was almost time to arrive at Meteor Island. In the face of such a large navy, even the Roger pirates would find it difficult to retreat. Not to mention Sengoku and Garp. They are definitely the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid, and the 20 lieutenant generals of the headquarters alone are enough to scare people to death. What's more, Even the crane is also dispatched now. It is definitely not alone, and it must be accompanied by an elite navy. Accidentally, the Roger pirates may actually kneel, and even if they retreat, they will definitely leave a lot of crew members, and with Roger's character, they will definitely not give up the crew members, so they can only fight against the navy. The final result is predictable. Maybe the era of the great pirate will end before it even begins. And what is the source of all this? This has to start from several years ago, when a hot man named Gaia Chaos appeared in this world. A little butterfly flapping its wings can cause a big storm, not to mention this arrogant and high-profile guy who provokes life and death everywhere to save face. The key is that he has now become a giant, fully capable of controlling a war. Perhaps just an occasional trifle may affect the original historical development. As long as history deviates from the original trajectory, the cauldron is definitely on Chaos. Seeing Chaos pondering, Stussy folded Rolang's legs elegantly, resting his chin with one hand, and looked at Baccarat and Bonis, who were practicing while looking at him. Since several people in Crocodile went out to complete the task, the power of the richest man group has been greatly eased, and it is not as bad as it was 2 months ago. So Stussy is in a good mood. It's been 2 months, and it's time to go out and fight. Chaos fluttered his wet hair, showing his smooth forehead and stretching. I have been researching and cultivating for the past 2 months. It is not advisable to blindly build things behind closed doors. It has to be combined with actual combat. The most important thing is that Chaos doesn't want the era of the Great Pirate to end before it begins, and he still wants to make trouble when Roger is executed. B? Of course it's for the world. Like showing off your wealth. He was going to punch Roger in the face. Hit hard. What's more, Roger won't live long. He must squeeze the whetstone of Roger within a limited time, otherwise there will be no chance when he dies. These powerhouses are all very precious treasures, and there will be none if they die. Chaos wants to take advantage of every opportunity to become stronger and hone himself. What's more, the last time he lost so badly, not getting his face back is not in line with Chaos' character, nor in line with the character design. If the characters are all broken, then they are all broken. There are also people who have defeated him, such as Golden Lion, Carp, and Warring States. Without him, they can defeat each other in a one-year-known situation and regain face, and no one can die without his permission. Even if he died, he would have to pluck the wool several times by himself. This is a matter of self-esteem and face, and it is not negotiable. Just so domineering. After all, when Chaos thinks about problems, he never thinks in the direction of the normal range. This will only follow the public and will appear mediocre and ordinary. What he wants is to be unconventional, different, and stand out from the crowd. Stussy still rested her chin on her chin, but her eyes were on Chaos. She had guessed the result before she came, and it was not surprising now. All you can do is roll your eyes. Then when do you leave, boss? It's not too late, go now. In the distance, the Golden Flower Sea Avenue flew over, and there was an ethereal metal collision sound. This is physical gold, not Chaos's assimilation by awakening. I'll take the bear with me, and you to take time to continue training. Before leaving, Chaos pointed to Baccarat and Bonis, just to increase the workload for Stussy. There is nothing in my heart. Originally, in addition to dealing with government affairs, Stussy had to make time for training in one day, and now he had to train Baccarat and Bonis. If it was Betty's mentality, it would have exploded. So even if Stussy's temper is good, he's a little unhappy. Boss, do you have an opinion on me? Stussy had a cold face and just looked at Chaos quietly. No. Chaos was a little stunned. He didn't know where to provoke this woman again. Alas. Looking at the stunned Chaos, Stussy sighed, and his eyes were like looking at a mentally retarded, which made the face of Chaos who was looking at him, turned black. "I don't have time." Stussy made it clear, otherwise the stupid man might not have thought of it. "That's it." Chaos suddenly realized, subconsciously pinched his chin, and after thinking about it for about 3 seconds, a flash of light flashed. "Since Stussy is not free, let's throw Baccarat and Bowness on the island in the windless belt, and bring them back when you are done here, just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a genius myself. What are you doing? Hello." 3 branches stretched out from the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, directly pulling up Baccarat and Bowness, as well as a wooden suitcase containing a seafloor stone bracelet. As the Golden Flower Sea Avenue crossed the sky, the bear also appeared. Hours later, on an island with bad weather in the windless zone, there were lightning and thunder, ice and snow, and fierce roars from time to time. Obviously, there were many beasts on it. Standing on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, Baccarat and Bowness had an ominous premonition. Before the two could ask, a force suddenly came from behind, and then a sense of weightlessness came, and Baccarat's broken scream resounded across the sky. "Boss, you bastard! The old lady will be back." In the falling sky, Baccarat burst into tears, staring at the figure on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue. She knew nothing good would happen. Live well. Remember to wear the Shanghai Lu stone bracelet to practice. Chaos flicked the soot, and after speaking, the Golden Flower Sea Avenue quickly disappeared into the sky. Only Baccarat's hysterical voice lingered for a long time. Starting point, deep buckle favorite blank, 500 starting coins, fairy please stay, 200 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting coins.